said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Blast TV Austin Major European Major Regional Qualifiers. Now that in the first go round in, we've got a very exciting day of Counter-Strike ahead of us here on the B stream as we cover up all the opening best of ones.
Yeah, we absolutely do. What a journey it's going to be for a lot of these teams. A lot of teams returning to go through the MRQs, and some competing for the very first time as well. 16 teams in total, 6 make it through to stage 1 of the Blast Major in Austin.
Valve VRS standing to get them here. That was how teams were invited based on their regional standings. Australia's GamerLegion at the very top there. But you can see, yeah, there's actually a big discrepancy in points between top and bottom. But I feel like with any of these teams, based on kind of, you know, what we've seen throughout the year in Tier 2 CS, anyone could beat anyone here.
Absolutely, and you do take a look at the caliber, as you were saying, the fact that we have got Astralis and GamerLegion, the fact that we've got BetBoom that are looking to prove themselves, the fact that we've got Fnatic going through some turmoil as well, same can be said for ENCE, and then we've got some new blood in here. We've got a revitalized OG, we've got 9 Pandas who are really hoping that they can make it through to that major. The same can be said for Bait as well. There's a lot of exciting teams here that potentially can make it, can realize their dreams. Here is what this looks like right now. Obviously, as we go on throughout the day and the following days, we're going to populate this graphic and figure out which teams are going to the major and for which teams that journey, unfortunately, is a little bit short this time around.
Yeah, so all the opening best of ones this morning. Then we're going on to the 1-0 and 0-1 games. Every game is a best of one until it's either advancement through or it's an elimination game. So everything else is best of one until we get to those points. The top 5 go directly through to the major. The 6th to 8th place will then go into this play-in bracket just because there is only 6 spots. So it's an odd amount because of the way that the different regional distribution happened, which means that the 6th, 7th and 8th place teams have to all fight it out over a single elimination bracket. But that's way down the line later this week.
Yeah, we're not there yet. Instead, what we can look at is the schedule for the day. We've got 2 streams running at the moment. We've got Stream A here on Stream B. You can see that we've got Bait versus Metisport, Big versus 9 Pandas, BC game Fnatic, which is really spicy, as our 3rd best of one of the day. And then rounding out the opening best of ones with GamerLegion versus Namiga.
Yeah, so a good run of Counter-Strike here on Stream B, a lot to get very excited about, and we know how important these best of ones are, and it's such a deadly format, I feel, at times, right? Particularly because it's obviously online Counter-Strike as well, which is where a lot of these teams have made a name for themselves, you know, within the Tier 2 circuit, and the pressure's a little off compared to LAN, so it's a very open environment where anyone can take a win.
Yeah, it's tougher as well because you feel like, especially when you've been playing online, especially when these Tier 2 teams have been grinding so much, you have to try and differentiate it from it being just another online match. Obviously, with VRS and the way that it's been working this year, every match has had that implication of mattering. But at the same time, this is for the major. This is what it's all been for. This is what all the grinding has been leading up to. Let's take a look at our first match of the day. Bait taking on Metisport. Bait, this is a familiar scenario for them. They've been here a number of times before, never quite made it to the major. And for Metisport, as an organisation, first time here, but the faces are really familiar.
Yeah, exactly. There's a few players that definitely already have those stickers in the game and are looking to qualify again. Yeah, you're right about Bait, right? They always are a bit of RMR warriors. Like on day 1, day 2, they'll start like 2-0. And then it's that one last game. I think every single time they've got to the RMR, 2-0 start, and then actually getting across the line has been so difficult for them. But I think this new look Bait is a little bit more exciting than the ones of old. We've got some new faces here since the last RMR, and you know, with players like Headtrick, like Kenzizor, who has been just completely slid into this team perfectly. I think this is a really exciting team that has a lot of upset potential.
You're right. However, the only caveat there is the fact that last RMR, it didn't go well. They went 0-3. They bottomed out. That's what actually promoted that change. Captain Kirker out, Kenzizor in. And what it's made Bait is a lot more aggressive. We're used to seeing Headtrick be that standout player. We're used to seeing MPL in-game lead, but also take over the server. And Kenzizor has really come into his own element. It's changed the role a little bit from what Captain Kirker was bringing to this team, and it's added a brand new dimension. I feel like they're playing a lot more comfortable because everyone is sort of more on the same page. Let's take a look at Metisport. Let's take a look at their lineup as well, because you know Hampus, you're going to know Isaac, you're going to know Plopsky, but for Lumi and Adam B, this is relatively unknown territory. They've been under this banner for quite a while now, and what's really good to see when you take a look and you watch Metisport Counter-Strike is their fundamentals are incredibly solid. In fact, one of the best fundamentals and just mechanically sound Counter-Strike we've got in Tier 2 right now.
Yeah, I think the thing with Metisport is that they've kind of just been so close this entire year to different outcomes, right? They're always kind of on the precipice of that big breakthrough. They just missed out on getting through to PGL Astana, to NIP in that best of 5 qualifier. They came second at Galaxy Battle. A lot of top 4 finishes in CCT, but it's that first place. It's actually getting through, getting over the line in those big games. It's been the struggle for them. They do have some experience here coming into this, which is good for them, but it is those newer pieces. It is this environment that does worry me. We've got a head-to-head to show. Brandon, you picked out 2 players here. Headtrick, I think we're all familiar with. On the left side, fantastic stats. Lumi on the other side, as an AWPer, isn't necessarily the star of the Metisport system.
No, it isn't, but these 2 players have got a lot to prove. And for Headtrick, the fact that his performances at the last RMR slash qualifier was not good enough. And he would have known that. Because when you take a look at Bait in the past calendar year, it was always MPL, it was always Headtrick. There was a stat for a very long time where Headtrick didn't have a negative rating on HLTV ever since he joined Bait. And he kept that up for about 8-9 months. And unfortunately, he had one of his worst performances at that major qualifier. And for Lumi, it's very much the same of, has got a lot to prove himself, isn't that standout piece, but is a really reliable AWPer. And that's what these two teams need all throughout their journey here through this MRQ, reliability on their AWPers.
Let's take a look at where this is going to play out on Brandon. Obviously, best of one for the Veto. So there's going to be probably more middle ground kind of maps here. We won't see the standard kind of picks coming through. I'm thinking Mirage has a very good chance of being where this plays out. There's a very off chance of Inferno, and that's what it's going to be. So yeah, I think that came down to Metisport having the decider there. So they decide to send it to Inferno. I think that's it's probably a better choice when Bait have been quite good on Mirage. And I think, yeah, depending on who got to the last ban, it was going to be one of these two.
It's really interesting, actually, that Bait deviate away from Ancient. I know Metisport are very solid on Ancient, but I think back to all the runs that Bait have had at these qualifying events to get to majors, and it has always been Ancient. They rely on Ancient an awful lot, and they go, do you know what? We don't actually want to play this right now. We'll park it. We'll go with Inferno. I think Inferno's a good map for both of these teams, and obviously it's going to be when it does elect to a best of one. But when you hear the word Inferno, you take a little look at that. You think, well, actually, it probably does favor Metisport. I think about Mirage. I think about Anubis. I think about Ancient more for Bait than I do Inferno, but they've got a better win rate on it technically than Metisport, having also played it a couple of times, but the sample size is incredibly small.
I am actually, now that you've pointed that out, it is really surprising that Bait didn't go for that Inferno ban. I wonder if it is just because they are known so much as Ancient players, and, you imagine a team like Metisport will be planning, knowing this matchup is coming through, would probably done a lot of anti-stratting on maps like Ancient and Mirage as logical deciders here, but that's the two best maps for Bait. So the fact that they ban Inferno is crazy.
I think what's interesting as well with this is the fact that we said 9 times played on Inferno. That's this year. And when you take a look at recent, they haven't been playing Inferno that much compared to the other maps have Bait. I think they used it once during their run in the closed qualifier for PGL Astana. But aside from that, it's been very intermittent as and when they bring it out. So maybe they have been refining their map pool. Something that's interesting with this Bait team is that they do play all 7 maps. Like, they're more than happy to sort of veto away their opponent's strengths and sort of lie on their weaknesses a bit more. But Inferno feels pretty good, especially for the likes of Hampus. Adam B on this map is really solid. We know what Plopsky is capable of, especially on T-side Inferno. And with the elongation of Banana, with it being widened just a little bit, it actually kind of plays into both teams because they like to get aggressive and fight for that control. And it'll be interesting dynamic to see how they play out and what the anti-strat really is.
Yeah, I'm really interested to watch these two teams because there's some really aggressive players, right? I'm looking forward to seeing Adam B kind of on that T side as well, where he can be quite a nuisance. But Kenzizor is ridiculously aggressive. This guy's taking 35% of opening duels on the T side. Like, he is just really getting up there. And that's why they kind of favor those maps like Mirage and Ancient, right? Where they can be a bit more puggy, a bit more dually. You can go for a lot more fights. Inferno, it feels like it's got that extra tactical edge to it. And I think the AWP head-to-head is very interesting. The IGL head-to-head is very interesting between these two teams as well, right? Because you've got both technically fragging IGLs, but MPL is a star rifle fragging IGL, right? This guy is always at the top of the ratings. He's always consistent in the multi-frags. Hampus is a very different style in that aspect, but we do sort of consider him in that fragging IGL department. But I think he might bring a bit more on the tactical side, which would give Metisport an edge on a map like Inferno.
Hampus is really good at Inferno as well. And
yeah,
it'll be interesting to sort of see, as you said, the dynamic. And you speak about balance of the team as well. I think that's a really important thing. Obviously, we highlighted the fact that Kenzizor got brought in for Captain Kirker. One of the main conversations a lot of the Tier 2 commentators had last year when it came to Bait was about Headtrick MPL being brilliant. because they are recognized names and because they were being so exceptional, but the floor of the team was sometimes lacking a little bit around them. Spoke about Captain Kirker, spoke about Essential as well. And in the last few months, Essential has really stepped up his game, and I actually think the flaws of this team are really comparable to that of Metisport, because Adam B is incredibly solid in the responsibilities he's got. You kind of compare him and Kenzizor off against each other. And the MPL Hampus debate is really interesting, especially on Inferno. And we have that head-to-head with the AWPers, but we're on a map like Inferno. So we're at this point where it's like, is the head-to-head even that relevant right now? Headtrick's pretty proficient with a rifle, and so is Lumi, which is why it is still really interesting, because in Tier 2, and I think just in Counter-Strike in general, you've got to be a lot more malleable with your AWPer. You've got to be a lot more flexible in the fact that you need to also rifle. You can't just AWP all the damn time. So let's see which one of these AWPers is going to sort of be able to step up when it matters, when it comes to also rifling at the same time.
Yeah, I think Hedrick has a good track record there. You know, I think that used to be always the conversation around him on like NIP and stuff, right? That this is a guy that you might even be better if you just put him on the rifle all the time. Which is always a conversation with a lot of the kind of 1.5 tier offers, right? Where they're trying to break through. It's like, could they just rifle? Like Nikodos is the same similar kind of thing, right? And in the current Counter-Strike, it adapts really well, especially on a map like Inferno, as you say. But yeah, Bates' floor is really cool, right? Lowest rated player this year, 0.99 essential, as you say. That's really impressive. Like the run of form that they're all on individually coming into this is very high. Whereas I think for Metisport, yes, they've been doing pretty well, but there is this firepower gap that was left when they lost Nilo that I don't know if it's quite yet been filled. They're taking good steps towards it. We're seeing players step up. Plopsky's always being that consistent piece. Adam B has raised his level, but Nilo was a superstar, right? And I don't know if they've been able to properly fill that gap just yet. And that can be a concern when you're going up against a team that is in such good individual form.
Yeah, like, I think the comparison you make here, though, is that you bring in Isaac and he adds that level of reliability. So you don't always have to rely on one player popping off. And that was a poison chalice sometimes for Metisport, because you had Nilo having really good games, and then there'd be the occasional 1 in 8 games where he'd fall off just a little bit. And it's like, who's going to be there? We need something to be a little bit more consistent. And you spoke about Metisport in general, and you take one step back and we think about the overall identity of this team, where they've been so close. There's been a number of what-if moments for Metisport at the start of 2025, but also at the back end of 2024 when they were still going through these roster changes. And because you've got this core now of Hampus, Plopsky, Isaac, especially in Tier 2, that's incredibly reliable. And you spoke about the fact that they haven't quite reached the top yet. They don't need to make the top in theory. They just need to get 3 wins.
That's true. That's true. And they have had a good history against a lot of the teams here. So, you know, I think Metisport, even if they, you know, they are, I think they're probably maybe like middle of the pack here.
Yep.
And in best of 1 scenarios, like if you're able to pull off one of these, you know, a couple of these games, it puts you in great steading. And I think when it comes to the best of 3s, they've probably got a bit more of that extra depth when it comes to the high pressure scenarios. I think that is where a player like Hampus behind the scenes is going to have a lot more impact than MPL, who, despite being a really good fragging player, I don't know if we've seen that full chops when it comes to the big pressure games, right? But have always been in the shadows. They're on that kind of precipice, and they haven't quite broken through to the big Tier 1 event, right? Both these teams played in Blast at the start of the year, Blast Bounty, with very kind of similar results, right? Both of them falling immediately, one to Vitality. Metisport actually put up decent results against Vitality. That was, I think, Rops' debut with that squad, if I recall. But they almost shocked them there. That was the start of Vitality's big run. Bait took a win over G2 on 1 map and almost won that series too. So it's kind of like for both these teams, it's the story of almost there, but it's that just getting over the edge that's the next push.
Expectations need to be managed as well, I think, for both of these teams. And for Metisport, I think they've got the experience to be able to do that. And I guess it's not about maturity anymore, because you think about Counter-Strike 2, you think about the number of pros that are so young and doing so many incredible things in the space. I mean, we've got so many examples of it. But you've got to remember that Beta is still an incredibly young team. And the reason why I bring this up is just because of the past track record, just because of the fact that sometimes they had been struggling when it came to the mental game. And now you take a step back and it's like, okay, Has the organization actually helped them with this? So I look at Apogee as a really good case study for this, where they're in tier 2, they got the sports psychologist, and suddenly they played really well at PGL, they nearly made the playoffs, they were able to completely turn around their fortunes in just a few months. I wonder how much sort of organizational support there is for both of these teams, but especially for Bait, because that's something that they've definitely been struggling with over the past 18 months.
Yeah, I do feel like Metisport do have a lot of that support. We've seen, they've really put a lot of focus on growing the Swedish scene, which has been really cool, right? I think we always love to see that, when you do get those national projects, and with Sweden being like the home of Counter-Strike in many ways, right? This is the birthplace of so many legends, so many legendary teams. To have an organization that is rooted in that Swedish Counter-Strike scene is really cool, right? And I do think they are going to be very supportive and putting a lot of resources into Metisport to take this, in for this particular event, because this is these 3 days, these 4 days are the most important days of Counter-Strike for these guys, and so that's why the pressure on a young team like Bait is high. So yeah, I think your point there about that organizational support really, really important. Hopefully we're getting into this one shortly. I think a couple of the players are sorting out their cameras. The other series, Brandon, 500 versus ENCE, that one's playing out on Ancient. I think they're just about to get started there. Do you have any thoughts on who you think is going to take that one?
That's a hard one, to be honest, because ENCE are pretty good on Ancient, but then sometimes ENCE can just be really absent in general. I think what's been interesting is where we've had a lack of tier 2 tournaments over the last sort of 3 weeks to a month. Haven't seen any of these teams recently.
True.
And so it's one of those where, who are they actually pracking against? Are they pracking against each other, or are they deliberately avoiding each other a little bit in the build-up to the MRQ? How much official reps have you got before this? Like, not a lot. And ENCE, I feel like they needed to have that time off, and it will probably benefit them, especially for like Glaive and SDY. Like, they're sort of guys that can have time off officials and then go into it. 500 are grinders. Like, they play so many tournaments, so many games whenever they can, that I think outside of Yala, it's been a little bit few and far between. So I'd actually give it to ENCE. I think the amount of time off that they've had and the amount that they've been able to work on, probably, I feel like we are going to see a better ENCE. I feel like a lot of people are going to be sleeping on ENCE's MRQ. I'm probably going to be wrong, but that's gut feeling. I think same with Metisport. I think ENCE and Metisport are quite sleeper teams.
Yeah, I think that ENCE is a team that's kind of like Fnatic and even Heroic, right? Where it's a big name value organization, but they've been just slugging it out in the tier 2 trenches because of the Valve VRS, right? And needing to qualify for this particular event. That's what's all been about. And so they've just been on the grind, and that does have some up and down results. But yeah, I think the time off benefits a squad like that a lot more, right? ENCE as an organization is familiar with being in these scenarios and what resources are needed for their individuals, the boot camps. They'll definitely be able to get good prac against tier 1 opponents during that time. Like, certainly they would. So yeah, I'm excited to keep an eye on that game, as I do think ENCE took the fistal on keeping an eye on the HLTV page to keep you updated on how that one's going.
Yeah, a reminder for all new viewers that are just joining us, we'll get into Bait versus Metisport in just a few moments, and that map will be Inferno between these two. I was just having a look at, obviously, all the matchups for the day as well on both streams. The Heroic Parivision ones got me really interested. Our game as well on the B stream, BC game versus Fnatic, is going to be spicy, especially with Fnatic not playing with Crims. Like, that's going to be a weird one, not seeing him there. Instead, it's going to be Borup. And then GamerLegion versus Namiga. You feel like, again, these two teams who have always been in the conversation for pressing the envelope where it comes to developing into Tier 1. I feel like GamerLegion have done a much more better job of that recently. But these games are... they're going to be tight. And the fact that they're best of ones, the fact that they're coming at you thick and fast, it's going to be a lot of Counter-Strike today, but it's going to be thrilling.
Yeah, I think teams like Namiga could really catch off a GamerLegion, especially GamerLegion. It's been traveling so much, right? It's a team that's going to like every tier 1 event with some really young guys in that squad. And that can be a lot to be going from event to event. And then suddenly you're playing an online qualifier for the most important event. Like, it's a real shift up for them. And Fnatic without Crims, what an interesting storyline. Borup coming through, getting him back into a high tier team. That's very, very interesting, but Jambo's been super exciting on that squad. So I'm really, really keen to see that game because this new Fnatic looks very, very cool.
And then on the A stream as well, I'll just run through the games that you've got going on over there because, as you said, 500 versus Ents going on right now. This is in no particular order. I'm just having a look just directly on the matchups. But Heroic Parry Vision, Saw versus BetBoom, Astralis versus OG. Like there's some, again, incredible teams that are attending this event, and we are missing a few, obviously. But the fact that you've got this caliber of teams that are playing at the MRQ to then go into just stage one of the major. The new format, I don't know, for me, it's really good because it just means we've got all of the levels of play all competing and ramping up piece by piece by piece, and you can watch these journeys from the very start, from the MIQ all the way to the major final. Who knows? One of these teams that are playing at the MIQ could make the major final, could win the major.
It's definitely possible. Definitely possible. Yeah, I really like the new format. I think it's a lot better. As much as the RMRs are really fun, right? Because of the storylines and the high tension, you kind of do want all of the top teams to be there at the major. And the fact that it's an expanded team list allows this kind of staging, right? Where we do get to have the upset still with the tier 2 teams getting a lot of opportunities to push through in this MRQ and the regional MRQs for every other region. There's still a lot of opportunities to get those really cool underdog storylines, but you still have the stability of, rocking up to the major and Spirit's there, G2's there, Vitality's there, Falcons are there, right? To have all these top squads already there does give you that kind of, okay, it's going to be a very good event. We're going to have all the best teams in the world there. And who is going to be the underdog story this time?
That's the thing. And who's going to be the favourite coming into this? The one thing we haven't done, I suppose, Lucy, is kind of give our own predictions as to who's going to win between our first matchup of Bait versus Metisport, because we've both spoken highly about these two teams. And although I said Metisport are probably going to be slept on, I'm going to sleep on them. I think Bait, the track record they've been on previously, but also what they've looked like at the start of the year, I think they're really scary. So I'd have to edge it to Bait here. The Veto does play a role in it, absolutely does, but they would have been prepared. Like they played 7 maps, they got Inferno for a reason.
Yeah, and they banned Ancient for a reason, right? They knew this could go to Inferno, so that this was by design. In fact, they knew this would go to Inferno. They know that with banning Ancient, that Mirage isn't going to come through, that this is going to be Inferno. So this is all by design from them, I believe. And yeah, I also kind of lean into the Bait camp. I think they've just been playing at a higher consistent level this year so far, and I just enjoy watching them. I think that kind of combination of aggression from players like Kenzizor, and then you've got players like MPL and like Headtrick who are putting out such consistent high-level results. I don't know. It's a very exciting team, and I think the form that they're in for this major qualifier looks way higher than previous ones.
Yeah, I'd say so too. And I think Bait is going to start on the CT side as well, which I think just elevates it further. I feel like Metisport would be more than happy if they were starting CT and sort of get into to feel out Bait's aggression, get into potentially just build into the game. But no, instead, I mean, you got to take the fights on your terms if you're Metisport, but you've got a lot of aggressive modes you can pull out when it comes to banana control for Bait. Also, just one smoke going down top middle, and you're thinking, okay, well, where are they? What's the setup looking like on A? Are they going to go for this app spot? Are they going to split into towards second mid? Are they just holding for us completely? That one smoke that has been meta-defining, that FaZe have been throwing an awful lot, that is now just part and parcel with the Inferno package, it makes it really restrictive. You feel claustrophobic, and Inferno already feels like a claustrophobic map.
Yeah, very excited to see how the banana fight plays out with the change to the incendiary. We've had to see that for a few weeks now, and it feels like it's change to the wideness, right, and how that affects the incendiaries. It feels like it is giving Teaser a bit more aggression, but then I feel like it's not really changed banana as much as I thought it would. I really, really thought it was going to completely change how banana played because the CTs would have less early control. But it doesn't feel like that's being fully exploited yet, at least from what we just saw in PGL and some of the online CS that we've been following. It doesn't feel like there's been a massive shift in the Inferno meta despite that.
All right, well, look, we can jump into it. It's our first game. It's Bait versus Metisport on Inferno. Let's kick off the MRQs. Let's go.
We're into
Straight
the
in.
action. Let's go.
And it's fast. Oh my gosh. Metisport sprinting up top brackets. Two players were looking in immediately, but Isaac just swings the corner and Kenzizor can't escape him. Immediately overwhelmed, but at least MPL was dealt with long.
And the side is completely in control of Metisport. CTs will be here very, very quickly. They'll start to scale up just as that bomb's being planted. Safe backside. The utility thrown long, and the CTs have a lot of control here for this retake. Isaac and Plopsky both been brought down low already. Lumi waiting for the moment to strike. Alex 666 moves forward, looking to clear cold. Can't get past Isaac, who doubles down, triples down. MPL finally answers, but Isaac has had a round, all 5 to kick things off for Metisport.
What a game. What a start. Isaac takes the responsibility, bursts his way up towards top brackets, overwhelms Kenzizor. And what I really like about this from Metisport is that they don't split. You have one player going in towards long, sure, doesn't matter. You go in towards short, you take the space that you just acquired, and then you set up in these really tight post plants. Bait had no kits, they had limited utility. It's common on pistol rounds. And Isaac just destroys them. That is one hell of a way to kick off your journey in the MRQ.
And the immediate force buy-in from Bait, despite losing that round and not really taking down a great deal of T players. I think it was 3 that lived at the end there. Opted to force in a couple of MP9s, some 5.7s, so still fairly threatening.
Can be a little bit dangerous, but at the same time, just the smokes over the top. You've got so much utility, you can just pile drive into B. And also the best bit is you don't need to commit into it. But what you are doing is committing bait in towards the site. A 4th rotation came over, and suddenly Kenzizor, yet again, all alone, needs help, and Isaac is on the other side.
The rotations will start to come now as he's hearing these players move in. He has a decent position to get a kill or two. One, and disengaging is good, will allow his teammates to start to rotate. With the smoke down on long, he has nowhere to go, and Plopsky actually wins out that duel. Revealed in towards the apartments, a 4-on-4. Do you go for this?
I don't think so. If nothing is given over in the next sort of 5 seconds, I feel like you got to call it off. The issue why Bait would want to feel like they can go for this is because they've got all these MP9s, because they've got the 5.7s, close ranges, and they start to creep in. Alex is going to set up a flash, potentially to get these players in, and Isaac is now full blind. Alex now pushes the smoke as well, but it's still Isaac and Hampus in the pit, and Apps combining for even more. There's no time for Alex to try and defuse the bomb, and Metisport survived the scare of the retake again.
Yeah, I think the key part of that is Hampus in the apartments. Because Kenzizor went down there, I don't think they had any info that a player was posted up in Apps, right? They don't see anyone in Boiler, so it's kind of an unknown position until it's too late, and Hampus able to strike from multiple. This smoke gives a lot of room for Alex to scale in, but Hampus given free reign to fire down with that MP9. 2 attempted retakes on that A site. Both of them fall short, leaves Metisport with a 2-0 lead, and Bait forced to eco this one.
And Alex wanting to get aggressive even more. Look, this is the way that Bait will operate. And it's nice, even though, look, it's just pistol and then it was the force buy afterwards, it's nice to see a team actually go for retakes on Inferno. That doesn't happen all that much. Bait is going to be a nice little luxury for us. Double rotate coming over. Gamble stack, which makes sense on the eco. Also, Kenzizor's got control towards Boiler. And confirmation for Essential. Guys, it is B. Come and help me, please.
Will be 4 players over here, in fact. So it's the heavy lean. That molly was not quite what Lumi was looking for. Attempt out the swing. Nothing being given. And this is playing out pretty much how the 2 rounds prior went, where they tried to stack B, goes towards A. That killed MPL. Maybe they are tempted to stick around a little. 40 seconds. Ampus looks to see if anything else is given up. Hedrick's going to rotate around to Coffin. Resmoke goes through. The team sits back top banana. In case he goes down, now they can strike, swinging out wide. Plopsy gets the trade, but Alex hits another. He's the only defender, though, and the 5-7 overwhelmed by Lumi. Double up on that MAC-10. Kenzizor will start to run over, but a bomb site taken, and with Isaac holding, this will be a clean 3-0 start.
What's really cool to see here for Metisport, and what is something they implement quite a lot when you watch their T sides, is how flexible their mid round can be, which is so important on a map like Inferno. But here, as you were saying, we've already seen so many different pivots. Here we saw a fake out of a pivot and then going back into the re-exec in towards the B bomb site. I'm surprised they didn't use the rest of their utility to get in to that B bomb site. They actually just went, okay, do you know what? If Hampers falls, it's fine. We've still got the good trade space. And 3 players start on Banana for bait. They thought about potentially taking the space, but the half-wall progression smoke on Banana is going to be bursted open. And they're stuck now. They're behind that molly, and they can't really go anywhere else. And Adam B is looking for an option over towards short. There's so much pressure being applied by Metisport early in all directions of the map.
In fact, they got stuck behind that molly. It means that the HE just goes straight onto 2 of them. Big chunk of unconfirmed damage early. Yeah, Adam B has a lot of control. Kenzizor has been playing very active towards the apartments in the last few rounds, but this time sitting back towards balcony will actually drop off into pit. And PL rotates over. There hasn't been any follow-up on Banana, so they're actually going to lean a 4th player over towards A. Campus looks to scale long. The smokes are down, Library and Arch to allow this wrap. I think those smokes are just to keep players over that side. And in fact, they will fade now. Hampus waits for a second chance to strike. Smoke will come forward to scale towards Pick. Kenzizor stuck on an island, removed. Hetrick tries to swing in. It's only 1, and the T's overwhelm. Alex had a chance there to maybe fight something back. With him falling, Essential has nothing he can do.
It's beautiful. Again, we spoke about the adaptability of Metisport. Let's take a look at that round, because you see the smoke coming in towards Arch and Library, A wrap. They never wrap long. They never go in towards long. The whole idea is to keep the B rotations out from long in the first instance and to make bait worry. You see Hetrick, he's staring at towards the apartments, and then he has to keep glancing over towards long. The player in towards pit actually moves out and goes in between pit and mini pit to look at long, to have that off angle, and to also have that trade space and try and set up this crossfire on site to deal with the A wrap. And it doesn't happen. Instead, it is just 1 smoke that goes in towards the middle of default. You split through apartments, you isolate this player in towards mini pit. It's exceptional. It's a really clever round, and this is going to be what Metisport have got all throughout, not only the MRQ, but just their T size, this little trickery. There's been a lot, layers of deceit on deceit all throughout the first 4 rounds of play.
Yeah, it was really cool, because all the cities are going to be looking towards long. That's where the focus is. You can see from Hedrick's position, he was kind of, as you were saying, caught between those 2 spots. Kenzizor's playing out wide as well, rather than tucked into one of mini or big pit, because he feels he needs to be able to support long.
Exactly. Like, they needed to have that crossfire. And then suddenly, surprise, you're being split upon from 2 different angles. Even the way Metisport peak that, right? If you want to glaze even further, because 1 comes out a balcony, 1 stands on the van, and 2 are swinging, but they never swing past the point of the long choke point. Everyone is tucked behind that smoke, and then suddenly you got to deal with about 8 different angles. It is horrible. It is a nightmare scenario for bait. And the whole reason why Metisport as well are going for these little tactics where they're faking out 1 position and going to another is because on Inferno, your biggest friend is information. And where Metisport are everywhere and nowhere at the same time, you don't have information. So you have to commit players on towards your bomb site, and you can't move because there's always that element. There's that shrouded doubt in the back of your mind. Are they going to come back to me? If I move, I'm suddenly out of position. I can't do that. I think Bait have had the read correct the majority of these times. It's a little bit counterintuitive to what I'm saying. But even when they've had 4 players on site, 3 at a minimum, they're coming away with, what, 1 kill? It's not enough.
Yeah, Bait have been going for a lot of these gambles, haven't they? But when you flip the dice, it feels like they're loaded anyway for Metisport. Flip dice? Roll dice. Suppose you could flip a die. Got a series of smokes. And again, a gamble. 4 lean A. I wonder if they'll go for maybe a late swing. Isaac is in middle. Edric spotted. Essential was looking to see if he could trade off with the M4, but no further aggression. This should give them an indication that B is going to be the target.
And now you see the smokes coming in. The thing is, Metisport don't always commit with their utility. This time they will. Everyone is in banana, ready and raring to go. Alex needs at least a multi-kill. MPL is here in between the smoke, and it breaks open for Metisport to scale through, but as does MPL. Only 1 kill between these defenders. It's a familiar feeling, and now Bait have got to save.
It's still very scary, isn't it, for Metisport to force through that smoke. MPL arrives just in time to drop it, and he doesn't go for a deep one. It's one that's a bit closer to oranges, so that, you know, if you do blow that and start to scale through, it's going to close back on you in a really uncomfortable spot and give MPL a bit more room to work with in towards pool. But the MP9 can't get anything, does a lot of damage, but, you know, if you had an M4 in that position, very different. The SMG, not good enough. Now you're just saving armor, really, and this M4, obviously. And Central might be able to drop over the AWP. So that could be the change-up that Bait need. Get Hedrick on that sniper. So far, this has been one-way traffic.
It's been incredibly solid Counter-Strike from Metisport. And it's a shame because Alex is set up in that position to at least get 1 kill, at least do the damage, and MPL's that surprise factor. The fact that MPL only gets 1 kill there when he's not on an SMG, for example, it's a shame. It's just all these little things now adding up for Bait where they're thinking, oh, like, if something just changes, maybe the dynamic can shift with Hedrick on the AWP. Peeks deep, sees a player in towards T ramp, but the shot, it just rings off hollow.
And now you know. Now you know that AWP's in play. You're thinking about where he's going to repos to. Up in the apartments with Kenzie Saw, who's close with an MP9. Anubis comes over, so they want to try and engage this apartment setup. A double swing, 1 from each side. The AWP doesn't connect. Kenzie Saw will get the kill, but Isaac takes down both. He is having a phenomenal game. 11 and 1. Now, MPL has slipped into a very cheeky position, but Lumi flies around the corner. So now he's known. Popsy's going to try and hold him off. Bomb goes down, 3 on 3.
And a lot of utility for Alex again. The same with Essential. You can this time molly in towards pit. You can get these tricky corners out of the equation. MPL is going to be a huge piece in this. Bomb already halfway gone. They've got kits. That's not an issue. There goes the first molly, but Hampus will still get the kill on MPL. Finally burned out. But remember, now the time crunch is an issue. Low HP, and Isaac can just stay alive, but not for long. There's just enough time to get this bomb down. Finally, at the 3rd time of asking, Bait get a retake.
No one comes down to MPL. You know, despite the apartment setup failing, you know, both players go down. Hedrick misses the chance. It's a really nice double swing. You can see Isaac, what a transfer. So MPL, unknown in the boiler, slides in from short to try and be that surprise factor, gets his kill, and then it does enough damage onto Hampus to ensure the Molotov trades. Then with Isaac on such little HP, retake comes through. Bait finally get that first round.
And they can have the AWP, which is the important thing. Good timing on that incendiary, and it enables Hedrick to have a little look. In fact, it was MPL swinging so wide, even wider than the AWP. At least there will be a trade. But with MPL being dropped early, and with Isaac gaining now control of the apartments, Metisport look to take map control elsewhere, back in towards B. And Bait were being so passive. At least they've got utility. And Essential might even just swing the corner, but caught off. And Plopsky gets an Essential trade on Alex. Red carpet rolled out for Metisport on B.
Hedrick's going to rotate, but it's just going to be too late. Blow in the smoke, but they've already crossed, already planting, and you're just not in a position to go for this. Kenzie so far away, they have to save.
That's an example right there of Bates' playstyle coming back to bite them just a little bit. I like the reason for MPL swinging wide and going to look into second mid is obviously you hear the tick of the incendiary push Isaac off the balcony, which means they're probably going to go back in towards second mid. But the reason why he goes so wide is because AWPing on Inferno now, you can't just swing willy-nilly. You have to take these really tight sight lines, which is why Headtrick's just holding this deep line on the right-hand side, which is fine. That one's okay. The bit that isn't okay and is a little bit questionable is the fact that we literally spoke about the fact that they didn't go for top banana. They kept all the utility because they were going for this top brackets play, and then they decide just to dry walk in. When they've got all this utility, they could have put down all these smokes. They could have blocked for at least 40 seconds, and instead they just walk in and they get caught completely unawares.
I think especially because you've got that AWP in play over at A, right? Like, you don't need to go for that info play right now, or at least not dry.
No.
But shout out Lumi for the 2 kills he gets, right? He wins out that duel against MPL. That's a bit easier said than done. You know, MPL is quite the fragger. Lumi winning that duel is huge, getting the opener, and then also just holding the line ready for a player to potentially be at an off angle. And he gets that first kill cleanly, allows Plopsky to trade him out, and gives that B side over. Now he gets the AWP. On the T side, he knows Headtrick saved that one as well, so he'll be anticipating the AWP will be posted somewhere early for the CTs.
Just another example of it right there is just Headtrick not going for a deep peek, instead just looking towards second mid, and now he's relocated. Double long setup. Sensiel and Alex remain in this tucked passive line that they've been electing to go for more often than not. And for Metisport, it feels like they're just going to take the space in towards top banana, block this half-wall utility, which will be a nuisance to bait. They can then drop the smokes in towards long and short, and then have options. That's the most important thing for this T side, is they've always got options.
That's the same smokes that go towards Arch and to Library, so Headtrick will have an opportunity to fight forward here. He'll get his kill, swinging around the corner, finishes off the second, but so many players overwhelming from long, leaves Kenzizor in a very difficult spot. He peeks out from pit, which he's going to be forced to. It's straight into the scope, set up perfectly by Metisport. And now Essential, he has so little to do. Just saving the AWP is the only objective. But this is going to be a 7-1 lead on the T side.
What a moment there. What a Molotov. You know what you're thinking? Yeah, Brandon, he's just mollied in towards pit. He did, but he threw the molly on the right-hand side, and therefore it's going to spread more to his left, which forces him into the Lumi peak. It's that slight little micro. It's that attention to detail. And I really like the idea here for Metisport to go back in towards that long wrap and actually go long. Because you can see that the immediate jiggle out of the corner from MPL, because he's thinking, no, are they doing this again? Is it actually going to be the commitment? And Headtrick was in such an exposed angle. He did so well to get 2 kills here. But the fact that MPL just swings because he's seen this set of smokes before, and he's concerned that they're going to go in towards short, this time Metisport commit off it.
Another situation where MPL, where you're expecting him to win out one of these duels, can't quite get it done on the wide swing. So peeking into 3 players is going to be difficult. Trick starts over to B this time. That's the variation. Kenzizor gets good information early. Headtrick going to be put to the test. Lumi's on the other side of this as he peeks around. Doesn't quite hit the target, but no trade. Gets legged down. Whole barrage of utility putting Essential on notice, but he'll be okay. So it's just damage given to bait. They do retain control.
Good timing on that smoke. Just in towards half wall. They really want to fight B here, Metisport. Essential just holding for a boost. You got Alex here as well. another recycle of this smoke. Just keeping Metisport at bay and keeping them in the dark of how much presence is here. Flash through straight away, turned from both. It's Alex and Essential, but again, the B players can only find 1 kill. It's not enough.
Essential is so low as well, and to play such a committed angle, like, you need to have the element of surprise there, but they just pop around the corner. He doesn't get a chance to respond. Metric had already rotated. Metisport are calling rings around Bait right now. It doesn't feel like they're making a single wrong call.
No, you're completely in the right there, but also the confidence is shining through them as well. Just to go for that pop play, because I was going to compliment a lot about the smoke that Bait are using at the half wall there, and you're seeing it a lot with teams. And the reason for blocking off access to half wall is because it just means Metisport can't line up mollies from this area. Can't line up all the smokes. Yes, you can throw the CT one behind the half wall, but you can't do a proper B exec from in the middle of banana, and then you've got to clear all these little angles. It is time wasting, and you're layering the amount of space that can be generated. Metisport, again, in this mid-round, they back all the way off. After they see that second smoke, they come back in. Hampus says, do you know what, we can just pop through this smoke. There isn't going to be any further utility that can restrict us, and they're not going to expect us just flashing over and sending 2 players through to their deaths. This is getting out of control for Bait very, very quickly.
Yeah, what's interesting, right, is that, I mean, this is very much being dictated by the T side. Metisport are the ones that are setting the tone, they're setting the pace in all of these rounds. But why that's interesting is that Bait made the decision to send this to Inferno. Sure, they didn't pick the map, but they are the ones that banned Ancient, letting Inferno through, knowing that's the most likely choice for Metisport into this veto. So it's surprising to me that they're the ones that are being pulled around. They're the ones that are looking like they can't come up with the idea to counter Metisport. Because it felt like they wanted it to go here.
They've only got a couple of options left as well, not only when it comes to the rounds available on CT, but when it comes to aggressive setups. You see, again, we've now got the AWP on B, dash your variants. We've tried double apartments for Bait, double long, double pit, all of these different things. I think what's actually been the most interesting is that Bait haven't been the most aggressive because they've had to respect Metisport because of all of the little tricks that the Hampus has been pulling out. And it's that early conditioning in the first 2-3 rounds that has completely denied Bait doing what they do best, getting aggro and taking fights.
See, this round Metisport were anticipating an aggressive play. They were holding back in the second mid, sitting back in the T side of Boiler, waiting to see if the CTs would go for that second mid crunch, would go for some sort of aggressive
This timing
lurk.
is horrible. This timing is absolutely horrible. Alex pulls his knife out, and Headtrick was walking across the choke fire as well, and Hampus just destroys them. It's a pure contact playing towards B, and again, Bait caught unaware.
I just don't know what's going on. MPL kids are essential. Like, what happened? Alex doesn't have the answers. Caught with his pants down.
Yeah, look, Essential needed to rotate there because you've got 3 players starting at Banana. Hedrick holding. Bait were expecting something aggressive as well, and it didn't happen. It did, just not in the manner in which you expected it to happen. So Essential rotates all the way back over towards Library. He's doing a good job of getting these exits to try and spare some blushes here for Bait when it comes to their economy. Plopsky's in towards Apps. But yeah, because he rotated, they then thought, oh, we can try and set this up. There's no one here. Plopsky has just got rid of Kenzizor and MPL. That's horrible.
Brutal.
And yeah, they've got money. Yeah, they've got loss bonus. But the morale just sinks even more. It is decimation. It's a complete outclassing. And it's that experience. It's Hampus completely destroying Bait inside out.
Yeah, loss bonus has a point where it caps out, but morale loss doesn't. It just keeps falling.
Tell you what, it's currently a blowout here, but also on the A stream. Ents are winning 10-2.
Not what I anticipated. I mean, I anticipate the Ents victory, but not so dominant. And same story here. Campus just walks up and almost takes down 2. Adam B can't deal with the second player. Not anticipating 4 players top middle, but it's still even trades. In fact, it's less than even because Essential is so low after those duels. But this push from Kenzizor, that could be the difference. Finally, for the first time, an aggressive stance taken by Bait.
He's holding for it.
Now, Kenzizor's got it. Isaac wasn't anticipating that side.
Ooh.
This is the first time I feel we've seen a man advantage.
Yeah, even a few rounds ago when it was that A-Rap and it was a 3 versus 3, it's like, that actually feels like a favourable position. A 3 versus 3 and even steading. Finally something, Bait. They cannot let this slip. The danger you've got is that Kenzizor is in pit and both players are coming from apps and he's got a lot of angles under his responsibility. Essential and Alex do not move. How's this timing? It was pretty good for Kenzizor, but Plopsky just annihilates him. A bomb site open. 2 versus 2 retake needed for Bait.
Yeah, the problem playing Big Pit there is there's so many angles you have to worry about, and if they catch that timing where they get out onto the balcony, suddenly your fight does not feel good. And now you've got Lumi posted up. There is an incendiary, but can Essential even get on the line to throw it? Lumi's going to be in a good spot to deal with the swing. Flashbang's great, though. Gets him off. Now he knows at least one is scaling. The incendiary comes through. He repositions. A crossfire setup with Cold. And Plopsky from above rains down terror. Despite Bait having the advantage, it's Metisport that come out on top.
I really enjoy the way Metisport have played these rounds now because we've seen the evolution of this T side, because it was wielding a lot with utility and throwing in a lot of misdirection. Insane shots from Plopsky. But also, in this round in particular, and the one previously, it's pure contact. It's now catching Bait off guard. You're actually not going to know our next move completely because we're not dropping any of this utility. They played that 2v3 perfectly. They took the space back off Kenzizor, and then they contacted back through. Look at Hampus. Oh, maybe not for long. Alex, finally. I think that's the first time Bait have got a kill on Banana all half.
Yeah, and Hampus known kind of for being very aggressive at times. That's the first time we've seen him get up to that kind of trademark, pushing a smoke, being a nuisance maneuver, and Bait were ready for it this time. So letting it off in that final round of the half. Oh, the swing out from MPL. There is a flashbang, but he was not anticipating them that close. So a kill given back immediately. Was that information play necessary? Kenzizor looking for one of his own. Oh, so many players back turn. The MP9 gets one. He can fall back, comms that over, a rotate comes through to CT.
And Hedrick's in a good spot because you probably won't expect mini pit.
Oh,
maybe
you do.
You do. Oh, Miss Molly. So that means the Hedrick can get the frag, and then Essential could come in from library. Finally, the gears start turning in the right direction for Bait. Essential will close it. It's a second round. It's something. It's anything for Bait. But 2 rounds it is not enough on your CT side. Who knows? Maybe it could be, but the way Metisport are playing right now, it's lights out.
No, this is just a complete dismantling by Metisport, a masterclass of T-side calling. So many of these rounds, it just felt like Campus was fully in their head. Even this one could have fallen apart. The advantage was there from that first kill, but MPL swings out, gives up his life. It's just that no one's looking back to see that second boiler player. We talk about the T-side meta, but 10 rounds is a little unprecedented. Checking out his medals.
That's got to be one of the best T-side infernos I've watched in a very long time. Just the way that it was broken down. It was so systematic. There was so many different moving pieces going on, and it completely negated Bait from playing the way that Bait wanted to play. That round that they just won right at the very end of that first half, that's been the most Bait round I think we've seen all game, by far. And it's such a shame. But it also goes to the credit of Metisport and Hampus for the way that they just executed it, because everything they wanted to do, they pulled it off flawlessly. Isaac getting an ace on the pistol also helps out quite a lot.
Yeah, that really set the tone, I feel, for how this would play out. Yeah, everyone's been delivering. I mean, Isaac obviously has been phenomenal. Plopsky, we've seen multiple moments. I think the player that I thought we'd see a bit more of on Inferno in particular, that we haven't necessarily, has been Adam B. He's just not been needed, really. The odds are not looking good for Bait either.
That's really damning. I mean, expected. Provided by 1xBet. I mean, Metisport are definitely looking like the favourites. Now, I shouldn't have slept on them. I shouldn't have said Bait. But who knows? Isaac already sees a number of players crossing in towards the apartments. Lumi can just jiggle. Bait, one destination in mind. This A bomb site.
Rotation will start to come, but it will be a little late, you feel.
That smoke miss.
Maybe there is a gap. Isaac does get run down by Kansas or Adam B under pressure from every direction. And yeah, there is a gap, but it's not going to matter. Already, everyone's falling. And in fact, the gap just gives Alex room to work. So on the T side, finally, some success from the aggression. The Hampus and Plopsky, a retake that they're not even going to go for. Keeping the armor and smokes feels more valuable.
If they had a kit, maybe. You could argue, oh, Hampus might go for something a little bit tricky. Instead, he's just looking for kills on the way out. He fires off one shot. He thinks, you know what? I'm out of here. And you're right. Save that Kev. Save the smoke. It all adds up. It's a harsh world that we live in for the CT economy.
If neither of them takes damage, that's $350 for head armor. That is no longer $350 because the bomb site explosions on Inferno are ridiculous.
This was a brute force approach from Bait. This was, we are just going to fight everything and everyone. Of course, there'll be a force for Metisport. You got so many rounds to play with. You got a 7-round buffer. Makes sense.
Adam B with the CZ.
Gross.
CC gamer. 5-7 as good as it is, why would ya? This is very fast, that smoke. I don't think
All
it's
the
meant to
util.
go there.
He's got a little nest, Hampus, in his collection of smokes, mollies. I think he's got an extra molly on the floor, and he's got 2 more smokes, in addition to the one he's got in his pocket.
Yep, he's got a full cache. So they're really hoping they can send 8 over towards A. It's going to go way too deep.
I like this idea, though, because he's trying to promote that there's more than obviously just him here. But typically you see players just drop the smokes continuously. He's dropped so much util and more, and it doesn't matter. CT Incendiary, no one cares anymore.
Thinking maybe they'd throw down a CT smoke as well and wouldn't quite run through that incendiary and he'd have some time to be a nuisance, but no. Okay, the CZ's in the one place where he feels like maybe he can do something. Actually, you know what? Inferno is maybe the map where the CZ is viable. Because there's just so many, especially on the A side, so many different little nooks that you can tuck into.
Not this time. Doesn't matter about removing the CZ. What matters is the fact that you are removing the Kevlar. Isaac Plopsky will just about hold on. Yeah, Hetrick won't quite go around that corner. It's all right. A good start for the first time in this map as well. Bait get back-to-back rounds, which is not a very nice thing to say, but it's just the reality of the situation. An eco now for Metisport. In a blink of an eye, they can at least get to half the score that Metisport have propped up.
$500 have done the same ends. Despite one-sided first halves, we are having some comebacks on both streams. He's MP9. Flash forward, finds success. In fact, doubles down with the SMG. Under pressure now, will be run down, and Head Trick cleans up the trade too. That was the biggest threat into this round. I think with both those kills, Bait decide they want to continue and taking this space. There are rotations here, but it's a USP and a scout, and with the smoke down, you're not anticipating further damage. Or shown that they can catch you off guard. No scout tag. Isaac does have armor and has slinked through. A decent little timing. Shadow spotted, can't convert. That would have been the kill that gave Metisport a chance to upset this round. But now it's just about doing damage.
Any tags? Okay, 1. And these are relevant because the bomb's going to explode. You feel like if you head trick here, you got to go in towards CT. Nice shot out of Lumi. He's going to get killed by Alex, you will feel it, in the next couple of seconds. But instead, Alex just shoots over at Library. So, no. Lumi will have a Galil. It does get scary. It gets very scary. But then you look at what's behind Plopsky, and it's nothing. Everything is okay. Crisis averted for Bait.
Upgrading Scout to a Galil's good, though, and those kills from Plopsky give him everything he needs into this. You do get an AWP as well, so we will have that out. 3 lean B early. Just to assert the control. Deep smoke in banana. Plopsky
Nice nade.
eats that. Ouch.
It will trade that, though. It will trade 45 damage for all the info that Banana is clear, because it just promotes this 4-player lean on A. And it means that Hampers can get tucked in behind default. Isaac can keep nestling on these little horrible angles between the van. Now, Bait can go back. That's the caveat. But there is this internal timer on Metisport as well, where they'll feel like they need to go looking for more info. Plopsky will be the catalyst of this, and he now sees them running up B. I need rotates. And NPL's in a good spot to maybe catch out some of these players moving forward.
Isaac wins that duel. That's messy. Now Adam
Now
B.
that forces them B.
He's not known. He swings out, loses out to Alex. That's going to keep players over at A. Plopsky does still have a considerable amount of utility, but he is all alone. And at half HP, he has a lot that he needs to do. The full exec coming through. That's smoke ahead of him. He'll flash in front of it and try and play around. I don't know if that's landing where it was meant to. He's now given a line to fight forward. Only good for 1, but that's kept things even. Moving with the AWP, can't spam through. He just holds to see if someone does get boosted up. The bomb site is breached and bomb planted.
It's a reset that they're going to look to go for, maybe. Even with Isaac so low, a swing in towards Coffins. The trade spacing is good enough. 2 versus 2. With low HP on Alex and Isaac, you feel like it's an even fight. Isaac will now swing the corner first and catch off Essential. Now it is all onto Alex. He's got the Galil. Time ticking. And for Alex, he calls the bluff. He's going to swing until the last possible moment. Bomb denied. Lumi needs to get this kill in the next second and can't do it. Alex plays it perfectly. And Bait are hanging on. This comeback story has now got legs to it.
A lovely little play there from Alex. Doesn't reveal himself. Bomb's not planted for him. It's planted basically for Banana and CT with that wide plant. Knows at times in his favor and plays that to perfection.
I'll tell you what, for all of the praises we've been singing in Metisport and how methodical they've been, that round was completely in isolation. That round was everyone peeking one by one. That Adam B swing off of info felt unnecessary, especially because you got the kill in top brackets with MPL. A rotation started to come over, but as you said, the fact that Adam B went down meant that they had to remain over at A.
And that player you didn't kill ended up clutching the round.
Exactly. You start to get worried now if you're Metisport. The alarm bells aren't ringing yet, but there is that sense of dread. 10-6, limited money. We lose this. We were winning 10-2. We had an 8-round buffer, and suddenly it's now 4. And this next round, 3. And we know what the CT economy is like. It can be devastating.
5 in a row from Bait from that 10-1 scoreline. Yeah. Starting to finally arrive in the server. This has been a very time-sensitive round. It's going to come down to the last moments, and they don't have a HE to burst through this. They just have to go off the flashbangs. Hampus and Plopsky in position to receive. Hampus flies through, takes down 3. Plopsky by his side, but it's Hampus with the saved AK doing all of the work and winning this round. This was the easy one, a half buy into it, but time, such an issue. They don't have anything to clear that late smoke. And they flash through to their doom.
Yeah, that's the issue. The fact that there's no HE for that smoke. Because I don't mind playing the round out because it's as slow as they did, but Hampus just takes matters into his own hands. I love the way the site player in Isaac operates as well. And he's one of those players that you just want to watch again and again and again because he does his role so superbly. Even in that moment, he knows that if he just hides behind the fountain, if he just takes even the slightest amount of attention after these flashbangs, Hampus is going to succeed. And the flashbang was so good out of Hampus, conjoined actually with Bait's team flashes over the top, that they're just running in towards Pit helplessly. They're just hoping that no one has gone through that CT smoke. There are actually 2 players behind Hampus when he got those kills.
Yeah, I think those flash plays through the CT smoke, they always feel like the thing that you can't wait to do and just pull it off because it looks so cool. You feel great because you win the round, as Hampus just did. But there's so many technical elements to pulling that off. Like, he throws his own flash, but not only does he have to avoid the right-click upwards throw he does, he has to avoid all the flashes that Bait through at the same time. So he's kind of looking down, flicking up. You can see how wild his spray is as he comes out, but he converts it. Converts the round. Finally, they slow down Bait after this slew of 5 rounds on the trot. And it doesn't look pretty for Bait's eco. We've got a Tech 9 in play. Galil as well.
And the AWP. That's the most surprising thing here, especially with this mishmash of an arsenal. You're letting Headtrick be that difference maker. Kenzie's all Tech 9. Lumi with a sniper of his own, just holding the line in towards long. Will be tested. But is it one he wants to fight? He does. Take the first. I thought there'd be another flashbang for him, but there isn't. Instead, Headtrick will trade out. And now this wrap is coming in. Metisport are squeezed.
Lumi feels uncomfortable, but he's the one fragging out. Oh, Lumi putting some discomfort onto Bait. Headtrick will get one back, but it's only him on the side. Glock rains through for 1. That's given him a chance. But the bomb is out towards long. Plopsky in towards the library, drops the incendiary, forces Headtrick forward, and it's straight into his crosshair. Great shots out of Lumi. A moment of brilliance to get Metisport 12.
Yeah, it's actually just Bait that feel all the pressure. And this is why I actually commented on the surprise of Headtrick having the AWP in that scenario. Because you're going for a long wrap. You're also trying to get him on the line. Sure, to peek Pit, fine. But if he gets thrown into a clutch here, it's going to be so tricky. If he had an AK there and he pushes through the molly, you feel like he's got more of an even fight on towards Plopsky. Design of that round, a little bit mismanaged from Bait, but Lumi up to the job. MPL has just run through long. He's in CT. Adam B, knife out, thinking, hang on, why are you there?
No.
And he still gets the kill anyway. It is a disaster for Bait, and it keeps getting worse.
That's so crushing. MPL has such a crazy timing. You think he's won the round? Or at least removes Adam B and causes disruption. Alex will slide through and get that kill. So he's still going to be a nuisance at a very odd point of the game. Picks up an M4. Hampus is going to go looking. He's got the freebie. Alex was caught between which way he wanted to hold. Isaac, oh, same situation. Leads it to Lumi. He's getting pincered. Stepped up in the pressure moment before and good shot onto Essential. The Apps player comes through. And all picked up. Smoke goes down. Bomb to be planted.
But the AWPs on Kenzizor are not on Headtrick this time. Headtrick just tucks himself in towards the site. Hampus and Plopsky group, they want to play this together. They've got no disruptive utility to get Kenzizor out of the pit. So it's going to be flashes, it's going to be a smoke to block him off, but they've also blocked themselves off. And now Kenzizor's only really got one angle to look at. It is in towards the apartments. Hampus is hoping that he can just grab this kill quite quickly. A miss shot out of Kenzizor confirms the location, and Hampus will annihilate. Headtrick just needs to live, and he does better than that. He kills Plopsky, and he keeps bait in this game.
Yeah, a little 1v2 there from Headtrick in the end. Big kill. Up onto the Apps, onto Hampus. A tricky angle to be fighting in. Hampus had the read on that position after such a nice kill onto the pit player. This round looked like it was going to be a disaster after MPL goes down early, and then Alex is found out. He only gets that one frag, but Isaac just didn't anticipate a third player arriving long at that timing. So many moments where players were shot in the back in that round on both sides.
I think it's a really good decision for Bait to go long in that moment, because Isaac, the reason why he spins there is because he just thinks maybe Hampus is going to push in towards Arch, maybe Hampus has got the cross, the comms just slightly off there, and Bait just takes the space back off them immediately. A lot of damage has been applied to Kenzizor. You wouldn't hate him to swap out his firearm with MPL, sort of give MPL the AK because he's on 100 HP. Remember, Bait cannot make a mistake. They've done 5 rounds in a row before, but consistently being reduced to minimal on your weaponry is making every single round excruciating.
Taking top mid. Not about it. Anubis going to have Hampus by his side shortly, so they can do a double setup out towards long. No molly to disrupt. In fact, they're just going to swing around. The Tech 9 makes that tricky, but Adam B baited in perfectly. Has that moment to shine and takes down 2. Gives himself the bomb. Headtrick should trade this. He gets brought down low and loses his teammate. A 1 versus 2 with 25 seconds, or Bait will drop this opening game. Has to make the gamble to go towards B. Plopsky has rotated off, so Headtrick will get the space to plant.
Will he, though? Because he doesn't have a smoke for the cross. So he has to just run over and can't do it. Plopsky will catch him, and Metisport, off the back of a good T-side, go 1-0 in the MRQ.
Yeah, huge win from Metisport. It felt like it could have been a bit more dominant with that 10-2 scoreline. Felt like they were just absolutely running rings around Bait. We did get to see that resurgence on the T side from Bait, which was good to see for their run here in the MRQ. But Metisport, a well-deserved win.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the good news for Bait is that for the next best of 1, you didn't get completely blown out of the water. And that did happen in Shanghai for the RMRs. They sort of got decimated. They were playing Spirit, of course, but that really affected their confidence. So the fact that you're able to build it back in there, make it look competitive quite a lot in moments is important. But with that being said, you've got to give a lot of credit to the way Metisport played that. That T side, I said earlier, one of the best Inferno T sides I've seen in a very long time in Tier 2. Hampus calling rings around MPL, every single player being incredibly consistent, and just every decision was just spot on. Every single player was making the right moves, and you can just see it just harmonizing. It was really clever to see from Metisport. A thoroughly deserved win. They move 1-0, and look, you win one more best of 1, then you got all the BO3s try and qualify through to the major.
Yeah, absolutely. A brilliant game from Metisport. Everyone delivering at different moments, and yeah, huge props to Plopsky and to Isaac in particular for their different Moment started with an ace and ends with a Metisport victory. They go 1-0. That is just our first game of the day. We have 3 more opening best of ones to bring you. And we'll get into that second one not too long after this break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. One expert.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. One expert.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Welcome back. Our second matchup for the MRQs is about to get underway, Lucy, on the B stream. Big versus 9 Pandas, which is a really interesting matchup because you've got a difference in stylistic clash. You've got the methodical, sort of heavy game planning from Big, and then you've got the craziness and the unpredictability out of 9 Pandas.
Yeah, this should be on paper a confidence builder for Big, but it's that unpredictability that's really hard to account for. And I think particularly for 9 Pandas, it's not just unpredictability in their play style, but it's unpredictability in this roster, right? We saw there we the 5 players. Moon pictured as that 5th. They've played a couple of series with him in the last couple of days, but this is a team that hasn't got a proper 5th signed player. It's a team that's kind of learning who the 5th is going to be. They play with all sorts of stand-ins throughout this year. Moon was been the AWP the last couple of days, but they had Chiron for a while standing in. They had Alv at the start of the year. They've gone all over the shop trying to find this 5th AWPer. I think even Shalfie was AWPing for a moment. So yeah, all over the place. But Moon does look like a good player for at least this event.
Yeah, he's really solid. We've been playing in Tier 2, Tier 3 for about a year or so now, and had a stand-in with 9 Pandas. Actually, in about February, he played a couple of ECL games for them. And then, you're right, they were experimenting with Chiron. They tried 5 rifles, and everyone has a go on the AWP if they feel like it. And it was really weird, and it felt uncomfortable. And it can't really operate like that. I think what's interesting with Moon is that he's somewhat of a known quantity if you are deep in the trenches of Tier 2, Tier 3 CS, which I very much am, so I can give you a lot of context into Moon. But what's nice is they have now got this definitive AWPer. Shalfie's in-game leading, I think, really lends to having that as well. Moon as a player is pretty aggressive, and it blends in really nicely with 9 Pandas. We'll touch on them a little bit more in a moment because I want to speak about Big. And the caveat and the argument I actually had coming into this with not really knowing who was going to play for 9 Pandas was that Hyped could potentially have a field day. And I really like the reintroduction of Hyped here. Was on Big Academy, came into Big for a little bit, didn't work out, so then went and got more experience. And Tabson said in multiple interviews when he picked up Hyped that last time he wasn't that vocal. This time, he understands that this has to be his responsibility. And I think it would be confidence of having these newer players that are also younger around him, the likes of JDC, the likes of QB. It feels like this project is being built from the ground up. It really, you can draw a lot of parallels to this team at Metisport in a lot of ways, not only in the way that they play, but also in the way that they've structured and they've gone about approaching building their roster.
Yeah, it's just been a bit of a struggle this year, though. It's taken them time to build that up, right? I think their only kind of real notable result was second place in Yellow Compass. They lost to Eklot in the grand final, but they've had some chances in Tier 1 where, to be fair, they've done okay, right? They beat Dead Saw at the time, Blast. They beat Heroic to make it to the main Katowice event, which was pretty cool, and then even almost made playoffs in Cluj-Napoca. So they've kind of been pushing, but haven't quite been able to get over the line in any of these events. And I think what worries me a little bit more is, despite some good results on those lands and things, when it comes to the tier 2 events, in CCTs, in closed qualifiers, events where you play a lot of high pressure games against tough tier 2 opponents, that's where they've been struggling. And that's exactly what type of event this MRQ is.
I think it's because it comes down a lot to the amount of officials they've been playing at this level, but also just in general for the year. You take a look at Nine Pandas, and yeah, they're in flux because they are making this roster change. They're trying to figure out their best fit. But look at the amount of games they've played in contrast to Big. And Big's always been like this. So they do enter a lot of online tournaments, but it's always not a lot of reps, and then they burn out really early, so they don't continue to have these reps. At least they've had a good blend this year of online and LAN. I think that is definitely going to help give the confidence and the morale up, and knowing what it means to potentially make the major is so important. We've got a head-to-head we can bring up as well, and for these two players in JDC and Dilladez, you look at these guys as potential talismans for their team. Dilladez last year was unplayable in moments for Nine Pandas. You think about the run they went on in the RMR at Copenhagen, the fact that they did make the major and unfortunately couldn't, and then you go into Shanghai. Same deal. Dilladez, big game player. We spoke his name a lot in the Tier 2 scene about how important he is. JDC, we know the output he can provide. The issue is that in moments, they go missing. They've been missing at the start of this year. And for these two teams, if they want the shot at making the major, these two players on your screen, respectively for each teams, need to have a strong event.
It's really cool seeing JDC in this big lineup because he's really become the star that we kind of knew he was capable of. I think what's wild is that between him and Hype, they're taking, 50% of opening attempts, and they're actually more successful than not. So the big question to me is, why aren't they winning when they're so successful and finding openers? And I think a big conversation point about this big team is Crimbo. This guy was the superstar of this team 2 years ago. And we were still kind of getting it out of him last year, but it really feels like he's been struggling this year. I don't even know if he's got a positive rating this year, like in terms of like on average, like he's really been struggling to find that form that he once had. And I think if he was in that superstar form that we know he was, and you've got JDC as such a star opener, those two pieces, that should be enough in a lot of ways to get you through many of these games. But yeah, that's been a big concern for him because it does feel like his current iteration, it's a bit of ghost-like.
It is a little bit. We can have the Veto rolling across the screen just whilst we finish this point, but I think Crimbo's a victim to just roster change and role substitutions as well, and I don't actually think that all the blame can go on him. But you're right, like there is an individual in there. He just needs to be unlocked. Veto rolling across the screen, decider of Mirage. To be honest, very expected between these two teams. Both these teams love Mirage quite a lot. I will say the last time I saw Big play Mirage, they were winning. No, sorry, they were losing 12-1. It went into OT, then it went into double OT, then it went into triple OT, and they lost. But they did get that comeback, but they didn't win.
It's actually really funny because the last time Nine Pandas played Mirage, it went to quad OT, I think, against Metisport. That was only the other day in Yala. So both these teams have been getting their reps in on Mirage lately. I think it was, the most likely outcome here. For Nine Pandas, they would have been happy with Dust 2 as well, but Big have long fallen from being that kind of dominant Dust 2 team that they once were many moons ago. So Mirage, I think they're very happy with where this has gone. This is about as good a ground for both these teams as you could hope for an even fight. And I think this is a map that leans well to Nine Pandas' playstyle with those kind of very aggressive aimers that they have. I think they can get up to a lot of different maneuvers here. It promotes a lot of chaos, a lot of different flashy plays you can make. I think what I'm most excited to see here is the Moon versus Hyped head-to-head because this is such an AWPing map. And I haven't really had a chance to see Moon, especially not in this lineup. So I'm really keen to see what he can deliver.
Yeah, I don't actually remember too many games of Moon or Mirage, I know you would have played it like an awful lot, but whenever I think of Moon, actually, I think of Dust 2, I think of Anubis. So it's kind of in line with the similar play style of maps. But hyped on this map, I can tell you a lot about. He is so dynamic right now. I think I've really enjoyed watching his confidence build, and you can actually see it in his play style because he is going for a lot of these opening kills, as you said, sort of sharing the workload with JDC. But he's doing it on his terms. I feel like the positioning that Hyped has, especially on CT side, the rotations he makes is exceptional. And I'm really excited to sort of see another Hyped performance and to get hyped for him quite literally, because this big team, again, I do class them, we saw that parallels to Metisport. I do put them in the same sort of bracket as them, where it's like a sleeper team that definitely has got the potential to make it through to the major. Obviously made the major last time, looking to do it again here. And for me, even though it's a little bit of a rogue shout because it has been turbulent, I think because they've now got this experience of being on LAN and playing together, having the experience online as well, and having a really decent deep run in the tournament, which doesn't really happen that often for big so much anymore. I think that definitely plays into their wheelhouse. And Mirage was going to be the expected veto. They would have been prepping for this. It doesn't matter if it was going to be with Chiron for 9 Pandas or it was going to be with Moon. I feel like you still put Hyped in the conversation for having the benefit of that head-to-head. And the only way 9 Pandas can make this tricky is if they play disruptive CS. But guess what? That's the obvious answer. So they have to come up with a new game plan because Big are going to be prepared for it.
Yeah, I think Big will be ready for the type of playstyle that 9 Pandas bring through. It is that chaotic, disruptive CS. And yeah, Big, the complete polar opposite, as you've kind of put forward. And you feel like they're going to have all the structure in place to find success here. They've got the name value. Sure, it's not been, the best run this year, but there's still a team when you look at the whole squad of different rosters that are here at this MRQ, they're one we expect to, if not go through, at least be kind of in that 2-2 conversation, right? And in the best of ones, sure, this is where that upset can happen. But yeah, I feel like they're going to be coming into this feeling confident, and this is a confidence booster for them. 9 Pandas, I think, given this turbulence around their 5th, they are maybe the most unlikely team to get through. But it's that unpredictability that's the big concern.
Absolutely. Let's get into this match then. We don't have to wait any longer. Mirage, Big versus 9 Pandas. Let's see who's going to win. I'll tell you what, I agree with what you're saying with the 9 Pandas thing, and Big should be fine. But they are slow starters. They are very slow starters sometimes. And we're not live, I don't think.
It's an even slower start then. So get a little DC, a little false start. On the A stream, Braden, Heroic versus Paravision. That one's taking place on Ancient. That's a very exciting game as well. Paravision, obviously, with Jame. I think this squad is, really, really exciting. They've had some pretty decent runs of form lately. They've had some big wins in the last month or two, even beating out Big not too long ago in a 2-0. So I think they're a team that many would maybe put forward as a potential upsetter. And Heroic, there is definitely a lot of excitement here in that squad with some Piers, Xfloud, very explosive player Tania, who has slid into this roster and I think surprised me with how well he adapted to this lineup. But they are still a team that I think hasn't quite found that consistency yet. And again, I think kind of like Big, you think that they can get through, but it's can they deliver on the promise?
And it's games like this actually that sort of test your resilience. The thing with MRQ and especially the teams that are appearing here is a lot of them will pose different problems. And I'm really excited to see where Big lie. You really want them to get off to a good start. Let's be honest. Like, you want them to do well. You kind of do. I always root for them in the back of my mind because it's been a long time coming for Tabson, and to see him have a continued success would be very beautiful to watch. This is confirmation that we are actually live. In comes the smoke straight in from this A site. Moon baited in brilliantly. The shots, though, are missing. But at least he's alive, but only for a moment. Kyubi and Crimbo trading in, but Xiaofi is deleting everyone. Just slip through that connector smoke. Suddenly it's a 3 versus 2. Yes, the bomb goes down, but can they hold on?
Dildas has a kit. He is low, but they're scaling quickly. Xiaofi already moving forward. Sees the player at default, but Crimbo found that first kill. And Xiaofi will connect. Result, in fact, actually hits both headshots. So 9 Pandas quick on the response to the A hit. Xiaofi and Result combine for a double each, and they take the pistol.
Yeah, play that really well because Big were trapped. And you've got to sort of fight them in that moment. You can't allow them to get out. And that's exactly what Result and Xiaofi did after this exceptional double by the in-game leader. They just pushed the issue. They make Big feel very trapped, and they have to fight their way out, which means they're double peeking, and the trade spacing is not there. Clever retake, and even the little bait and switch it in from Triple, even though the Big got the kill, was enough to slow them down. It was enough disruption to get Xiaofi in.
That is the issue with going for the jungle control A hit, is that it's easier for the CTs to respond. Result will see them coming, drops his defensive smoke, has Xiaofi in short to help him out. It's a wild spray out, but he'll get the kill. Xiaofi chimes in for one of his own. The M4's doing work until Crimbo and Hyped hit a shot apiece, but Hyped left alone. Great eagle shot, gives him a chance. He's heard that player scaling out, knows one is in short, but not ready for the off angle. It's Crad that delivers, and it's a second round conversion.
Yeah, nice from 9 Pandas as well. Yes, you do get that couple of kills coming in from Hyped, but even in that 2 versus 1, we're looking out for things that are really impressive. And here you've got the slowdown. You don't have the immediate swing. You don't have the 1-by-1. You don't give Hyped any chance to win that because we know his mechanical ceiling is so high. And it's just that slowdown. It's Crab moving over towards that right-hand side of sight, and then it's the double swing yet again in from 9 Pandas. Good fundamentals on display, and Adidades goes for a little bit of an exploring towards top mid. There's nothing in the piggy bank for Big in this round. It is just pistols, and Adidades is hungry.
Should be Crad getting hungry, to be honest. It's a need to get the first kill. That's on to GDC in the apartments. I think one thing I like about this matchup is that on both squads, we've got smiling faces. You know, I feel like so many of the sort of pictures that players get for their little icons here, you can see QBs there. They're always doing the serious gamer poses, but we've got some big grins on both sides, which is really nice to see. It's only Crimbo that's serious mode. Fairly serious, but you know. I think there's a bit of joy to that.
Like, it's certainly going to be happy. That's the main thing. 3-0 start. And just to kind of give you even more context, right? I said the last time I saw Big on Mirage was the game against Parry Vision where they were losing. I think it was actually 12-1 and they went into OT. That was the last official they played. That was a month ago. So they've been a long time workshopping and cooking, but for 9 Pandas, they've been playing an awful lot of CS. So that is the danger. Great break on that smoke. Hyped even caught a whiff of Xiaofi before that, but the confirmation comes in. And the AWP rings out immediately. Moon has got his sniper, wielding that at the moment, over towards jungle. So potentially can get involved a little bit later, but for Big, it's an opening kill, and now a slowdown.
Yeah, and how intentional the smoke being further to the left there was so that it does have a slight gap on the right, because it really did feel like Hype was looking for that fight. Moon is playing anti-flash. This is pretty cheeky. He's ready for that hit to come through, but now we'll just get onto the line. I don't see anything. This slowdown has 9 Pandas feeling uncomfortable. Regress will come in towards middle. I suspect, based on these positionings of players over towards A, this will be an A split up through con.
Yeah, good little ramp flash there because it just keeps the A defenders not looking at connector. They want the mid players to go first, you would feel. Another smoke in towards Con, maybe a boost in towards the window. Time's ticking. This is the biggest issue, and Moon has rotated, and he's now holding for this murder hole. There is one gap, but Crad, you can see he's looking in between Palace, in between Jungle. Big need to go now.
20 seconds. 20 seconds, and they're still not going. Tabson's coming out the connector at the 15-second mark. Crad gets disrupted, but he's still got Dilladez, and he'll swing out and remove Crimbo. Now Crad strikes, and finally the kills start to come through for the T side, but they don't have the time. Sure, they found all the frags, but now Moon just needs to live. 9 Pandas win off the clock. Big in a 5-on-4 just take too damn long.
If they had 5 more seconds, they get the bomb down, they probably win the round because all the kills come in. And despite Dilladez getting his one in towards Palace, despite Crad being upset by the molly under Balk and still getting the kill anyway on towards the jungle players, they trade out. Big trade out really efficiently. They've choreographed that routine so many times. They think they can maybe rush it. And that smoke in towards Connector maybe have been a little bit misled in towards the top. It forced them to go through the window. It forced them to take that extra few seconds. And now Moon's about to be pressured over towards B. He just tucks in towards Van. Why would you expect an AWP in towards Van at this very moment? He gets rid of Kyubi and Tabs, and there's a player on site for Big. And they can't get by the guy just stuck in towards the corner. Result and Shalfie now come in, but Hyped will remove not one, but both. And suddenly Big are back on the front foot.
Yeah, Big with 2 AWPs. They'd love to have the bomb down right now. That's going to be the difficulty. Still a smoke up in towards short, but Crimbo is locking down this rotate from Crad. Dilladez in short, sitting behind the pillar. Might be the one that plays first. Drops his own smoke, in fact, to try and play around JDC. Crawls forward and will catch him off guard. That should be enough. Crad can't convert that kill. It's JDC. That delivers. Despite Moon getting that heroic double up with the AWP, it's the lack of follow-through from 9 Pandas and Hyped with 2 big kills.
Yeah, he shines. It just takes the swing on both of these players. The fact that the riflers trade out Moon is everything, because JDC's at the back of sight for so long here. You just get completely caught unawares. Important trade here out of Crimbo, and that gives the room for Hyped. Look at that flick onto Shalfie. And then the slowdown, they this time do have the time, and they can take things into their own hands. Important moment for JDC. It's the reason we highlighted him in the head-to-head. His first 2 kills of the game give Big a round.
Round looked like it was going to be a disaster from the get-go for 9 Pandas, to be honest, with Moon as the only player over at B early with the AWP and not on the line either. Incredible that he gets 2 from that position. That's a nice sign of things to come. There might be a few rounds until we get to see that sniper, unless they can convert this force 5. Again, it's 3 pistols around 2 Famises. There are 3 players in B, and that is where Big, at the moment, have the majority of their forces.
The lack of utility is a little bit concerning, but you're right. At least they've got the personnel. The issue is you don't have any information in towards middle. Another smoke expended. That's the last one out the pockets for 9 Pandas. Moon has got this incendiary. He can drop in. It's going to be really difficult. Kyubi's now applying a little bit of pressure. Shalfie's just walked through that short smoke, and he confirms, okay, it's only this player in ladder. Be careful on B.
Results on the first kill. He's just going to be a nuisance here. Shalfie will catch off JDC. And Big again, time an issue. And now the 5-7 striking through. Hyped is stuck in the corner. And Result with the double up 5-7. Again, it's just constriction here from 9 Pandas. It feels like Big are a victim of their own setup.
Think about the game plan. Think about what we said in the pre-game as well. We know 9 Pandas are going to play disruptive. We know that they're going to get aggressive. All of these things Big have got in the back of their mind, and all these things 9 Pandas aren't doing. They're playing the complete inverse of what you'd expect this team to pull out. And they're making it so difficult for Big to read. They've got all these plans, and they have got wrinkles all over them. You win 1 round, Big, and then you lose the immediate follow-up. And you've got to remember that that round previously came with casualty. No AWP for Hyped. No AK for Tabson or kills. 5-1. You got to remember, this is the CT side. You feel like Nine Pandas are a team that operate a hell of a lot better on the attack.
Yeah, absolutely. It's their playstyle to a T. Gonna again have a split, this time with plenty of time on the clock. Tabson's found connector clear. DPG Moon is on the line if the swing comes through, but he's feeling the pressure from Ramp. Two players out towards CT. One hits the deck, QB with that first kill, and that's gonna leave Crad in an uncomfortable position. He'll at least get one before he goes, but it's still an advantage for Big. Moon can still be the disruptor. With the smoke landing, he doesn't have the line. He'll get forced back, the bomb planted, and Big
Save.
in the power position.
Yeah, you got to save. We spoke about money for Big, but in the same breath, Nine Pandas won that eco on 5-7s. They had all the util behind them. Like, they want to keep AK. They want to keep the AWP. And Result holds for Tabson's push. So at least for now, it feels like you're going to have at least 3 weapons being carried forward. Can you see the shoulder? This is a devilish little angle from Result, but Hypes just removes him immediately. Don't get rid of the AWP, but at least you get rid of a rifle. And for Big, this time, again, they just give themselves a little bit more wiggle room to work with. This execute that they ran, exactly the same as the one they did a few rounds prior, just with the initial variation of a hit coming from the Ramp and the Palace players first. It works a hell of a lot better.
Hyped having a great game, 8-4. At least with the save on 2, it's enough for an okay investment. Rune gets aggressive into the Palace. Grimbo's not lurking here this time. Instead, helping his team take middle, which they're doing very quickly. Diladez not in a position to contest this. Heavy lean A early, but it was to take forward control, and that's not where Big are.
No, they're all in short. And, oh, the spam does a little bit of damage on towards Tabson. Poor guy, just can't catch a break currently. Result will tick to the incendiary. So now you know that you've got the cat space. You know that one player was deep in towards apartments for Nine Pandas, and he remains. He's going to get supported by Diladez, who can provide overwatch with the M4 and try and bait in. 1 minute left on the clock. Bomb isn't committing towards B this time. Crimbo's going to move back over in towards top mid. In fact, they're going to go away. So it's going to be a little bit of a fake out here from the T's.
Slowdowns have been costly for Big, but with Tabson getting on the board with a kill onto Crad. That will split the defenders. Nice swing from QB. Yeah, still suspected Result was hanging out close by. Diladez spotted back towards bench. There's be 4 players converging onto this A bomb site. Moon's still here though with the AWP. Ramirez hyped, gets onto the line to deal with Palace, and he'll find another. The advantages for Big quickly dwindling away. Crimbo, that second player, not anticipated, swings out for 2. Finally alleviates the pressure, gets that bomb down, and Diladez low from earlier.
Unbelievable from Crimbo. I think he spotted him. Yeah, he did. In towards jungle, but it's a dink on Tabs and it's further damage. But Diddlers has only got 20 HP. No utility, no kit. Just has to try and save. It will take an AK as a consolation prize. But how about that from Crimbo? The presence of mind to clear. And this is why he's in this team. 4 moments like that, when the going gets tough, when Moon has peaked you dry in Connector, and then has moved to Sandwich with the AWP, unorthodox angles all first half from Moon, and it is AWP, and yet it's Crimbo still in the back of his mind, even whilst that's going on, to get the trade and think, let me clear that firebox just in case.
It's scary though, right? That's a 5-on-3 for Big. And it comes down to a 2-on-3. They lose 3 players after that 5-on-3 position. It's Crimbo that brings it back. But a very scary position to find themselves in the first place. At the very least, they've broken 9 Pandas. Finally, it's going to be a round that you feel you can just waltz through. You have to be worried about this AK that's in play, but that's going to be about it.
For sure. It should be fine, and it should be comfortable for Big in this round. For the first half, the odds were not looking good for them. You can check out the odds for this match as well, provided by 1xBet. There'll be a banner you just saw on screen. There's also a pinned message as well to check them out. But at least Big have made a name for themselves here. The thing is, they can't drop the ball in rounds like this. They've already been susceptible to drop the ball on rounds like this. The good news is that they go in A, and there's only one player realistically here, and he's got like a P250.
Yeah, the game plan
actually,
here was
it's a P250.
clear off top mids, see if Dillius could get a kill, and now try and convert, try and overwhelm. See if you can disrupt just by throwing bodies at the problem and let Dillides trade. But with the smokes, that becomes difficult. Utility from Big to ensure no one behind the utility could do anything. Once the bomb goes down, Big will be in a position to easily walk away with this round. I really thought they were going to try and run through, try and be a nuisance, but instead they're going to wait. They're going to swing from CT in tandem. A spam on the tabs and make him feel uncomfortable. Now the pistols swing, he gets one. It should be damage done. Further kill for Moon, but keeping 3 alive is fine. Big get their 4th.
Nice. We'll compliment plays that don't work but are nice ideas. So we're going to see a lot of these at the MRQ. But you've got no utility there, so Diddlede's spamming instead, making Tabson uncomfy for all the pistols to swing. It is a nice touch when you don't have a flash. They're back. 5-4. 1 round game. It's funny because it actually has felt like Big have been in control, and it's just been these unpredictable outcomes to the closes of rounds. And apart from time burden sometimes, it's all been groovy. And this is kind of the path of the course, is what you expect, especially in a game like this between these two teams. It's a very similar scenario here for Big. They want to go back towards A, but they're going to do it on a faster timing, you would think, especially with Tabson moving over with the bomb. A converge on mid for 9 Pandas, but they're not attacking it with utility. They're hoping that Big are going to creep into them. There's no one looking at A.
They have done this a lot, though. That they have gone for these creeps through middle and splitting through cons. So you can understand why 9 Pandas are interested in this. They don't have flashes either, so they can't set themselves up in that respect. They're waiting for the util. JDC is in a very difficult spot, and with so many players converging, he will go down. That's the go signal now onto this A bomb site. Crad fires off some shots, but now the smokes will come over. A molly to disrupt stairs and jungle. Pinning 9 Pandas in. Tabson's allowed to scale. Let's see if he can remove this player a ticket. Great blow, but can't convert. Moon is taken down 2. He's low, but it keeps the advantage doubled up for 9 Pandas, and Bomb still isn't down.
Yeah, because it's in the CT smoke. Tabson went to blow open that smoke to get the kill, but he had the package. So in essence, by him throwing that smoke, he's also thrown the round, because Moon gets the headshot, and suddenly you can't plant, you can't scale there, it's all scary. What a moment that is. You feel like they've made the right decision, but even when they made the right decision, even when they want to go on this opening timing, they don't take the timing. JDC sees at least 3 players out mid here, and Big don't scale. They wait for their utility, and by waiting, it's their ultimate downfall, because Moon can be in this position to be here. The first spam is just unfair on height, but the second one, all skill and adjustment to get rid of Tabson, and from there, 9 Pandas can now start to create that buffer. And for the last round of play in this first half, Big want everything, so they're just going to deco.
That one's rough for Big. What a round from Moon. Tabson, it feels like a great play if he doesn't lose the bomb, because you feel like with that nade on the smoke with Moon in the open, you've got the advantage. This Hawk could be in trouble. Yeah, Griffiths just walked through the smoke. Moon gets caught off. Now it is just this little cheeky Orbison picked up and some pistols. Should be okay for 9 Pandas, but Sharp is in brought low. Can Crimbo do anything with this recovered sniper?
He's got to get it out of underpass first. Do you want to give it to Hype as well?
Well, he can't, he's dead.
No, okay, fair.
You'd like to.
Crimbo. You earn that, mate. You just keep it. It looks like it's going to be this convergence on towards the B bomb site. But you have to go pure contact. There's no utility. Good news, it is currently no one is staring at the window. Result turns around, and Shalfie's going to rotate over as well. Uh-oh.
Turn around though, if they can get the bomb out, the shots are coming through. Finally, that AWP gets the kill, but Shalfie on that rotation, he makes the big difference, and he knows it's the AWP in play. Doesn't want to swing, but still will at that last second. Crimbo's allowed the chance to plant the bomb and a chance to clutch. It would be the full ace if he can pull it off. A recovered AWP from pushing through the smoke gives him an opportunity. Dilladez, close empty. There's this slow crawl from Crowd in the apartments deep down through the edge, and Dilladez will deny. Crimbo almost pulls off the heroics. A bomb plant at the very least, but 7 for 9 Pandas.
Got to give 9 Pandas a lot of credit again. We spoke previously in that hyped moment where he had the deagle and he got the first kill, and then they slowed things down in the 1 versus 2. They didn't give anything away. Here, they didn't give anything away. And Shalfie will swing on the balcony player, but it is warranted because Dilladez is there. And then Dilladez just sits in an empty pillar, and he knows Crimbo cannot go anywhere. That's the key thing, and he only swings when there's going to be a trade guaranteed. They are making these rounds unlosable from difficult situations, so Big will not get away with any shenanigans with just low buys. Every round has to be worked for. If they get 5, this would be very respectable. I think 4 is about on par with how the game state's been going. And now Moon's getting aggro in towards B-Apps.
They're going to feel like they could have had a few more. Losing to time, losing to a half buy, and not getting the pistol. 5 would be very reasonable when you consider all of those things that went wrong. This one much more default. Crimbo lurks, but he's caught off by Dilladez, trying to find that timing up the ramp. So Big in the 4-on-5 early. Salt doesn't want to give that kill back, so he'll just dump his util, move back, hyped. Instead, finds that trade onto Dilladez late. That's in from middle.
Oops.
Peeking up.
He missed the molly on short, though. So, not ideal. At least Tabson scaled in. Time in. Oh, a big factor, but Resol just shoots at shadows and now has to disengage. Meanwhile, it looks like Shalfie and Crab might be grouping together a little bit. Good initiative in towards the windows. There's heights removed. And Shalfie just keeps on pushing. That's the bomb. If he can get rid of Tabson, it's in a precarious spot. Timing issue again, but JDC will at least carve out an escape route. Open. But he just can't die.
You know where the AWP is. You know it was over in towards market. Result swings through the flames though. And he does die.
Time.
QB falls. JDC with 10 seconds left. Has to get past. This AWP has been picked up. There's snipers everywhere to deal with. He can't get there. He cannot win this round. It's going to be 8 for 9 Pandas, doubling Big score at the half.
Yeah, there it is. There's that unpredictability. There's Result shining when it matters for 9 Pandas, because you think that round is going to be recovered. You think JDC has created an opening for that bomb to be brought over. You see the molly being dropped here in towards shore, and Result says, you know what, I'm just going to run through this. If I catch the bomb and drop it, they have got no time whatsoever. A brilliant moment. Again, all these individuals for 9 Pandas, everyone contributing with important impact rounds, keeping their scoreline doubled over Big.
You can really see that stylistic difference in play. Like we kind of talked about it coming into this, how Big are a much more structured, methodical team, and 9 Pandas have that unpredictability. You can say that all you want, but when you actually see it, like it's so clear the dynamic between these two teams, and Big are getting caught off guard by it. Shalfie in that round, right? Playing on the edge of the smoke, pushing through, catching off 2 players, dropping the bomb forward. And then Result at the end there. All of these little moments coming through that Big, their game plan, they're not anticipating these ridiculous moments because it's not by the book Counter-Strike. It is chaotic, and it is 9 Pandas.
You can see why Moon is integrating well into this team. You think about the different angles he was playing in that first half with the AWP. How many of them were common? Yes, at the start of the round, sure, but in the mid, in towards the end rounds, like, ooh, it's so just disorientating, especially when you've got a clear picture in your mind about where you want to end. You think about the way that Big like to play. It's so slow. It's so calculated. At this timing, we're going to do this, and this will cause this rotation, and then we should have a little bit of leeway on towards A, and it means our mid players Once our A players can take contact, they can start walking through connector. They can start being a bit unpredictable. No, it isn't working like that. You have to throw the book out the window. You almost have to come down to 9Pandas' level and just roll around in the mud with them, which is exactly what 9Pandas want and exactly what Big don't.
Look at the consistency from 9Pandas. You got 4 players on 10 or 11 kills. Like, everyone is contributing that you're expecting to. Sure, Krad's having a slower starter to it. It is good to see Crimbo having moments. We've seen Hyped hitting some great shots, but they're just, as a team, being disrupted so much. And it's interesting on some level because you expect Big to come into this anticipating this. Like, you know what 9Pandas are like.
Yeah. I think it's also been interesting as well is when I've been watching Big just a little bit online and at LAN, they have been actually varying their tempo up quite a lot. And obviously it's key in this one. The reason why they're going so slow is because, again, we spoke about this earlier, they anticipate 9Pandas to do things. But the timing of which 9Pandas are maneuvering has been phenomenal. And now in this one, they're just going to smash B. And Crimbo needs to get out of dodge. Tabson can't find anything. How many can Crimbo collect? Second one not quite presented. It's Dilladez getting both, and it's the bomb site acquired for 9Pandas.
Yeah, juicy nade ricochets onto 3, but it's the follow-through bullets that don't quite find their mark. JDC finds short clear, so they've got to anticipate close players in market. Where are these players in the post plant? He's expecting one towards door, spots out a deep player, and there's that opportunity. QB, is he going to come out? Not even allowed. Shalfie finally activates, and JDC gets that kill he was looking for. Hyped is rerouted to be that supporting player, but Shalfie is doing everything from apps. Result swings through, and 9Pandas take both pistols.
Beautiful. Beautiful after plant from 9Pandas. And what's great about all of that is the communication. It's so deliberate. Here, you've got Krad that has not shot a single bullet in towards that corner. You've got Shalfie that reroutes from Van to apps. He says, I will take the contact. And because no one is peeking apart from the player back site, as you said, it just makes it so difficult for Big. And because no one's shot off a bullet, everyone is shooting on deliberate timings. You can't expect them. A forcing for Big. You feel like it is now Desperation Station. A scout flick comes in, but only tags, not conversions. Instead, it's bones being broken all over the A site that belong to Big, and it's just 9Pandas again, getting double digits, and the rest of the squad have got to save.
That's so unfortunate for Hyped because he gets that good tag, and you can see he's ready for the fight on Con as well, but at the exact time that he goes for that swing, the flash comes over from A main to set up the player's scaling, and it catches him as well. So he's half blind as he's taking that fight into mid, and, you know, I was kind of seeing him in the zone there. I thought he was going to have a big moment. Instead, it's 9Pandas finding double digits. And I mean, we haven't had the official announcement from 9Pandas yet, but I'm loving what I'm seeing with Moon in this roster. And if he is that permanent 5th, I think this team has a really bright future.
Yeah, I mean, it's got all the elements for success. You've got a good in-game leader in Shalfie. You've got these explosive, aggressive riflers in Resol, in Dilladez. And then you've got Moon, who just wants to prove himself, and he's hungry. And, more importantly, he's an AWPer.
That does help. I think last time we covered 9Pandas on Mirage, like
everyone had a go.
I think Shalfie was doing it half the time, but yeah, they were just whoever had the spawn, whoever had the moment. Works for some teams. Cloud9 were doing that for a while, like a year ago. But yeah, not ideal. Good flash forward. Shalfie fully eats that, but Dilladez is there to ensure protection for his teammate. QB will get one back. Can the Deagles find further kills? He's looking for a second head, but Result making it tricky, running back and forth. Oh, JDC, he'll connect. We've got Crimbo tucked in. Hyped flies around the corner, and, well, that might just be the end of it. Oh, Crimbo coming around, can't convert onto 2. Nice try. Will be 9Pandas, just forcing the issue on A to get their 11th.
before that eco round exploded into action, I was just having a look at the scoreboards, and JDC hit some bangers there, but the comparison before that round of the impact, the involvement, Dilladez versus JDC, our head-to-head graphic, is a clear disparity right now. Dilladez is influencing a lot more in the server than JDC, and that's got to change for Big if they want to have any chance of a comeback here, because I'm running out of chances. 2 more mistakes and they're done in this best of 1.
Love that little nade. This is such a cool nade. The fact that it doesn't do any damage to Hyped when he peeks out there. Doesn't see anything off the back of it. All right, we'll spot JDC. JDC wants that fight.
He hasn't got the support though, that's the thing. And 9 Pandas do. Crad and Shalfie combining. Also look at this Palace lurk. Result could be influential. Hyped could be caught off guard if he's not careful.
Yeah, so much pressure being put on towards middle, and it's constant. There's utility moving, there's players firing. It's keeping a lot of eyes here. Crab will boost up. Oh, Dilladez strikes. Onto QB. JDC is here in jungle. The Result now activates, and Crad activates on his boost up. The timings are so good for 9 Pandas. Crad's in the back lines. Hyped. Can't believe it. Shalfie deletes Crimbo, and 9 Pandas onto map point.
Beautiful. That was a beautiful round to watch, especially in the mid round, because you spoke about the pressure being applied, but it's the timing of the peaks that come in. As soon as that flashbang goes in towards short, it's a swing in towards connector. And as soon as the connector contact comes in, you've immediately got jungle pressure. And that flash that was thrown not only promoted that connector peak, but it got Crad in towards ladder to get rid of jungle. Exceptional work from 9 Pandas.
Remember, this was 5-4. This is 7 rounds in a row for 9 Pandas. They have been setting the tone, and they have not slowed down. And ironically, this is the round that they do take that moment at the start. Big get aggressive. They're feeling like they need to find answers. They need to find something, and they're not being presented with anything.
Oh, they've been just played here, Big. Welcome to the Shalfie School of Mirage. JDC, it feels like he's been everywhere this round. Changes so many angles, finally lands on one outside market door. Hyped, having a little bit of a poke in, but he's about to be converged on by 4 players in con. He spots one, and it says, that's enough for me. A smart little jiggle, and QB the same. Drops and tries to cut Resol off, but it's actually Crad that will cut him off completely from the round. Hype's now overwhelmed. Again, 9 Pandas overwhelm, and Big have to come back from a 3 versus 5 deficit. A retake, no less.
It's a masterclass. The timings are brilliant. Big are just getting caught off left, right, and center. There is nothing for Big in this. Crimbo doesn't even get a chance. Resol with a banger headshot to close, and 9 Pandas take the best of 1 win over Big.
Exceptional. Absolutely exceptional. That T side was just so well orchestrated. And the thing is, you remove the HUD, you remove the HUD from that game, you play out the T sides, and you'd think that was Big operating all of those little plays. The coordination. These guys don't have a permanent 5th, and they are playing Counter-Strike like that. And I mean, there's nothing more to say apart from an enormous amount of praise to 9 Pandas. And for Big, they always start off slow in these tournaments. The issue is that when it's a best of 1 format, that's your danger. You can't be dropping the ball. You cannot have another disaster.
No, you can't afford a slow start here. There's no fallback here. You have to win these best of 1s, or suddenly you're into the elimination games and everything is on the line. But for 9 Pandas, what a resounding success. The team that comes in without this permanent 5th, as you say, a lot of uncertainties around what to expect from them. But they look like such a solid squad. That T side, flawless, like literally flawless in both the round count, but also just in the way it was executed. It felt like they were so in sync, the comms on point. Everyone delivering. Moon fits in perfectly into this team, but it's not the detriment to anyone else. We still saw Dilladez at the top. We saw Shalfie having impact. Result finding his moments. everyone was delivering. And that's a 9 Pandas that's very scary in these sort of events.
Yeah, we've got the scoreboard we can bring up as well in a few moments to walk you through just sort of the visual illustration of all of these players just chiming in with important moments. And I think this game actually is a really interesting case study as to the grind of Tier 2 and how many officials you play, how easy it can be to sort of develop versus playing more practice and maybe not having all of these reps. And it's not an excuse for Big, and I'm not saying, oh, they don't play enough officials, so they're not good enough. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I am saying is you got to add context, and that is they've played LAN, they've played online, but 9 Pandas have just been working silently in the background, and maybe not having this permanent fifth. Yes, you can add and shine a spotlight on that quite drastically, but if you're playing enough games, you're getting used to each other, you can then start to influence how it's all working, and you can gain in real time, oh, this works, this didn't, and then you can adjust. And there's a lot to manage, and the Tier 2 teams know best. It's a lot to manage. How can you prac so efficiently? How can you prac so much when you've got officials day on day on day? Some of these guys play 2 best of 3s, 3 best of 3s a day. It's so tough, but that's the payoff of the grind for 9 Pandas. They now sit at the top on round difference. In the MRQ, Big move down to the 0 and 1. Heroic versus Parivision is still going on as well on the A stream. That's on Ancient, and Jame was having a little bit of a masterclass when I last checked.
Does look like that's going to be very close. I think it's about to go 8-8, at least looking at the... actually, it is going to go 8-8, I believe, in that one. So very close affair on the A stream, and that's a very exciting game too. And again, if one of those teams falls to 0 and 1, that's really scary for a team like Big as well. Like, I'm very surprised at this outcome, but that's the unpredictability of the best of ones. And that's just our second game of the day, Brandon. We've got 2 more best of ones coming up shortly. So yeah, you don't want to go too far. We have BC Game versus Fnatic coming up after this break. You don't want to miss it.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
New breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
can make in this team. And you spoke about the AWPer. We've got to talk about them in our head-to-head. We had to highlight Nork and Jambo because Nork previously playing off against Fnatic after he stood in for a little bit. Jambo coming in with this rating. He's been unbelievable. It should be a really exciting little head-to-head between the two snipers.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the recent stats actually mirrored between the two. Although, as mentioned for Jambo, this includes his time towards the end of Passion UA. So within the Fnatic lineup, sure, it's only, I think, 6 series overall, and it's a 4-2 record. But a 1.25 rating hitting the ground running is a very good for Jambo. You can see that impact rating as well. It's had a lot of that in the server. And when you've got a player like Jambo putting up these numbers, but then you've also got Mattias and Blame F, who both have been boasting about the same rating, that 1.25, 1.26. These are 3 superstars, all still finding that impact on the same team at the same time. When all 3 of those pieces come together, that's what makes this Fnatic so exciting and why this Jambo signing has got a lot of heads turning.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like this will, again, push Fear into the conversation of being a very good in-game leader. And if he can make back-to-back majors on different teams, I think that will be a really good look for him and hopefully instill a lot of confidence in the fans. We can take a look at the Veto in just a few moments, and the Veto is actually really interesting because there's a lot of shared maps here, and you can really go anywhere. The fact that BC game banned Anubis, I think, is really smart because Fnatic have been leaning into that an awful lot. We could have had Mirage, but Fnatic say no. I feel like we're going Ancient.
Yep, and that kind of checks out, right? As mentioned, these two teams have played each other. Sure, it's been with different variations of the lineups, but Ancient has always been the decider between the two. And only on one occasion they actually got there, and that was a Fnatic win on Ancient 13-5. But in the last series, it was a 2-0 for BC game, so it didn't even need that decider. So they've really exchanged back and forth. And I do feel that with this new injection of life into Fnatic with Jambo, I give them the edge going into this, especially on Ancient, a map that I think Blame F is really exceptional on. The only question for me is, is Borup going to immediately slip in? You feel like he will. He's been playing consistently in Tier 2 on that, I think, Wild Lotus roster for the last few months, so it's not like he's been out of play. But it is a change that you've made at the very last minute, and this is your first official with him.
Yeah, it is also, he was playing with like mixes, like they weren't like a proper team. So he's been away from Team CS for quite a while. And coming into that, like, you'll be fine, but it's one of those where the rust may be a little bit there. But again, I want to kind of just park that idea because I feel like it's kind of easy to go down this rabbit hole of, Crims, Borup. It's not relevant, I don't think. I think it's more on Jambo. Really good Ancient player, like actually exceptional player, especially when you consider Ancient, the fact that AWPing can sometimes be a little bit tricky. It can be a little bit inflexible of where you can go on the CT side, but Jambo seems to really make it work. I think Fear's calling on this map is pretty exceptional, but so is Nexus. And I think that's actually the key thing between these two when it comes into who's going to take Ancient. Who can call the better game? Because we know the individuals, pound for pound, can match up against each other pretty respectively. I don't want to go against my boy Cypher, but I do agree with you. I do think Fnatic have the slight edge here, but I think a lot of what is going to turn out in terms of the scoreline, who actually wins the map, is going to be based in the server on who's calling the better mid-rounds. Yeah,
and Nexa has so much more experience, and especially in these positions, these big high-profile games. Sure, Fear's had the runs of Passion UA in the past, but Nexa has him beat in spades when it comes to that experience. And the fact that he's reunited, this year with teammates that he's played with for a very long time, that familiarity is there. They don't need to worry about adapting to each other. They know the playstyle they want to bring, and they've had this entire year to hone it. And it's been a decent run for them throughout the Tier 2 times, right? They've qualified for IEM Dallas recently. They won a CCT, came second in another. Like, they've been doing a lot of work in Tier 2 this year. And I think coming into this, they do have a good run of form.
Yeah, it was probably a little bit of a culture shock for Fnatic as well at the start of the year because obviously they did have to get these players in who are used to the tier 2 grind, but there are players who haven't been playing that many officials, and it does take a toll, especially when, as we said previously, you are playing like 2-3 best of 3s a day. When CCT was running, Fnatic were playing a best of 3 every day. Sometimes the CCT events overlap each other as well, and it's like, okay, we're playing Series 19 and we're playing Series 20, and we're in the playoffs of Series 18. They're all happening at the same time. It's a lot to manage, a lot to deal with, and fortunately for Fnatic, the fact that you've got Matties, the fact that you've got Fear and Jambo now, they're going to be used to that. So now that's an element you can sort of run in tandem with BC Game. I think Ancients, it does make sense, but it's one of those where you could have maybe thrown in a Mirage. I feel like BC Game would have preferred a Mirage, so that could have been something to definitely aim for. But Ancient is a very good middle ground for both of these teams, and for both of these teams, I'm actually expecting both of these teams to qualify for the major. I'm just gonna say it now before we've even kicked things off. I think both of them are gonna make it.
Yeah, okay, that's kind of a hot take, Brandon. I mean, I think Fnatic there's a really good case for, because we only have that one question mark around Borup, but it's not like, he's taking over Blame F's role or something. He's coming through and he knows how to play those roles. He's always played those kind of supportive roles. So I think on paper, this team, they've got all the firepower to carry them through this event. And they've already had a really good start with Jambo in the squad. So I have no questions about Fnatic making it through. BC Game, I think they're kind of one of those outlier teams. Sure, they've got the chance to, but there's a lot of teams here that are very good, and there's only 6 spots.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of faith in Nex's mid-round calling, though.
Yeah,
and I feel like that experience is invaluable, and it's one of those where you don't want to make predictions on the first day, but you kind of have to at the same time because it's entertainment, but also, like, what else am I going to do? Like, I got to just go on gut feeling. And gut feeling tells me, maybe a bit personal bias because I want Cypher to make another major, but yeah, I'd like to see it, so therefore I want it to happen, and it will.
Okay, yeah, you're manifesting the victory,
Exactly.
or at least the qualification. Well, we'll see who will take this first best of 1. Match will be starting very shortly. BC Game versus Fnatic playing out on Ancient in our opening rounds of best of 1s.
Here we go. Straight in. Fnatic starts CT side. And it's a slow mid creep for BC Game. 2 players in Donut, lying in wait. It's Borup to be tested first. Cypher fires off a couple of shots. And between Jacob and Nork, they're the ones actually getting the kills. Borup overwhelmed, and instantly BC Game take over Ancient.
That looked really good for Fnatic too. They have 2 players in Donut. They've got this push coming out over ledge. And you think the timing's going to be fantastic. Mattis is pretty good, but can't convert that second. Leaves it to Fear. And he's still got Nork tucked in back of Donut. Fear should be aware of the possibility. You can see he's trying to see if he can spot that player, but cops the gush, and then Nork can swing. BC Game overwhelming Donut and taking the pistol.
Yeah, and it's a really simple pistol as well. There's nothing too complicated about it. It's just, let's walk Donut. They didn't see us in red. Okay, cool. 3, 2, 1. Everyone swings together. You got that heaven coverage, and all the kills coming in a matter of moments. The fact that there's no trades for Fnatic, it is the hurtful thing there. Even with Borup living, it doesn't matter because the rest of the team is all falling by the wayside. A full eco, a couple of HEs to be deployed in towards middle. Fnatic just trying to push elbow, trying to overwhelm, and it's not really happening. One more casualty would be decent, but no, only 1 falls for the BC Game.
Yeah, a couple of Mac 10 kills for Cypher as well, and he upgrades that SMG to an AK. So that's a great result for BC Game. That was just a formality. Fnatic not wasting anyone's time. We'll see that full investment come out, and it's rifles across the board. So no SMGs into this first gun round, save for Nexus.
And even more heavy fighting in towards mids. That elbow smoke is actually a little bit shallow, so you can dump nades behind it. You're trying to get them to come in towards this corner, and it works perfectly.
That nade is incredible. Look at the damage they did after a single HE. Sure, one gets thrown back, but it's just chip damage onto Blame. BC Game dropped a few smokes in towards lane to try and establish that control, but they don't go behind it. So they spread out, see if they can catch someone looking for info. Interesting CT smoke dropped in mid. You can see Blame F has put one forward to play around. So he's still hanging out in this cubby. Cypher has a molly, and there's no way to disrupt that. So I think Fnatic going to maybe set for a more forward position so they potentially trade. In fact, Blame will escape.
Okay, good timing here for Fnatic as well, that they peek out cave just to look at ramp. They don't look it in towards elbow. Fear's giving it a cursory glance here and there, but now you've got 3 players over towards A. This is a good setup. It all depends on whether Donut can hold this time.
The rifles, you do feel like they're in a better position, especially with 2 players low. And in fact, BlameF doesn't want to fight for 30 seconds. He'll sit back on a nice angle. And between him and Borup, they've taken down 2. Fear will now chime in on the rotate. Nork has found a couple of kills, but all his teammates fall. And Borup on the off angle secures Fnatic's first round.
Yeah, really like the way that Fnatic are playing this in terms of taking the control, because they're doing everything in 2 stages. Firstly, quite literally, doubling up in pairs and making sure that they are tradable. Secondly, they're playing everything very safe. The shallow elbow smoke to get the nades in. Blame F dropping a smoke just in case he does get mollied in that corner, so he can have that escape route, but no pressure. Then the players on B, rather than pushing ramp, they push in towards cave, so they are still closely tethered towards this mid part. Everyone is there safe. It's really clever from Fnatic. A brilliant mid round, and this time aggression straight through. Nexa has been overlooked, and there isn't a trade. Finally, there is from Matties, but in the meantime, BC Game are just out A.
Yeah, all the distraction is just the shift walk out. Borup will find out, but it comes a little too late. Cypher doubles down in Donut. Big bite out of the Fnatic defense, and Jambo and Mattis, do they want to give this 2-on-4 a go? Look at that smoke landing. You think that's going to be the decision that they have to try and save? So despite that trade out on lane, it's all a distraction to set up this A crawl.
Yeah, again, good mid-round in here from Nexa, but also the overall game plan for BC Game has shifted from round by round. So you've immediately got this fast play being taken over towards Heaven. Nexa says, hang on a sec. Okay, 2 guaranteed, trying to take the space. We don't have info in towards middle, just push A. Because they'll be looking in towards mid because we've crunched in towards Heaven. And there's that deliberate gap. And where Fnatic were playing so passive in towards mid previously, they might not be privy towards all this information. And that's exactly what happened. Cypher gets a brilliant time in. You look at this peak again on the replay. Fnatic, they're getting ready to move over, but they do not expect Cypher to be that close on the corner.
Fear swings out around and doesn't clear that close angle either, expecting Nexa to be tucked in towards the cubby. A slight overlook there as he scaled out through cave. The beautiful shots from Cypher. Nice double up. A lot of contact plays coming out from BC Game so far. Every single round has felt like it's incorporated a bit of a shift walk. Not exactly what Cypher's known for, but hey, it works.
See that on the screen as well. Promo code Austin25. Thank you to our partners at 1xBet. Clicked on the pinned message in Twitch chat for more information. No AWP for Jambo, which is the restrictive element. Yes, you saved a couple of rifles, but we want Jambo on the AWP. And where it is very contact-based, Nork is just still rifling. You don't need to really change the state of operations here for BC Game. Jacob's getting a little bit more active in towards middle because he knows that he's got a little bit more liberties and this space. Big crunch. And Nork just gets 2 immediately. Fear can't see over the top of this smoke, and now Primetimes knows that there's another player committed in towards cave. So they take back lines, and Fnatic need to save again.
Jambo's got to be frustrated, just never in the position to go for any of these fights. See Fnatic will go for the call to run back that crunch on B, but this time with a double up on ramp. So they bring an extra player over, and both of them fall without a single point of damage. I don't know whether that's just a good timing on BC Game's utility, whether a flashbang came over or what. Obviously, we were watching Fear's POV. But all you see is his teammates fall on the ramp. Nork adding 2 to his tally, and BC Game off to a blazing start.
Yeah, Nork 8-1, he means business. Cypher 5 kills as well. It's a good look for BC Game, and there's already a lot of different things being pulled out, and it's actually a smoke being thrown on a molly by the CTs, and they just push through it.
Yeah, I think you could hear the flash go over, so I think Fear was trying to set something up there, but yeah, Nork is completely unblinded and just free enough kills as they push through.
And I think actually this is sometimes one of the criticisms of Fear, is that Fnatic sometimes do get stuck in their ways. If they've got a play, they want to make it regardless of what's happening in that moment. And I think that's where Nexa can be quite pivotal here, especially in this matchup. Double A main push this time and back towards mid. It's almost a rinse repeat of the pistol, just with upgraded weapons.
You've seen the CT smokes drop middle, you're expecting someone to be hanging about, but it's Jambo pushing out main. Primetaps is holding very passive, which is a decent line, but this timing for Jambo might be better. And yeah, he'll just walk around, catches Primetap slipping. That's the bomb.
Big kill, but the rest of the team are disconnected. Blame still tucked, and has now got this crossfire with Fear. That's so important. Another one. And then a push down ramp as well. Nexa only goes 1-for-1. And suddenly you're left scrambling. If you're BC Game, it's a 2 versus 4, and you still do not have the package.
Yeah, Jambo needs help, though. He's all alone here. He'll get the info on both of them, but it comes too late. The swing, he sees two. At the very least, you know where both of these Ts are. Four up in a committed position. If he goes down, which he will, puts it into the 2-on-2. Cypher with 2 big kills to bring this round back. And between him and Nork, you kind of favor them at this point.
Look, because you got all the kills in different positions, all the extremities and everywhere else, they're disconnected. You feel like Jambo should have left. You feel like Borup should never have tangled with it. But Blame F in the corner, again, isolated. They drop all these mollies. It goes deep, but Blame F is shallow. He could be the difference maker. Cypher needs to clear, but he can't get by Blame. 10 seconds left. Nork can't flush him out the corner. Finally will manage it, but Fear faked out. Oh, but the timing, it eludes him, and time runs out. Fear will just about secure the round, but it gets ever so close. That is dastardly from Fnatic.
Yeah, considering that was a 4-on-2, BC Game do brilliantly to almost bring that back. Cypher, 2 big kills to equalize, and Nork almost has the chance in that 1v2. Great kill onto Blame, and then the fake out actually looked like a great play, but because that smoke is a little shallower and short, it's not deep, Fear has that room to scale to the left rather than pushing straight through, which Nork hoped for. The Fnatic convert the round that they set up for themselves off Jambo's push and off a crunch down. Now Jambo's got the AWP, and he's going to have to do good with it because he's the only one here on B, and they're coming fast, and his flick even quicker.
Mattis is here in time, but the mollies are just so oppressive. They're pushing this AWP back. They're not allowing him to get this second peek, and Mattis, no way. He's got a slight pocket of space that he can breathe in, and he's going to go undetected, can only find 1 kill. And now this retake is one-dimensional. Bomb will be planted and Primetap's cards open an avenue down long. Jambo needs to try and retake this. 3 versus 3, no flashes, 1 smoke, but Shadow spotted and kill secure for the AWP.
Yeah, great shot into the head of Primetaps. An advantage for Fnatic. There isn't a kit on these 3 players. Might be one they can pick up. Jambo has done that. Smoke on Blame F. Nexa is close by. Jacob has moved through caves, so they have full clarity on that position with Nexa and Jacob combine. It's on to Blame F, but time now running out. Hits that 10-second mark. Finds Nexa, but Jacob's just run away. And there's simply nothing Blame F can do. Jacob's already set up for the hunt. Fnatic get 1 back on the board, but BC Game strike true.
Damn, you really feel like that retake's got legs to it. Smoking towards cave, smoking towards ramp. Nexa isolated. Jake can push back through the smoke. We'll have to see how that kill transpired, because it feels like it's just a pre-fire on towards long, based off Nexa's communication. Okay, just catches a glimpse of him as that smoke blooms. Important moments. And this is pushing BC Game further in the lead, and it's also reducing Fnatic's economy to dire straits. They've won rounds like this before, but Blame hopelessly pushing. It's not the same outcome as it was a few rounds ago.
Jambo will find success in his 5-7, and Matters on the push will get one as well. Now you know it should be over towards his A bomb site. It's completely compromised.
Bomb yet again in T-spawn, though. That's your danger. And Fnatic will start to sense this.
The thing is, what do you do with this information? Oh, Matters just spans out prime taps. That's a good way to get one. Cypher at off angle, he sees the shadow, and he'll win that fight onto Jambo a step through. Looking to do further impact, but the double swing comes in. Nork is going to be with that bomb he picked up. Both players known to be in red. He has a good timing.
He does. But the penny will start to drop now for Fnatic. Because players were fighting in Donut, because Cypher was so deep in towards CT and the bomb hadn't gone down, he has to be going back towards B. They'll hear it now. Nork tucks in towards the corner. There are two smokes. There's a defuse kit. How do Fnatic want to play this? They want to try and flush Nork out, or do they just want to stick on the bomb? Add that time crunch to it. Smoke goes forward. Oh, Nork just removes Matties. It's him versus Fear, and Nork prevails again. It's these moments that Nork is thriving in.
And you gotta wonder, you've got two smokes there. Why doesn't one go onto Cave? You could smoke off both Cave and Rab. Stick that bomb. You don't need to put the smoke on the bomb. That's just giving Nork room to move. And he realizes, yeah, I've got a timing here that I can swing, isolate a fight. And the 1v1, he's all but favored. And that was all the hard work of bringing this back into a Fnatic advantage after they lost 2 opening kills. But brilliantly played by Nork to secure the 1v2. It was the half buy from Fnatic, but it's one they feel like could have been theirs.
Should have been. A lot of these rounds, you could actually argue that they could have gone the other way, but when the pressure's on, it's BC game that are coming up on top in every single one of these altercations, that previous 3 versus 3, that 1 versus 2. Jambo yet again with the AWP, second time we've seen it all game for him. Nork yet to really bring his out. They don't need to. And they now change the pace again, fast in towards mid. BlameF just about skates away in towards Donut. But the pressure's on now in red. A good reaction here for the A players to walk in A main.
Jacob and Cypher get up close to red. Yeah, Borup and BlameF have taken that space in A main. So if this is going to be some sort of A player split through red, then Fnatic have a powerful position. They've even taken full lane control. Borup has continued to push forwards. They have all the information. These players are stuck in middle.
Oh, the issue is they're stuck, but also Fear's stuck. Because you don't have info on Donut. If Fear dies, then that means that these players are just going to still be stuck in limbo. Smoke goes out, that's the indication. It's going to be this A-Rap. Fear comes away with nothing, but at least it's info that the rotate can come through. And BlameF also comes up empty-handed.
Borup's push now spotted out. He'll lose the duel to Jacob. And despite Fnatic having all of the information, it is worthless if you can't win those duels. And Cypher's not missing too many right now. Consolation frags. Again. And again, Jambo, he's just so annoyed because he wants these fights. He wants to be set up for success, but BC Game are avoiding him like the plague. And now the net narrows. Next is even setting up to try and look for exits. Jambo won't allow it. The rounds and the game are running away from Fnatic.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is why I sort of drew attention to the fact that, yeah, they've got all the info, but because Fear is completely isolated in towards CT, he's sort of the string that breaks everything if BC Game are able to kill him. Because Fnatic can't rotate. They're still stuck. The division of labor is 2B, 2A. And BC Game find the perfect gap. They know they can go through Red Room. They're going to expect extremity pushes because they're not being pressured in towards Red. They're not being pressured in towards Red. It was the perfect move to go. It's the allure of info that Fnatic think they have, but ultimately they don't. And they're so widely dispersed that it doesn't matter. This is brilliant. Again, we've seen a lot of really good T-sides on this broadcast today, but Nexa he's calling a phenomenal game.
Yeah, even when you feel that they're in an unfavorable position in that round, it doesn't really matter. Cypher is on a tear. Now it's Prime Taps at the front as mid looks to be taken. We can see poking and prodding. Matis crawls forward with the M4. And Jambo has actually scaled to heaven with the orb. A combat position for him will move back in towards Cave, and he'll be in a good position. So we can see BC Game bring the bomb over. They might be interested in this bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, look, this time they're making the gamble because Blame's pushed A main. So everyone from Fnatic is here. The thing that can upset them, however, is all the utility. There's plenty of mollies. And there's potentially plenty of timing. Fnatic might look to push this B ramp. Yeah, Jambo leads the charge. Fear and Borup up close, but Cypher and Protoss are holding for this. They're holding for this exact scenario. And it's only a wall bang through. With that AWP, Cypher and Naught clean up. Fnatic were in the right place at the right time and then overstepped the mark.
At least BlameF has had a look through, and he might come through middle late, maybe catch Jacob off. Mattis is in the right position. His timing is everything. He's seen that player push through. Oh, the turn back. He gets caught off. He thinks he's got all the info, and off the back of that, Mattis starts to run elsewhere. It's going to be the wrong gamble. BC Game, all they need to do is group. If Mattis had stuck to his guns on B, maybe you give him a chance in this one, but not going to be the case. He'll be forced to save once again. A really unlucky timing there for BlameF.
Yeah, but also, is it? Just because he's forced to make that play? Because Fnatic have pushed B ramp. Did they need to push B ramp? They got all the information. I suppose they don't have middle, but at the same time, you came from middle. It's a really tough one to balance up, but you walk from mid to heaven, you go through cave, you all group as a unit, and then you want to go in towards B ramp. Yes, you want to get the pistols active, because to be fair, when they have taken those fights down B ramp, it has been the pistols that have been overwhelming the rifles. And again, in that round, they did. Jambo unlucky not to connect onto Cypher because he saw him, but his AWP bullet only did 50 damage.
This game's so aware of these pushes from Fnatic. You can see it in that round. This is interesting. A boost up behind the smoke. Will that be spotted? BlameF stands out, but Jacob wins the fight. Prime Taps stays alive, and so Jacob stays boosted. And then Nexa able to respond over the top. It's a really impressive, this T-side from BC Game. Fnatic trying so many variations to find an opening pick, and nothing is working.
Yeah, and Borup was really loud getting into that elbow corner. So that's the easiest kill for Nexa, because all the info's there. And now BC Game can take mid. They smoke Donut off, they throw a molly in towards red, and Fnatic will have to crunch through util. And Matties will at least find one, but Fear's been traded out before that. It's a 4 versus 2. It's still advantageous for BC Game. And Jambo just has to go on these wild excursions just to try and walk away with a kill. He has to go and find the fights. Finally, he will onto Nexa. But the bomb site has already been taken. Fnatic don't want any more say in this round, you would feel. Because they're so disorientated. They think it's A, it's not, it's B. And Jambo's dead. Matties has got to try and save the AWP.
You got to feel for Matties and Jambo in this, because it feels like every single round, it's them in like a 2v4, 2v3, 2v5. Like, they're constantly having to try and pick up the pieces when these other three aren't quite able to find anything in these early adventures. There's no reason for BC Game to allow an easy save. And as you can see, he really wants to pick up that AWP. He'll be allowed to. Prime Tats might go for a late swing. Oh, but he just about gets away with it. So AWP kept for Jambo. Needs to find a way to get involved early.
Yeah, it's a hollow victory in some instances because you are losing 9-2. Yeah, he's saved, cool. But now we need Jambo to actually be allowed to have a chance to have a fight. His teammates do need to stay alive to promote this. And also he needs to be in the right place at the right time. He goes A. And so do BC Game. Here we go. Here's the moment that Jambo was hoping for.
In the right place at the right time. As long as Borup doesn't go down in middle and he'll win out that duel, that means Jambo has some support if he needs it. He's up close. They got way closer than he anticipated. He's only good for the one, and Nexa on the lurk will catch Althea. Now, Maddie should be in the position to get this trade back. Yeah, Nexa was not anticipating a player still in caves. The Boundary planted, the flames spread the last second. Oh, Borup, that is heartbreak. Prime Taps is aware of Flame Airfruit. We'll spot both players. That's information. And this will group up with him. We feel for BC Game. They've got the advantage in this. Especially if Prime Taps can win this duel. It's a little messy, but he'll convert. And he's in the 1v2. Spots out Nork, back of Big Box. Knows Prime Taps is low in the temple. It's about finding both these fights. It's about finding them in time. That's the big concern. And while he can't even win out the first, BC Game with 10 rounds, double digits in the first half.
Yeah, I said to you before we went live, I was like, oh, this game of the day, it's got a chance that it's going to be a blowout. And I don't know why. It really did feel that way. And you give the edge to Fnatic, or at least you feel like it. We've been cursing teams all damn day on the broadcast. A BC Game, incredible. Like an absolutely incredible T side. I think what's really fun and what was really cool in this, and I think it was deliberate as well, is that every space that Fnatic tried to occupy in these low buy rounds, in the next gun round, BC Game would then go and take the control, and they do it on different timings. They do it on different aggressions as well, and they were always sort of answering the question of Fnatic. Okay, what's your next move? This didn't work. What's your next move? And it worked perfectly. The round that springs to mind is one where you've got, again, Jambo, Matties with the saved rifles in towards mid, and then BC Game give them absolutely nothing. They scale towards heaven. They go in towards B. Still nothing mid. And then the very next gun round, they do that boost up play. And Nexa goes over towards heaven. It's brilliant.
Gotta give all the props to Nexa. Yeah, 1-13. Almost as bad as the scoreline.
All right, Fnatic, what you got?
Let's see. Jambo boosted up. We'll see Prime Taps, who isn't afraid of the fight. Smoke will land. Cypher gets forward. Flashbang is good. He'll be forced backwards, so Fnatic will take this bomb site at the very least. See, for BC Game, they just invested armor. Nork hits one through the smoke, gives them the advantage, but no kit in the retake. They're going to go fast.
Yeah, they're bursting. Smoke faded on short, and that will promote the long players to go as well. Blame Matty's in this crossfire. Getting across them could be a little bit tricky, especially with Matty's finding headshots, but then two go back the other way. It's all onto the new blood. It's Borup, but he's not alive for long. BC Game keep on going. 11 rounds versus Fnatic's 2.
Nork with another multi, 18 and 4. He's having a phenomenal map. Prime Taps gets his chance in this round. Felt like he's not been hugely needed, but hits to Prime Taps. Bomb plant at least. Fnatic buy into this, but this is the last hurrah. BC Game have come to play. Tech9, Galil, Mac 10.
Rush B.
3 players going to be here. Delayed B pop. Wait for the util. Nork sits back on a fine line. Jacob is also on a quick rotation, playing in towards red. They're going to commit, taking the cave control. Maddie's in fear. Scale up, and at the front of ramp behind the smoke, they have to wait. Prime Taps and Cypher find the first kills. Now Nork will activate, and Nork will decimate. The force buy looks limp. It is a single frag that comes through for Fnatic. and BC Game 12-2 on map point.
So desperate. That's such a desperate play to make, and you feel like they'd be doing even better if they actually just rush rather than delay, take the time. They didn't see any utility on towards ramp, not an incendiary throne. That was the perfect time to go, and instead they don't. They allow BC Game to rotate in. Cypher gets close to the ramp smoke. It's everything you could want and more. And it's just another demotivating result for Fnatic. They feel like they've been on the cusp of something, but they're just coming up with absolutely nothing. PrimeTap's finding the opener once more, and it gets on that shadow angle. Cypher gets removed in the meantime, but PrimeTap's is still firing, locked in the corner, but Nork locks out Fear with the fire. Barak finds one more with that deagle. Yeah, they can plant the bomb, but it's next with all the util, and it's a 3v3 just for survival.
Good tag from Jambo, at least on the Jacob, makes him feel a little uncomfortable, but Nork is still present. That smoke out long is useless. But Nexa, he's in force back. HE goes forward, it lands straight on the toes, and Nexa slings off it. 4 up now, it's his round. He's taken 3, can't quite find the 4th. And Jambo set up to clutch both these players, one shot from death, but from behind, here comes Nexa. He'll win out that duel, he's got the kit, and BC Game have the map.
What a performance. I mean, an incredible result for Nexa and BC Game. For Nork in particular, he was on fire for BC Game. Revenge against Fnatic. A tongue-in-cheek reference, of course, but they were outclassed. They were outplayed in a number of those rounds. Mid-round call-in was Nexa's domain, and Fnatic were just left second-guessing in every single one of those rounds. That was must have been the most uncomfortable best of one to play in for a lot of those players.
Yeah, it just felt like they never really got a chance to show their game. Half of the entire first half, more than half of it, was 2vx situations where they're trying to bring back around. It never felt like they were on the front foot. In fact, I think if you looked at kind of the opening duels, very few players were going positive. In fact, it was only really Borup that was surprisingly finding that info because Jambo was circumvented constantly. You had Cypher going for these crazy opening duels. He was just creeping and crawling for the first half, then he was wide swinging later on. Like, it was brilliant to watch from BC Game, and I think they go off the back of this from dark horses to, yeah, potential favorites to qualify.
Yeah, they were really good. Like, it was so good. And I think what's cool here is you've got Nexa enabling the stars like Cypher, like JChem, to be these aggressive info and like map space takers. And then you've got Nork that is, I mean, just killing everyone. I mean, what can you do? But the style of the rounds were really interesting because they were intricate, because it was always the allure that Fnatic had all the info, but they were secretly always in the dark. And the way that they were consistently split across that map, just from like a horizontal point of view, like the rotates were so far away always. Even when they were hunting in pairs, it felt like they were lingering on these sites for too long. But they never wanted to push because BC Game had created that conditioning that they were always going to be there. It was a really just a masterclass of Ancient.
Yeah, and a speed run as well. We got through that one very quickly. It's actually a similar situation, not quite maybe as bad over on the A stream. BetBoom currently 9-3 up. So make sure you go and check that one out. We've got another opening best of one to come, but a little break beforehand. When you come back, it will be GamerLegion versus Amiga. You don't want to miss it.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. One expert.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The last two matchups of the MRQ Round 1 Swiss stage are about to play out on the A and B streams, Lucy, and we've got a pretty big banger, to be honest with you, to sort of round this out. GamerLegion take on Namiga. We've had a number of blowouts on the broadcast so far. I don't think we're going to get that here, though, because both teams looking to prove a point.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? Because I feel like when I look at all the games today, this is the one that I thought was maybe the most straightforward. I guess outside of the Big Nine Pandas one, but that obviously was completely flipped on its head. I've been really shocked by just how these games have played out. We can see the standings as they are, obviously. Got this game to play, also Astralis versus OG on the A stream. That's a really exciting game too. I think this OG team is on a really good run of form at the moment. But yeah, a lot of surprises in the results so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the manner of them, really. Like, Nine Pandas decimating big, Bet Boom destroying Saw, BC game 13-2 Fnatic. Like, it's unbelievable, the amount of one-sided games we've had so far, especially when you take a look at the team list. There's a lot of familiarity between these two teams, so you'd expect it to be a little bit more of a tug of war, but no, we've had very one-sided games. Let's see if it does continue. GamerLegion versus Namiga. GamerLegion fresh off the back of a playoffs run at PGL, looking just to continue the fine form that they're in, going up against a hungry Namiga who have been picked apart, pieces that have been sold to other organizations. One of them was to GamerLegion last year, and with winning a relog event at the back end of 2024, hoping that they can make a major appearance.
Yes, but this is the toughest opponent I think Namiga could have drawn, just in terms of recent form and playing at the top, right? GamerLegion, I think, outside of maybe Astralis, who you're never really sure what to expect from them, GamerLegion are probably the clear favorite to just absolutely blitz through this qualifier and make it to the major. I think everyone would kind of be in agreement on that, just based on recent form. You talk about the playoffs at Bucharest, they had EPL before that, Cato before that. After this, they're on to Melbourne, on to Dallas, on to Astana. This is a team that's going from tier 1 event to tier 1 event all year long, which obviously speaks well to their current form, the fact that they're having all of these deep runs. I guess the only concern, perhaps, is that you do have a lot of young players here, maybe that aren't necessarily as experienced with the constant travel and turmoil of those tier 1 events. So there is the chance for some burnout, but they're not showing it yet. Coming straight off the playoffs, it's an online qualifier, so it's a very different environment, but this is not a team that you expect to have their form dropping here.
No, but also it is a team that does like to make things hard for themselves sometimes. This is a team that was down in both stages at the Shanghai Major, and they had to reverse sweep their way back in. And you go from play in tier 2 so consistently to then being in that tier 1. You're the underdog over there, and now here you're the favorite. It's a completely different dynamic, and it means it's a completely different mentality shift. Also, it's a best of one. Also, you're playing against Namiga, and Namiga hits hard. There's actually a lot of conversation where you can say, well, on paper they should be doing it, but we all know how it works with the RMRs. We know how it worked previously with those and the MRQs. Yes, it is now based off VRS, so the teams will be a lot more similarly distributed where it comes to skill level. There's every chance that there's an upset here.
Yeah, and Namiga are one of those teams that I think they can beat anyone, but they can also lose to anyone.
True.
It's the team that I think they're always a threat within the tier 2 space, right? A lot of decent finishes this year's, like, you know, a lot of third, fourth finishes, top 8s in CCTs. But it's that breakthrough to the top level that they haven't found yet, but they're just a consistent threat. And I think Khan is a player that I love to watch. He's such an explosive, crazy AWPer where he can just take over an entire map. But then he can have maps with single digits. And I think that's the big thing with Namiga. It's that consistency. And that's what makes them a team that's scary, but one that's manageable.
Yeah, that is true. It all really depends on what Namiga you're going to get on the day. And I think for GamerLegion, they went through a period of that online. I remember when they were trying to break through sort of in early 2024, to be honest. Online, they really struggled. Like, really struggled. They got invited to the playoffs a lot at CCT, and it was just a stark contrast from what you expect them on LAN. They're a way better LAN team than they are online team. I think that's fair to say. And so not having recent reps online might be a little bit of a struggle for them, but you never know. Probably the confidence of reaching and doing well at these big events is probably going to help them quite a lot. And you come into this with a more positive mentality. We've got a head-to-head. We can show you one player in particular that has been impressive for GamerLegion, and the fact that they can even secure him was Rez. And I paired him up with Zway here because I think these two riflers have got a point to prove, and these two riflers are so hungry for success. But it's also just individual stories in their own right. Zway looking to sort of step out of the shadows of Flamus and becoming his own player, and Rez hoping to obviously shake the NIP story of his career off his back and not just be associated with the one high of IEM Oakland, but also what he can look to and how good he can be as a player, because he is still that presence on the server. It's just whether both of them currently sharing the spotlight in this matchup, one of them's got to take it.
Yeah, really interesting how those stats were so mirrored. Almost every stat was identical between them, like smallest margins. So a great choice for the head-to-head, and an interesting one to be looking into. Zway also very young, right? 17 coming into this team. Kind of a parallel to PR on the other side for the same conversation. Both very young star riflers. So there's a lot of real fun head-to-heads here with the different rifles. Let's take a look at where this will be playing out on the Veto, because again, best of one. We've seen a lot of similar maps so far. And I think with these two teams kind of looking at their map pools, you're looking towards your kind of standard maps here. Maps like Ancient, maps like Mirage. And I think it's most likely we'll get one of those. So Mirage will be the choice. Now, the interesting thing you see in the top right corner of that Mirage symbol is GamerLegion have opted for the T side, Brandon.
Yeah, it means they've obviously got a direct game plan in. I actually was surprised that you could have left trade in here. Like, you could have, but you really want to risk a best of one on trade.
Yeah.
I think that's actually the conversation piece. So it does make sense. It was always going to be tough for Namiga, and I think they're actually really happy that it's gone to Mirage, because there's a lot of weak points in their Veto that GamerLegion could have pulled on. So the fact you end up on Mirage is fine. The fact that you start CT side as well has got to be a really big boost to you. But if they've started T-side, it's got to be for a reason. So I'm really interested to see what GamerLegion have been cooking up in their playbook.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I guess, you know, we've got to move away mentally from this CT-T start, where CT is the best start. Because Anubis, we already accepted, you pick T, right? Because it is the better half. And in CS2, I think at Bucharest, I saw HTV post that only 2 maps, Train and Nuke, were CT-sided. Everything else was T-sided. So it kind of makes sense to start picking T-side. It's just we haven't seen a lot of teams making that adjustment. But in a best of one, if you're GamerLegion, I actually really rate it. Ash is definitely a coach that wants to get ahead on the curve on those sort of meta changes. So I really rate the pick.
Yeah, no, I like it too. The fact that You've also won it a good portion of times against tier 1 opposition. 60% win rate with 15 maps played, most of those being on LAN and against higher tier opposition is nothing to scoff at. And this is what I was saying, Namigo, I'm happy that we have got this Mirage. 17 times played, 50-50 whether they win it or not, but it is in the barren landscape of tier 2, where it is a wild west in certain times. Like, it doesn't matter who you're playing, anyone can just sort of pop off at any moment, and that really is highlighted by the 50-50. But I feel like the Migo would be very happy with the fact that it is Mirage.
Yeah, I think in terms of the tier 2 space, they dominate on this map more times out than they don't. And I think a lot of their losses come from that Pro League run early in the year when they're in the play-in stage, where they're losing to teams like Heroic, MIBR, Pain. For GamerLegion, they come off some pretty good results in this recently. 13-1 Falcons just a couple of days ago. But a few days before that, they got 13-2'd. So it's been a real up and down for them. But I know this is a team that, I mean, Ash has gotten all of his props, right? But it's a team with a lot of meticulous decision-making and planning that goes into their map choices, their meta choices. And I think they come into this expecting Mirage, and picking the T side makes it clear that there's an intent here for GamerLegion.
All eyes on Khan as well. You said it best yourself, that there is that consistency issue sometimes with him, but specifically with Namiga. It's a map that lends itself quite favorably to an AWP. Slend is no slouch on the other side, but I'm really interested in keeping my eye on what Khan can do, because we already saw with Moon how unpredictable he was for Big. If Khan can start being that unpredictable, he loves going for these early fights. If he can get these opening kills, that's just going to help Namiga just spearhead themselves into a good direction.
Absolutely. Well, let's stop blabbering and start watching this game. GamerLegion versus Namiga, our last opening best of 1, kicking off on Mirage. T-start for GamerLegion, their choice. And Khan getting curious, top mid. Slend is holding for this. Not unprecedented for CTs to start searching when there's no contact elsewhere, and they will spot each other, but it's Khan. It takes down 2. An outrageous shot onto ZTR. Risky Bob gets the info on under, and Namiga disengage.
Well, that's brutal. That was Khan literally just by himself. Risky Bob is now in ladder, so at least that's confirmed info on one of these players. PR has got really good space. Sway is going to be backstabbed right here, right now, and that could create the corridor for Connector. PR wants even more. Khan now rests on his laurels a little bit in towards CT. Rotate, start flooding over. Yes, PR's got space, but you do not need to commit into A if you're GamerLegion.
Yeah, PR is putting a lot of pressure on here. It has drawn so many players over. They do feel like they're going to commit here. The cushions have been exchanged in each direction. PR caught one through the box and really desperately looking for this headshot. Another one comes through. Look at the damage he has inflicted. But where are the kills? The Glock's hitting headshots, but no one hitting the floor. And now the rest of the T's arrive.
What? Another one?
How are they not killing anybody?
Look at Xanta. Xanta's in the prime position to win this round because you're so paranoid about Connector, you're so paranoid about Ticket, and then Rez gets pinched on from 2 different angles. Towson finally finishes off one of these low players, but it is a 3 versus 2. Time becomes a burden. All these players start swarming the site. How do you get in here? Towson finds another. PR looks to finish what he starts, but Khan puts one final nail in the coffin. Towson, Khan, 1 bullet left. Time becoming an issue, and out of ammo. Now goes Towson, and it's Khan with the kill. What a messy conclusion.
A quad kill too from Khan. Remember how he opens that up with a brilliant double piece towards top mid. So many shots fired up from GamerLegion. The HP, and this is ridiculous. Check that out. But they hit so many headshots at long range with these Glocks, and no one can finish their meals. Towson even hits another shot onto the stairs player there, and it's not enough to kill him. Leaves him on like 2 HP. If he has one more bullet in the chamber, it might be his round. What an outrageous start. And it means into this round, it's a hero Galil that gets brought in, but nothing else for the rest of GamerLegion.
Oh, got another dig. On the Glock, no less. Of course. We wouldn't have it any other way. Slend announces his arrival over towards B apartments, but that's not the statement of intent. GamerLegion reroute in towards top mid. They're going to stretch out this clock. They're going to make it a little bit lengthier for Nemiga. Draw out all their utility. Try and get Torsen an opportunity on this Galil. Through under. Run boost over for Rez. And whilst Lear's trying to deal with all these players in under, it's actually Khan, again, just taking the initial contact, swinging, but not securing anything further. Risky Bob will at least trade, but it's a 3 versus 3, and there's weapons dropped.
And now Risky Bob will slide through, and he knows this player's here, but Towson's hit another. Sway will swing out. He's trying to wrestle this round back, and it looks like he might have done enough with Xanta combining. They will deal, but that is just a single hero Galil that goes into that round. And it comes down to 2 players on half HP still standing for Nemiga.
That's the key thing, though. So much damage. So much damage being applied there. And it does mean that if GamerLegion win this round, suddenly Nemiga are still on the ropes. The fact that Kana is just taking liberties, swinging in towards mid, confidence on this player just to keep going, even if he's got no support. Alright, let's have a little look now at this default, and it's Xanta taking a bit of a risk. Skirting around the edge, flashbang, brilliant. But at least it will telegraph to GamerLegion that someone could be lying in wait, but they're not clearing it. They're not considering it at all. Xanta never reveals himself, so he's able to get the first kill. Traced out by Rez, and Khan this time cannot claim one in mid.
I was really worried there. Rez is just not at all concerned about that position from Xanta. Expecting another swing to come through, trusting his teammate to get that trade. Very dicey there for GamerLegion for a moment, but Rez recovers, especially with that follow-up onto Khan. Gives the advantage for GamerLegion, and they're setting up to go B. Risky Bob has taken control down ramp. You feel like Zway should maybe start to rotate.
He should, but he's worried about mid. The thing is that they've got no info, apart from no one is in ramp. And this molly goes in from Rez, which makes it even more difficult. Rotates are so disjointed. Lear needs a multi, or at the bare minimum to stay alive, but the nade goes a little bit wayward. The bullets do not. Slem removed. Rez now closes in and will get that trade. Now GamerLegion have got the site.
Good damage, but Rez with a triple kill. Okay, Sway has brought down Towson low. And Sentry will be a nuisance, forces him back over towards Van. They've got a smoke. It's a default plant. Rez deep and towards short. PR at bench. He's the key player here with all the HP. He's spotted out. Doesn't matter. Adjust. Sway. Oh my God, Sway. Comes down to Rez and he'll hit it. A quad kill for Rez. Needed that headshot immediately. His HP was dwindling and Zway was taking them down. Nemiga denied on the retake. GamerLegion get on the board.
These rounds have been bonkers to kick off this map. The fact that they're so low. The immediate adjustment from Zway on towards the pixel angle at Towson at Van. He knows he's there because he's dropped that molly. He's forced him back around the corner immediately. And then it's 6 HP versus 4 HP, and it's Rez with the instant headshot. It's insult to injury, and now it's Khan again. Looking to make amends. This double push in towards middle. Can only net 1 for now. Slen takes 2 to the grave. It's so scrappy, but this is exactly what Nemiga wants. Risky Bob starts pushing in towards apartments. How's this timing?
It's the
pretty damn
third
good.
CZ we've seen. Well, what's going on? Why are we seeing so many of these? At least that smoke, they can recover the bump. Yeah, we'll pick that up. He's down low to disengage. And avoiding the apartments, a good call right now. You've got no information over towards B, and that advanced position with the pistol for Risky Bob does feel powerful. Xanta's the key piece here. Is he going to swing out? Yes, he sees PR. Can't quite convert the kill, but again, it's further damage done. 2 players low for GamerLegion. He swings back for more.
What?
Finishes the job and gets away.
That's bonkers. Remember, ZTR's still low, as you've just said. And now you're still scared. Xanta just swings again, but ZTR is holding. Risky Bob a little bit out of the equation right now, but it's this late round activation. Zway spamming hopelessly. That molly's really good. Did they hear Risky Bob? He took 1 tick of damage. They know he's there.
They know it's going to be looked at. Risky Bob realizes he's known. He knows. They know.
Everyone knows.
Everyone knows. Do they know that Zwei is this close?
Yes.
Well, they do now. Makes the loud step, and Risky Bob wins his duel, so it comes down to the one-on-one. Time to work with off angle, almost the shot. Straight onto the shoulder, but it needs to be clean against ETR. He hits the head, and GamerLegion tie us up.
He was the one that was low. He was the one that was low the whole damn time from middle.
That swinging is crazy.
Yeah, but I tell you what, the presence of mind for ZTR to actually hold that, it is everything. Another one of these rounds that comes down to a sliver of HP. Such fine margins in this game. 4 rounds deep, Namiga forced to eco. And they're stacking A, but unfortunately GamerLegion are just casting a wide net.
They know they finally broke through. I've enjoyed what Namiga have been showing us so far on this CT side, though. A lot of proactive mid play. Not making it easy for GamerLegion early. Okay, so interesting little stack here. They're going to swing. No flashbang, though, and so it's a cleanup against the USPs. I think any chance of anything exciting dies there. Nice shot from here. And a clean sweep, no one falls.
Khan can get an AWP, but he wouldn't have any armor, so he's not going to do that. There's so much just aggressive moves, as you say, from Namiga, but also from GamerLegion. GamerLegion taking really proactive space in towards mid early, trying to get this Palace Lurker online a little bit sooner. They've put a lot of pressure in ending B. It's actually really similar to how Metisport were operating Inferno, where you're keeping players deliberately over or on one side of the map to anchor in these rotates, making it really difficult, because it really is a gamble if Namiga hang around in towards mid, because if they lose their lives, you're just constricted. The guts of the map is completely open. You feel like you need to search, but then there's always players from GamerLegion. It's getting really tricky. It's been really fun to watch. I'd even go so far to say is this has been the most contentious first round we've had, and the first 5 rounds I think have packed more sort of competition within them than any of the first 3 matches.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's exciting. Hopefully, contest will continue. Sway looks to get aggressive. Khan spamming from deep over the top. Behind you, Sway is in the smoke. And they're going to walk straight past. He has the potential to take down 2 for free. It's going to come down to the timing. As the smoke fades, he pushes through the T1. He's going to find 2 backs turned. He converts on it. Massive double kill from that play through the smoke.
The GamerLegion must be thinking, how many times? How many times are an Amiga going to push forward here? Great molly on towards Lear in sandwich, but it's Zwei again, dealing with PR, and the player in default was undetected the entire time. So then left to pick up the pieces. It would be a monumental clutch. But if anything, he's just scrambling for his life, trying to hold on to the AK. He's shooting at shadows. No one is there at stairs.
This way is so exciting, right? Oh, crazy kill from Sland. Give him a chance. The ace clutch with 13 HP. Don't fancy his odds. Especially with this setup that Namiga have fallen into. I don't want to let this one slip. That drop has been heard. But Leah not going to bite. Knows that no one's crossed because this is being held from his teammate. Oh, there we go. Khan will secure it. But yeah, Zwei, he is such a fun player. So aggressive, so explosive. And I think that combination of him with Khan makes this team so exciting when they're all on. This ridiculous.
This has to be the third or fourth round that they've pushed into top middle as well. To answer this, you can go for underpass control, or you can just start execing bomb sites. Feels like it's the latter rather than the former. GamerLegion with the A site hit.
That lurk in middle. Namiga will try and get control of it, but yeah, they've only got the salt spent over now. The rotations will come through as that utility rains down. It's Sway again in the prime position. Good damage. Forces them back, and the smoke lands in their face too, so denied on that first exec. GamerLegion have to reroute. They have to find an alternative.
Yeah, really good counter utility being put forward, and the spam as well just offsets them. I would say they've got a second volley to throw down, but they don't. They have one smoke remaining. Because obviously you got to add one window, one top mid, and then the jungle and stairs. One remaining. How do you work into this? Meanwhile, whilst they're thinking about it, Namiga are looking to crunch on towards middle. It's a big brawl here.
Oh, it's going to be devastating. Everyone is here, but it's Slend. It's Rez. Oh, it's Rez with more. Santa finally offers up his own multi. Towson's low, but it is the advantage for GamerLegion. PR makes it a double up. Santa has to do it all. He does have the bomb. Swaps to an AWP, finds on the ground. They're moving through window as a unit. Should be able to trade. Misses his chance. Goes in for another. Zanta can't convert it. Comes down to another 1v1, but it's GamerLegion that win it out.
Nail biters. Nail biters every single round. The fact that Zanta goes back for the AWP and he's able to find a safe passage in between the signage to the B bomb site. It's Towson this time that bails out GamerLegion. It is Rez that gets a flying headshot in towards middle. It's never over until it's over.
It's crazy. That crunch looked like it could have ended it for GamerLegion. But they get the first 2 kills. So many of these rounds on such fine margins.
4A as well. Look at this. Double Palace push. At the same time, Xanta is still inflicting pain and suffering onto GamerLegion. The wide swing out of Risky Bob nets nothing. Instead, it's PR to do even more blows, but he's not expecting another player there. And why would you? And meanwhile, whilst this is going on, keep your eyes on Khan because he's in spawn. He can deny the bomb. Slen wants to give him a fight. No, go back B, surely.
Yeah. It would just scare Khan off, but Khan will just grab a friend. And they're going to come back.
Okay, Rez's timing is everything.
Slend needs to be ready for this. Sees the shadow, but Khan wins the fight. ZTR with the UMP can't get the multi. So sure, Rez has this good luck timing, but the bomb is out of their control. Now he is going to be unknown coming through the back line, so it has a good chance to potentially catch Sway off guard. With 30 seconds, once you even get that kill, you have to run back to A. And they're putting the pieces together. He's not been spotted mid, not been spotted B. He can only be coming from this A leg. 20 seconds. Bomb. To be tried to collect it. He'll jump up, sees the player, looking for the head. But time's just not here. The round's been won. Rez just looking for a kill, looking for a way out, looking to try and survive with his AK. But he won't even be allowed that luxury.
What a round. And yes, you're speaking about it piecing together. It's really smart, again, from Zwei. Because he could fall back in towards ramp at this moment. But then you're giving the players that were in towards jungle, in towards short, more to worry about. By him pushing forward in towards the TV room, taking that space away, isolating that top mid fight, it means that Risky Bob and Xanta can come back over in towards the A site. There was only a time in there in which Xanta could have hit Rez in the back of the head. An eco. Proving vicious. And the money is completely in the bin now for GamerLegion.
Yeah, courtesy of how close these prior rounds have been. It's got to be a forced investment. You got so many players with 15, 1700. So we're talking Tech9s here. Slend thought maybe he was going to keep some money, but no, decides to purchase with his teammates. This one falls flat. We're looking at 6 CT rounds for Namiga. look to pop up onto this A bomb site.
Don't count them out. Don't count anyone out. These Deagles, these Tech 9s, they can pack a punch. In fact, there's no Deagles in this round, but you get the point. These guys are potent. Smoke. Util set. These flashbangs from Slend have to be unbelievable to get Khan off this angle.
3-player lane B early, but without any contact. They start to move players over now. Here comes the hit. Khan and Sway both chiming in immediately. And you see they're expecting this push through the smoke. ZTR gets revealed. And any threat of these pistols is quickly put away. All of Namiga converge on the bomb site, although there's no follow through. You don't have the bomb. They'll have to start moving back, but by the time GamerLegion get towards B, the rotation will already be there.
Nice idea from GamerLegion. Because Namiga have been fighting so much in towards mid, they're throwing the flashbangs to blind the connector players. But unfortunately, Khan is just in ticket. Here is this lurk. Punished by Slend. But with 30 seconds and with half HP, you feel like Leah's just going to lock this in. Volley goes on towards Van. Oh, in fact, Leah just swings and gets rid of him.
That was our full spy. That means we have to have the eco for GamerLegion now. Remember, they chose to start on this T side. Namiga have been bringing the fight to them. It's a shame selfishly for me, because for some reason I always seem to dodge watching Namiga when I cast tier 2 events. I don't know why, it just doesn't line up. But they're so fun to watch. Like they're such an explosive team. They want to do whatever the idea will be. They'll just stick to it. Look, Xanta will just keep going. He'll fight to his death. Risky Ball will then drop the utility in behind. Towson, can he get the Galil? Yes, he can. Is he able to remove Risky Bob? Well, it doesn't really matter now, because once again, Namiga have got 4 players here, and instead, he plays catch with a nade. Yeah, only one falling versus the eco. That's absolutely fine for Namiga. They've got all the money in the world for the final 2 rounds of the half, so GamerLegion will have to do it the hard way. All the rifles will come back out. Fight mid, Khan this time posting up behind the con smoke. We take the pier in towards underpass. See, ZTR is aggressive mid. He'll get that kill. The trade comes through immediately. And Khan's able to get away.
And Khan's immediately routed over to help out Zwei. Because more often than not, GamerLegion have been running these mid-con splits to end on this A bomb site. So the Orps now remaining over at Ticket, playing really passive. Zwei's now moved over, and is also playing a direct line. And look at the info that Xanta's just got. Xanta's just pushed his own smoke and has now got all of B apartments. Slend is on a timer here.
Surely he's just going to walk down, right, and catch him. Maybe not. Okay, he will. So that push is going to come through. Carson will get caught out by Xanta. And now for GamerLegion, the only avenue is straight into this A bomb site. Zwei is tucked under, and Jan has managed to scale past the AWP and Zwei. Again, these 2 players are not missing a thing. Red scoops up the bomb, but can't even take down the low HP Zwei. 14 kills for the young fragger. And Namiga winning out the half, and a chance to double the round count of GamerLegion.
First bullet accuracy is so scary from Zwei. You feel like he's going to get caught off there. You take a look at Khan's POV. He's scoped in. The first guy's already slid over to sandwich, and Zwei just says, no, none of that. He just swats GamerLegion away. Look at this buy to try and get a 5th round here. 1 AK, 1 Galil. And a B hit. But you already know about this, because Zwei's just taken ramp. And now a deep smoke comes in from Xanta. The nade gets dropped behind it. It's brilliant. They're 1 step ahead of the game.
think GamerLegion just wait this out. Xanta is in a position that's very committed, but now Khan starts to move over. Not quite the util he was hoping for.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, mate.
Xanta falls back as the smoke fades.
Oh, he can be flashed in, though.
Okay, yeah, Khan has actually got up there. With the AWP, Sway removes Rez, and now the AWP can strike. Xanta slides in. It is perfection. The piece is moving like clockwork, and it's a puzzle that GamerLegion cannot put together. No one falls for Namiga. 8-4
Might be risky, Bob, in his name, but actually, all of Namigo do like to live life on the edge. I thought Xanta was just going there to get pop flashed in, but no, Khan jumps up on van, walks into apartments, and then they have the most awkward double swing that just nets them kills, and they don't get traded in return. I've said the word bonkers and crazy about 4 times this first half, but it just is true. Like, these are the only adjectives. Like, the play style is just out of this world for the Amiga. I'm thoroughly enjoying it.
My concern for GamerLegion coming into a series like this, because you've been playing Tier 1 CS, which is very different style of Counter-Strike, all on LAN as well. You're moving into the online domain while you're probably still on the road. Keep that in mind. Against an Amiga who is molded in the online Counter-Strike, a team that is consistently playing every Tier 2 tournament. Sure, they've not always found the first place finishes, but they've gotten deep runs and they're used to this type of Counter-Strike at home, where the pressure, despite it being an incredibly high pressure event, the environment doesn't have the high pressure that comes along with it. And they're playing the same sort of Counter-Strike they always play right here. Yeah,
and that's a really good point. And Dweg tweeted about this as well when he took a look at the Big 9 Pandas result, and he said, actually, I'm not surprised. He said if this was a LAN event, he says he expects Big to just qualify through. But now he says that they've got no hope now they're on live. I think it's a bit harsh, but, you know, fair. Odds are certainly not favouring GamerLegion anymore after that 8-4. Odds powered by 1xBet. And yeah, I don't blame them. 8-4 half, and now you've got Namiga, who were just so aggressive, and suddenly they are going to now be in control. Great shot out of PR, but can't instantly trade. Look at him scale. It's all a fake, it's all a ruse, but no one rotates.
Yeah, GamerLegion just don't bite. Slen's got this forward position. Rez will now start to move. Khan is still hanging out over there, just being a nuisance.
Oh no, they're going to double clear him.
Ooh, spotted. Slend committing to the angle. Leah starts to scale and will take him down. And now you feel like you just go. Towson tucked under Dark's way, starts to move forward. P250 in hand. He's been given the big gun and one tap, all he needs. A fight now into short. He's looking for more. That's information on Rez's position too. Now the swing comes out. He can't find the kill. And it falls to ZTR to try and pick this up. Sway! Absolute brilliance. And that's going to be Namiga taking the second pistol.
He's so good. He is just so good. And this is what I'm saying. Point to prove. One of these riflers has to take the spotlight, and it's Zway. He is shoved Rez out the way. 17-6. And it's just diligent from the Amiga. They walk back in towards Palace, that they clear out Sled. Zway then just contacts out ramp and just deletes people.
He shot 2 bullets that round. He just wants a kill. Full spy from GamerLegion. 4-player lean towards A early. Sway is lurking over here. Amiga have gotten full mid control.
What you do with it? Because no kills are being presented to you. Zway is still holding for ramp. It's his timing. Look, he's managing these 2 angles. Palace, ramp, but Towson's not going to push. He's just looking to delay. And Zway's actually up elevators. Even if they did push it, it would be a little bit tricky. It will be this A execute. GamerLegion have got the right read here. There's 3, potentially even 4 players with Rez moving over.
This could be the turning point for GamerLegion. Especially as time starts to dwindle. Towson gets the info, drops his smoke down. Still one in Slen's hands too that can be deployed late, potentially towards Palace. If that came through now, that would be really powerful because you can see they start to move forward. PR is close by with the MP9. A resmoke towards ramp. The threat comes from Palace. PR ready for it. The wide swing from Khan. Great trade. Now you got the pistols up close. Towson will win out his duel on Zway, trying to force his way through. And they keep scaling. Looking to remove these players. Towson dealt with Rez. Trying to get something back. Can't do it. Risky Bob has alleviated the pressure. Slen gets his. But it falls to the IGL. Not known in this position. Comes out with the 5-7. And ZTR finally a breakthrough for GamerLegion off the force buy. And it's the IGL that gets it done.
And it's one of those rounds in which you think Namiga are going to wrestle it off GamerLegion again. They had all the perfect setup. There's 18 seconds left. They all swing through and they crunch. That's the essential thing. Khan wide swings out Palace at the same time. A push comes through ramp and they just converge on the site. The scout can only find one, and you think if ZTR swings wide, there's a potential he goes for the bomb denial, and then he gets traded. Instead, his angle management is supreme. Just finds one player, says, I will deal with the bomb planter later, and rescues GamerLegion. But they're not out of the woods yet. This is still scary. You've still got a rifle on Khan, and you've still got 5 players hurtling themselves towards B.
And straight through the smoke, straight into ZTR again. Xanta will get that trade, but damage has been done. PR is now here. An unexpected angle gets a kill of his own. There is the drop down and the flying Mac-10. Khan can't do with Rez. Needed that to give Namiga a chance in this round. It falls to Leah. Haiti at his back, bullets as well. GamerLegion deal with the force a whole lot better. And suddenly, we've got a game on our hands.
Something that's improved an awful lot for GamerLegion, I think, in the last, I'd even say like 2 months. It is the way that they retake together. It is the timing of one person's swing on one side of the map compared to the opposite. And here you've got ZTR taking all the contact. PR just delays. And that is everything. Because then he can let these market players go forward and play. And yes, he gets barreled down by a Mac-10, but he's done enough because immediately these swings can come out from market door, immediately can come out from market window, and then the unknown element of Towson can backstab with the MP9. And now Slend wants revenge. He wants to have these kills in towards top middle.
He'll get him too. The MP9 doing a great job. He has been locked out.
There's something about CT sides for GamerLegion. I don't know what it is, but they have these mega comebacks in really important games on CT sides. And this man right here, who's taken the fight against Khan, is a big feature piece of it. Big game player, ZTR, and an awesome B-Apps anchor.
Yeah, sitting on 14 kills, top of the board for his team. Trying to rally the troops behind him. Get those stars online. PR and Rez, that's where all the hype is. Slen does have the AWP now as well. It's uncontested. This has not really been an AWPing map so far, to be fair.
Yeah, has he even had an AWP this whole game? I can't remember. So. That's how inefficient it's been. Khan and Rez go blow for blow. And Risky Bob now cordoned back just a little bit by the HEs. They think about pushing, they think about contesting further, but once again, GamerLegion do not bite. They just rotate and shift their pieces elsewhere.
Yeah, Slen can just hold this line and get the information if there is a cross. Be in a good position. Leo just tries to put some pressure on mid. A resmoke on window. One on the CTs into Con gives Leo that space to keep walking. And this split towards B, it's inevitable. You can see they're edging through. Slend, the only one over here, but with the sniper in the perfect position when he falls off the line. At the timing that they cross, he gets off. He'll crawl back in, but again, he's missed them. Oh, this is so brutal. He has no idea. They're about to pop on him. He'll hear them, but overwhelmed. Incredibly unlucky for Slend. They slip through, thread the needle. And in a 4-on-3, GamerLegion want to save.
And it's almost set up by the fact that they smoke connect to their GamerLegion. It acts as a T-side smoke. That is so brutal. And because the comm can come through, hey, by the way, they can be up short. We don't have info on it currently. That's why he moves off the angle. You hear people say timing every single time when you play Counter-Strike. If people are new to the game and unfamiliar with it, show them that clip. It doesn't get any more CS timing than that.
Yeah, Slen's going to be so frustrated with how that played out.
You watch the demo back and he's just like, really?
Like
Not
each
once, not
time.
twice, but 3 times. He even looked at the short guy and the short guy crossed as he moved off the angle.
Actually insane.
That's a bitter one to swallow for GamerLegion because they were doing everything correctly. They were moving in the right direction. It makes sense that they're calling one of these timeouts. They won that force buy after losing the pistol. But that backstab could be a small chance for Namiga to start edging this game out. One domino could topple, leading into multiple events unfolding for GamerLegion. At least they save 3 rifles. At least they've got the AWP re-equipped with Slend.
Yeah, lesser teams might have wanted to go for that retake with the money in the bank and with already close rotates in market, but GamerLegion want to play the long game. Can reinvest the AWP. Slen looks to get active early. Peek over, doesn't see too much. Again, it's this heavy B presence from the T side early.
Great nade. Just onto Rez. Just timing that he's going to swing out to take a little bit of info. There is that pressure you've been speaking about. ZTR forced off the balcony, forced not to have a deep line, but Xanta overstays his welcome. Gets evicted from the B apartments. But Khan's still here. And the bomb is being scooped up, or at least I thought it was for a moment. GamerLegion look to take mid. They want to right their wrongs from the previous round. They want to have all the information at their disposal. In fact, it's a team effort. Everyone is grouping up middle.
Yeah, last time they left B just to Slend and then sat back on A. But yeah, this time, not leaving that gap open.
Well, there's no one on B.
Okay, smoke will land top mid. That might even turn PR back. No, he's going to hear the movement in the app, so he'll drop his counter utility. But still, if Namiga do commit out here, at the moment, it's a free runway, but with the information GamerLegion have gathered, they'll rotate players over. ZTR will slide in. Now the utility comes, now the exec, but you've got all the players you need. Rez even pushing through the underpass. Wade gets that first kill. PR activates from the back pillar. Looking to see if he can get more, but it's Khan that gets that kill. Gives the, well, 4v4, now back. PR swinging out, looking for this player. Risky Bob catches him. Slen trades. It's even back and forth. Bomb still not down. And this is where Rez, on this timing lurk, can win the round. It's been commed. Leah saw it. A repos comes out. Slen hits the leg. That was the chance of a clutch. Namiga somehow trade their way successfully into B.
Oh, the movement from Carney. He gets off the bomb as soon as there's contact from Lear, and Lear is holding the apartments the entire time. That was the only gap. Khan's movement in this round is brilliant. He provides significant overwatch for Namiga getting in towards B because PR is playing anti-flash. He's tucked his barrel out the way so they can't see him, and yet Khan is still holding the entire time. Nothing is rushed. No mistakes are made, even with 30 seconds left on the clock. The bomb goes down with 5 seconds left in the end. Another heartbreaker for GamerLegion because they had all the right pieces in the right place, but they get undone.
Yeah, so many of these rounds have been like this for both sides. But in the second half, it's coming up all Namiga. USP, not going to get anything done. Flushed out PR, though, with this M4. Remember, Rez has one as well. Enough to inflict damage to make this round competitive. Flashbang is brilliant. The swing from the pistol gets one, too. And the rifle is both still alive. One hits the deck. This
Flank.
round is on res. Or maybe it's that flank. So TR will move through, but bomb is being planted safely. Pick up the AWP.
He can't scope though, because it'll give away the audio cue. It's actually the worst weapon he'd want to see. Risky Ball's now dropped to smoke, and that means that he can look forwards. NCR creeping, goes up and over. That's the last place you'd expect him to be. And now Lear needs to clutch up 1 versus 2. Dinks res through the box. They try and swing together, and it's the jumping kill from ZTR that is not connecting. Lear wins it, and Namiga hit map point.
Yeah, you can't see the cam reactions, but I'll tell you, Leah jumped for joy there. Flying at him in the 1v2. That dinky gets onto res is everything through the box. GamerLegion play this so well. But this slight overextension, Leah gets that kill too. Leah won this round all by his lonesome. Brilliant from Leah and Amiga onto map point. 5 chances to upset GamerLegion. And
ZTR has got to be screaming and stamping his feet because the only gun in ramp he doesn't want in that situation is an AWP. And in amongst all the chaos, after he gets the first kill, he could have picked up the AK, but he didn't. He didn't have time. He had to swing with Rez. Rez gets immediately dinked, and because he gets immediately dinked, they try and force the issue early. Any other gun, any other rifle. But that's the way it lands. At least you can have the confidence that with 2 rifles you're able to nearly take the round. How about with 4 and an AWP?
great HE onto Risky Bob and Khan early. Namiga have 4 players ready to pounce on this bomb site. GamerLegion's utility is rather lacking, but they've still got the smoke sway. Again, great kill. Trade is there, but now you know you've got to play a trap. Zetiar's burning down, and he'll get flushed forward. Namiga have played a masterclass of aggressive Counter-Strike. PR and Slend in a 2-on-4 to keep GamerLegion in this opening best of 1, but bomb to be planted. No deny possible. PR will get 1 kill. Slend fires off the shot, so for Namiga, they get all the info on both of these CTs. The smoke fades on mid-site. Khan with the AWP, waiting for a left side cross. Doesn't need to reveal himself. 20 seconds, clock's ticking, players falling. Slend has to do everything, and it's feeling impossible. They know exactly where he is, and in tandem, they will take him down. No, maybe not. But he doesn't have time for the round regardless. So if it's not a player that kills him, it will be the bomb, and Namiga will win out over GamerLegion.
Back-to-back rounds that Lear wins Namiga to send them over the edge against GamerLegion. Said coming into that Veto that there's a lot of weaknesses in Namiga's map pool right now. The one map you probably don't want to play them on is Mirage. GamerLegion send it there. GamerLegion send it to that T side, and they lose 8 rounds in that first half. They try their best to come back, but it's almost like a bittersweet pill because you had everything that you sort of wanted, but it didn't go your way.
Yeah, it's a devastating result for GamerLegion, right? They come in as tournament favorite, but this is the nature of best of ones, right? And the nature of online Counter-Strike. We kind of painted that picture. Namiga, they live in this environment. They're molded by it. This is, in essence, another day in the office for them. But for GamerLegion, they come straight off a playoff run at LAN, back-to-back LAN events. It's a team that's constantly on the road. And it's a big shock to go into this series. And you could see Namiga, they came in with nothing to fear. They played their style of Counter-Strike as they have been all year. And it was beautiful to behold.
And I'll be honest with you, I want to just hammer home on that point a bit more because Namiga in past tournaments, I think when they've gone to LAN as well, it takes a while to warm into things and they feel like, oh, it's a different environment. Maybe we have to play a little bit differently. I'm really glad they've come into this tournament and they played exactly the same brand of Counter-Strike that's got them here in the first place, that's earned them that VRS ranking to even be competing at the MRQs. Really impressed with Zwei in particular. Khan's aggression through top middle, fearless. And then Xanta's just getting all of these crazy lurk timings because he's just pushed his own smoke. Oh, you've got the kill on towards mid? I'm just going to walk B apps. It'll be completely fine. No one was ever there for GamerLegion. It's a rough one, but that is best of ones. And that is Namiga going 1-0 in the Swiss stage. GamerLegion dropped to 0-1. They join the likes of Fnatic. They join the likes of 500. It's going to be, and big, it's going to be a hard 0-1 bracket, to be honest with you. We might have a scoreboard for this game we could bring up just to really show off that Zwei masterclass, because even though a lot of those players got a number of kills, Zwei's openings were outrageous.
Yeah, we framed him kind of as the player to watch coming into this. Yeah, I think between him and Khan, they were just getting so many opening frags. Khan 5-0 in opening duels across that. Zwei not that far behind him. I think he ends up 4-1 after that. So yeah, between the two of them, they were just putting GamerLegion on the back foot constantly, just throughout. And we got to see, you know, some moments from GamerLegion, but it's got to be said, some of those stars were missing at times. It took PR until the CT side to really come online. Res had some moments, but when we kind of compared the two teams coming into this, you kind of expected a little bit more out of the experienced names on GamerLegion versus some of these young talents who can be a bit up and down. But for Namiga, everyone was in the server today. I mean, even Leah, right, single-handedly won 2 or 3 rounds in that T side for them and won the series. So, yeah, it was a team effort from Namiga, but they were all hitting incredibly hard.
Yeah, they were. And this is the brutal nature of best of ones as well, right? It's like if you are an underdog, you can have a big advantage because all it takes is one map. And suddenly you find yourselves 2 wins away from qualifying to a major. This was so well earned. You'll see these highlights here, the amount of timings that in particular that they got on the CT side. These close rounds here, you think Xanta's going to win that one? I mean, it could have gone either way. Like we said in the first 4 rounds of play that this was one of the most competitive matches we had all day. It definitely lived up to the expectation, but for Namiga to capitalize on it, to recover as well after winning the pistol, then losing the force buy, it is everything. And I was really impressed with what we got out of them, and I'm excited for what they could do in the MRQ. If this is your baseline, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, this is the best of one storyline, right? And this is sure, Namiga wins both pistols, but they got reset immediately in that second half. Like GamerLegion were on the run on the CT side. But what a day of games. We've had some serious upsets just along the way. I don't know if we have the updated standings we can take a glance at. I know the Astralis OG game is still going. That one does look to be very close between those two teams. But yeah, you can see 9 Pandas, BC Game, BetBoom team, Namiga, all teams that you didn't necessarily favor going into any of those matchups.
I mean, look at 0-1 right now. It's big Fnatic, GamerLegion, Parry Vision.
Saw.
Yeah, but I kind of expected Saw there. Sorry, Saw. But like the big hitters, like really big hitters, Bait as well, being outclassed by Metisport. Yes, these are only best of ones, and yeah, of course we're jumping to conclusions, but it's exciting. It's the MRQ. It's the qualification to the major. There's still a long journey ahead for all of these teams, regardless of the result. But you can start to see the bracket shaping up. Round 2 of all of these games will be coming up after the OG Astralis game is finished. There'll be a little interlude after that to get the matchups ready. And then we'll bring you the next round of games. All round 2 matches, all the best of ones will be played out today on both broadcasts. It'll be new commentary pairs taking over on both the A stream and the B stream. So that's all from me and Lucy for now. Thank you so much for watching. Hang about because there is still round 2 matches to be played. See you in a bit.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Change of the casters and a change of the scenario for these teams. They came in today with a fresh slate, and now here on the B stream, all these teams we're going to be casting will be in the 0-1 bracket to kick things off. I'm Vince, joined by the very talented Hawker, and we're going to be guiding you through all of the action here on the B stream. First off, Hawker, a fair few surprises, it's safe to say.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's best of ones and everyone says you can expect surprises, but I don't know if you could expect quite so many. It's been really fun to watch, though, because I think some of those teams that have got the bigger names have maybe been, you know, resting on their laurels a bit. You've got these grinders from the online scene coming into it, and they're showing very early on. They're very comfortable here, and they're taking the fight to these teams.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. And I'm sure we'll get into the nitty-gritty a little bit later on. But, of course, this is for the Blast Austin Major, and it's for the EU qualifiers. So all the teams here jockeying for position in those top 8 spots. Now, I say top 8 because the top 5 go through to stage 1, and then the next 3 teams will make it through to the play-in. So, obviously, the bottom 8 teams are done. They're gone. And here you can see on your screen right now how the teams have kicked things off.
Yeah, we're going to be focusing on some of those 0-1 matches, but some of those teams also making it through into the 1-0 section. There were some dominant wins for some of those guys, so they'll be looking to carry that form on into those winning matchups. That will be over on the A stream. Here on the B stream, though, as you can see, Big, Saw, Astralis, GamerLegion, Fnatic down here. A lot of names that historically you might expect to be at some of those top events. A lot of names that have recently been consistently at those top events. But for these teams that are playing a lot of online CS and really trying to grind their way in, this feels like a huge opportunity for them to try and boost themselves in the rankings, to prove that they can belong at some of these top tournaments. And I know some of these teams might be feeling like they're not getting those chances all the time because these qualifiers can be so cutthroat. So it's really important for some of these guys. This is their biggest tournament. This is the thing that they have been leading up to. And I think that's partly why we can see those opening results go this way.
Yeah, and as you just highlighted, obviously on the left-hand side are the teams that got victory in their first game, and on the right-hand side are the teams that tasted defeat. And those are the teams that we're going to be focusing here on the B stream. But, I mean, first off, anything that really catches your eye here, Hawker? I think there's a fair few that probably will in terms of how those opening games went.
Yeah, I'd say even though there are some big name organizations on the right side, really the ones that you'd expect to be doing very well, I'd say everyone expected GamerLegion to be solid just because they've been on such a rise recently. And then Astralis, they've just got the quality of player that you'd assume they'd be able to come through here. So both of those guys losing, pretty surprising early on. And as you were saying earlier, only one team, once you get down to those teams that have 2 losses, is going to make it through. So if you go down 0-2 early, you have got a hell of a grind on your hands to get back into it. So this next game is so important for these guys.
Oh, no doubt at all. Like it's basically, it's not quite like death in the tournament already, but you are veering and looking over into the abyss. So every team is going to know just the importance of making sure you don't slip down into that 0-2 bracket. And as you said, like there are a couple teams here that definitely stand head and shoulders above the rest. You know, you come into this event, completely agree. Astralis and GamerLegion are the two that are very obvious right off the bat, but I kind of realized yesterday when I was looking through these teams again, like this is actually kind of stacked. There's a lot of teams in this tier 2 bracket that are very close to each other. They're not getting all of the invites to these top events. It's typically going to be the tier 1 to tier 1.5. And so you do get yourself into this position. I completely agree. If you're not hungry for this, if you're not bringing your A game for this, then what are you doing? And you saw Nikados from OG just completely dismantle Astralis earlier, proving that point. They have the hunger. They want to show up. But the game that we have here is Big versus 500. You could make an argument maybe that Big losing their opening fixture is also a bit of surprise because they're typically around the major. They somehow make it every time.
Yeah, and they obviously are a team that have played some of those top events recently. They played at Cluj, for example, but I don't think their form has been great coming into this. And that's why I think they're one of the teams I wasn't as surprised to see maybe struggle in that opening match. You know, they've got recent losses against Paravision, against ENCE, against BC Game. These are all teams you've got to play at this qualifier. So I think they're one of those teams that, like you said, they're a big name, but actually their recent form hasn't been great. I think sometimes they are just looking surprisingly sloppy, which is almost the last thing you expect from Big traditionally and historically. They're normally so well drilled. And so I know there are people out there that are sitting there right now going, I want Crimbo to go international. I want some of these guys to go elsewhere because this Big lineup, they've been stagnant for a while now.
Yeah, they have. I have to agree with that. I think when Hyped first joined the team, he had a couple of really standout performances back at the start of the year, and people were quite excited about him, myself included, because obviously he'd been recycled, and that's another part of Big, is they seem to recycle these players back and forth. It didn't work the first time, they go somewhere else, they come back again. But since then, Hyped has dropped off pretty considerably in terms of his stats, and it's mainly been GDC that's been the guy that's been doing most of the heavy lifting on that team. So that is a bit of a concern if you're Big. But on the other side, some notable names. If you've been around CS for a long time, you'll recognize names like Cirque. At one stage, of course, was across in NA at the likes of NRG and EG. I think most recently at Bleed and that whole debacle that happened with that team. So he's a guy that's been around forever. And you know what the crazy thing is, Hawkeye? He's only 25 years old. Like, for some reason, I thought he was 30. He's been around for so long.
No, absolutely. And yeah, for I think Big coming into this, you also have the experienced names on their side. And I think that's super interesting coming into this qualifier because, as we were saying earlier, this is one of those tournaments that teams will be putting a lot of emphasis and a lot of build-up into. And I think for a team like Big, they're probably a bit more used to playing tournaments like that. Whereas for a team like 500, some of the players on this team are kind of used to just being those online grinders where you basically play every tournament. You never really have a break. You never really properly get time to prepare for matches. And that can be a completely different skill set. So I think for Big, you were hoping that maybe they'd have that opportunity to really lead into this event because they haven't actually played too much recently. They've had a good few weeks off. Maybe there was a bit of ring rust, I don't know, coming into this. But honestly, I think even the Veto decision for Big against 9 Pandas was a bit surprising. They played 9 Pandas on Mirage. 9 Pandas is a very scary team on that map and a very skilled team. And they honestly weren't even in the game. 13-4 loss. It's got to change pretty quickly for Big.
Oh yeah, it has to change pretty quickly, but the same could be said for 500. They are here to make sure they don't slip into that 0-2 bracket that we were just discussing before. Rainwaker on the middle of your screen is going to be a pretty big part of that, but I think when you're looking at 500, there's a couple of names that stand out to me at least. One, of course, is Cirque. He's their AWPer. We know his capabilities. We've seen it in the past. At one point, he was touted as like one of the most attractive AWPers out there in terms of trying to pick him up. Loads of European teams tried. He went across to NA, as I mentioned earlier, and the other guy is Ships. Ships, in terms of their just raw fragging lately, has been their best player. He's on a 1.21 rating, averaging 92 ADR. So, like, he is one of those guys you're looking at to do some serious damage.
Yeah, and I think they have been doing pretty well lately. I think, as you said, Ships, the one that I'm really looking at, it has maybe been a little surprising that players like Rainwaker, I'd say, just haven't quite got back to their best because when he got picked up by Liquid, he was on this sort of level of team, and he really was dominating at this level. He was consistently putting up above 1.2 average ratings, and I was kind of hoping he'd come back into this team and he'd have the emphasis on him and he'd just be able to go back to that. he's kind of been a middling player on this team now, and it has been more of the ships and Oxygen on this lineup. And I think those two players also are quite classic Bulgarian-style players to me, in that they are both very aggressive and just very willing to take fights a lot of the time, which can be fun to watch. It can be very risky, though. And for Oxygen, it didn't really work out in that opening game. He's meant to be one of their star players. He ended up 6-17 against Ents. And then for Tabson, on the other side of things, someone who's such an experienced name, who you'd expect to be solid at this level, he went 2-16 against 9 Pandas. Both of these guys really struggled.
Oof, that's a solid oof, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, I completely agree with you. I mean, and that's one of the things as well. Tabson, as you mentioned, at one point, he was a star player in his own right. He's still capable of posting up those performances now and again. I believe that we are ready to jump into the Veto. You mentioned that Mirage last time didn't work out. I wonder if Big will float it again.
I will say, to be fair to Tabson, he at least isn't the lowest rated player at the tournament right now, because that's somehow Blame F, who had a stinker himself. We'll be seeing him later.
Wow.
But wow, we go to the Ancient. That's what 500 just played against Ents. 13-7 loss for them. So they're happy to go there again. I think for Big, getting the Mirage out there makes sense. I think with how poorly that first one went. But Ancient also, it's just normally such a middle ground for a lot of teams. So I'm hopeful that 500 have learned from those mistakes. But yeah, playing the same map again here.
Yeah, and Big are on a 3-loss streak when it comes to Ancient, including losing 13-3 to Paravision last time they played each other, which was admittedly nearly a month ago. So Big also haven't played this map in a month, officially at least. The last time they had a notable win, you'd have to go back to Cluj-Napoca, where they beat Wildcard, if you can call that a notable win. They did win 13-2, and they also beat FlyQuest. So it has been a while for Big. So sure, maybe it's a bit of a sketchy map for 500, but statistically at least, it doesn't fare too much better for Big.
Yeah, and I think the thing that 500, at least leading into this tournament, had in their favor is they have been doing all right in some of their online games. You know, they actually did beat Ents on this map before this tournament, and then they've just played them again and lost to them. So sometimes those rematches can throw up sort of weird results. Maybe your opponents have figured something out about you. But you can see a very well-played map for both of these teams. It's actually the map that both these guys have played most in the last 3 months. And it really has become quite a staple for a lot of teams. I like where Ancient fits into the map pool now. I feel like the mid fights can be a lot of fun. And if teams actually try and fight for mid on CT side, it can be such a pivotal area of the map early on. And I think those fights can be really engaging, working around utility, boosting over smokes. So I think I like where Ancient's at. I like that a lot of teams are willing to play it. And I'm just curious to see how aggressive 500 will be. Because I know at times, players like Ships, I've seen this guy just pick up a Mag 7 on Inferno and just start jumping at the half wall on Banana and just do wild stuff like that, where I would expect almost no one else to pull it off, but he's capable. So I think Ancient's a map where you can have some of those ideas in mind as well. CT aggression's there for you if you want it.
Oh, 100%. I would actually say in some cases it's a requirement, depending on the team you're against. You know, getting down middle, getting through cave and playing down on ramp side, even getting aggressive through an A main. Like, there's so many opportunities. I think it's one of the reasons why it's such a damn good map right now in the pool. I completely agree with you. I think it's one, if not the best map. You could argue in terms of how competitive it is, how many teams have really adopted it and like to float it. I think you'll see it a lot in the best of ones as well. It's a map that most teams are at least comfortable with, as opposed to like Anubis, which is, of course, Big's Instaban, and Train, which neither of these teams play either. So it is definitely like an up in the air coin flip for me, because typically I'd probably say Big should win this, but who knows?
Feels like one of those. It feels like I would say Big should be favored, but just with how that first map went for them, I could see 500 running.
All right, so we're ready to jump straight into the game on the saddle between Big and 500. As you can see, 500 on that T side, and Big trying to defend. Tabson in the cave, having a quick look across, but it is QB to kick things off here.
Yeah, that aggression already coming into play that we were talking about. Meanwhile, 500 have that mid control, and now Crimbo, ever reliable for Big as that anchor. Can he step up here? He's looking both ways and just falling back, happy to play for assistance from his teammates.
Exactly that. Stall as much time as possible, let the rest of the troops arrive. However, although they have the player advantage, and now all 5 players in position, they have conceded a post plant. So Spellin, Rainwaker, and Cirque have their work cut out for them. Rainwaker, though, using the, I was going to say the big box to try and snoop a kill or two, snatch away a couple lives, but it's complete opposite. 500 down to Cirque, he's been smoked off, fires the shots through the smoke. They know that it's no problem at this stage. They can run him down and pick him up after time as well. And it's a pretty clean retake on the side of Big. Some options for 500, but they get the early success.
Yeah, that's a good feeling for Big after such a slow start in their previous matchup. After going 4-0 down against 9 Pandas, getting off to a good start here, definitely important for them. And I liked how in control they stayed of that round. Crimbo not over-fighting on the A side, happy to play for retake, using that teamwork and that timing just to make sure they can come back in. But here come the guns for 500. They are not giving this up without a fight.
No, certainly not. 3 SMGs, 2 Tech 9s, and a healthy dosage of grenades. 2 smokes, 2 Molotovs, and a flashbang. Early damage inflicted, but nothing too significant, and it hasn't really stalled their push in on the catwalk side. So at this point, mid-control, not really prevalent from Big. Understandable, like if you think you're going to be up against the SMGs, you don't want to be running down and greeting them down middle, but Oxygen and Spellin, they've taken cave control, and that's leaving QB in a horrible position. 2 kills may go his way, but it's just the 1. Lots of damage done, but Big, they're in a 2-on-4 retake, and they're going to be picking up the pace here. Crimbo with a HE, touchdown onto Rainwaker. Oxygen up close on the near angle, looking for the crossfire. The timing there for Cirque. Runs out into the open and just gives his life away for free. It's so sloppy, and Big nearly get this one done. Straight off Crimbo, but it looks like he'll be able to shut it down with the SMG. What are 500 doing?
Oh man, that denial of the bomb plant was so big there. Big getting that done with that because Cirque just unable to get that bomb down. But as you said, it looked so awkward. He was never in cover. He could have got back behind the site, but he's just not ready for those big players to peek him so soon. And after clean entries like that for 500, I think they are a team that strike me as one that can just get a little sloppy every now and then. They can get those openings and maybe just get a bit too eager. And as you said, they really should be closing that one out. And now Big have the chance to really run away with this early. There's still weaponry here for 500, though, and they're going to sneak towards A.
Still in like 500 got to be so tilted. The fact that Cirque just runs out, gets stuck on the pillar, like you said, denying that bomb was huge, and now it's going to be a case of just shutting down this pretty rough buy. JDC, though, you expect him to do better from that angle. It's allowing Oxygen to go in for the plant. No, it also gets denied with a split second left on the clock. And so Spellin, the IGL of this Bulgarian team, a player that has seen it all, has been around for the longest of time, has the arduous task of trying to clutch this 1-3. But Hawker, I've got to say, I'm not fancying his chances, man.
No, he's trying to get sneaky, but I think he's going to get closed in, or is he? He gets the first. Oh, Hyped able to just about trade with the MP9. For a second there, I saw the path to victory, but it gets snatched away from him. And now Big get that 3-0 lead. They get that AWP out for Hyped. Finally, the AK's here for 500. And with how close these rounds have been, that CT economy is hard to manage at the best of times. Big do not have much money in the bank, so it's still important for them to stay on top of this. And I know that Hyped is an AWPer who can be very willing to go aggressive and go for picks sometimes. See if he goes for that option here at the start of the round.
I wonder if the fact of the lack of economy, as you just highlighted, if that will stymie their aggression a little bit, knowing the importance of this. Yeah, you're 3-0, but that lead is going to quickly be cut down to size if you lose this. Damage done, and Tabson would have heard that too, the ticks of the Molotov onto Oxygen, so he knows a player is up close. He is the only SMG in play for Big, so he can hold his ground for the time being. They may very well push into him. Shadow's going to betray Spellin, and there is the double. QB alongside him, the hit and run from the two of them at the perfect start in this round for Big.
Yeah, always important for those B players to work in tandem. This time they double up on Cave while their teammates take mid. And elsewhere, aggression from Crimbo, unrelenting right now on this Big side. Not letting 500 set up this round whatsoever. And Ships and Cirque, no kills between them. Now have a 2v5 to try and win. And any questions about Tabson having that poor performance? Quickly getting taken away here, Vince. He's already outdone himself from that previous map.
Down but never out. He's been in tumultuous positions many times in his career. A guy with about as much experience as you could really ask for from any player. So it doesn't surprise me that he's kicking things off here in a completely different type of form. And we were discussing before about the economic turmoil that maybe Big were in. Well, you can definitely put a full stop behind that now and put a line through it, because they've just taken this round, upgraded to 4 AK-47s, and don't lose a single player in this. 500 in real trouble.
Yeah, and we framed this somewhat on the side of Big and how they needed to get the good start, but 500 had a pretty rough loss against ENCE as well. On their T side of Ancient there, they were struggling big time. They only got 2 rounds in total on the T side of Ancient against ENCE just earlier today. So I'm hoping for them they're not having flashbacks to that game. But I really like what Big are doing so far. I think 500 are a team who are very willing to just take fights early, and they'll do that a lot of the time. So having a double upwind cave, for example, just make it difficult for 500 to get those fair fights early. And even having 2 players starting on mid, it's working nicely for Big. It seems like they're pretty prepared for what 500 are throwing at them. And now 500 again with what can only be a half buy into this round.
Yeah, and 2 of the players that we highlighted as well here, Hawker, they've had a really shoddy start. I mean, Ships and Zerk have 0 kills between the 2 of them. Both 0 and 4, lack of ADR. Damage and smokes are on point to kick off the round, but it does seem as though it's going to be an A hit here. They're slowly creeping their way into main. JDC has no idea, but they may very well pull the plug. Molotov there to greet them, though. He's going to buy a bit of time, unless they want to push straight through and try and catch the timing. But now Crimbo in position, but he's gone down to the Deagle of Rainwaker. Spray is good from JDC. Going to try and hold the line a bit longer with a double kill, but Chip's there to answer back. And now QB, he had a chance to put an end to this round, but Ships gets the upper hand. And the 2 big plays are now disjointed. This will be a rough retake.
Hyped on that AWP still as well, so unless something's gifted to him, it's not going to be easy for him to find the angle right now. It's mainly up to tabseN to take that first point of contact.
You can see that's exactly, he realizes the situation. He's going to try and push ahead of his teammate now. They may not anticipate 2 players being here on the right-hand side, but of course tabseN does, and he snatches a life out of both of them. Spellin. Oh, he's got his position with the Tech-9, but the Smoke is going to play hell with this now. Going to go for the full-on. Defuse comes through with the shank. It's a 1 kill. I thought for a second he was going to get them both, but instead it is the Defuse under his nose. A valiant attempt for 500, all things considered, but Big off to a 5-0 lead.
Wow, shout out to Hyped, willing to lay his life on the line, standing in the smoke, in front of the knife. He'll get shanked, but his teammate gets the defuse. Incredible work there, but honestly, a little sloppy from Big initially. Crimbo going down so easily there. That's what allowed 500 to get into the site in the first place. So Big will be a little disappointed with that, but really well managed by tabseN. Looking solid, looking like he knows what to read. He knows what to expect here. He's playing aggressive on B last round. This time it's JDC on mid. And Ships tried to make that aggressive move that I said he's absolutely willing to try and take, but it's been shut down early.
500 will be feeling the effects of this one. Like every single round, they're scrapping. They're trying to scrape in some kills, but so many opening picks going in favor of Big. And I agree. I think sloppy is a fair way of explaining and describing how Big have come into this game, but still at 5-0. That's going to also sting for 500, knowing they've had multiple opportunities to get themselves in this game. Crimbo, meanwhile, though, maybe called upon one more time. Didn't get too much in terms of impact last. He had his head ripped off in the temple. It's going to be a similar situation, but this time it's with the AK. JDC, though, has been so good in this spot. Multiple kills coming his way. Flashbang tossed in from tabseN, and JDC on the approach will finish off the rest and also pick up the final frag of the round. Only 1 loss of life, and 500. They got to start getting some opening picks here, Hawker. Like, they're getting smothered.
Yeah, and I think those early fights are often where the round is won or lost for 500 as a team. And I know that might sound silly because it's like that for a lot of teams, but their opening moves often just open up the map for them. And it's hard when they're struggling on that front because normally they have such skilled players, but I think Big are doing a solid job at just denying all those early opportunities right now. And even there you see Crimbo just playing an off angle, early information, allows the rotation, sets up JDC nicely. comes Cirque though, posted on the angle. Hyped might peek into him, but Hyped somehow gets away with the kill.
And no avenging frag either. Not a 1-for-1. In fact, it's a 2-for-0. Deary me. Cirque hadn't dead to rights in his crosshair. He was just too slow on the draw. Oh, again, opportunities go begging. And again, it's big in a commanding position. Now, mid-control may very well fall underway of the Bulgarians, but that really is only a small fraction of the work that's ahead of them here, as JDC has been on point with 11 kills in Donut.
It is one of those rounds where 500 just have to take some sort of risk now, walking in to try and get some map control, but they know that these angles are going to be hard to clear. Cirque's trying to see if he can cut off a rotation, and maybe those 500 players can make some noise on A and draw Tabson in. JDC has an AK of his own, and that's a clean fight for him.
Yeah, Crimbo's there as well to snag the second. Cirque, nice flick. If only that kind of shot had come earlier in the round, maybe there'd have been a way forward on the B side. But he now has 30 seconds, and I think he's already has half a mind to try and save this AWP. And JDC will say no. The bomb was spilled down in Donut, and that basically sealed this round up in a neat little ribbon, I guess you could say. And I mean, big now. 7-0. We've got a bit of a tech issue coming in, but I don't really have much. I'm looking across the 500 here. I don't have that much that I'm excited about here, Hawker. It's been such a flat start.
Yeah, it's just never felt like the gun rounds have been all that competitive. I mean, the one round they got that was close, that they maybe should have won, was a round where they just kind of burst out onto A, and they got that chance to get that opening pick. But even there, Tabson able to hold on for his team. And in the actual gun rounds, the opening fights have just been so favored for Big. And I really like how ready Big have been for those early fights. As I was saying, I feel like 500, they can be quite a loose team at times, just really looking to get that first pick or at least trade to open up the map initially. But once those early fights go against you, that is the flaw of playing that way. If those opening fights go against you, you need something to fall back on. They haven't been able to find that right here. Looks like Ships will just about scrape out an AK. But the money on the rest of the players, not ideal heading into this one.
It's a pretty grim state of affairs when you're 7-0 down on the T side and you can barely scrape together 2 AKs. A few Deagles in the mix as well. You've got max round loss bonus. You've just been so comprehensively slapped around and bullied and steamrolled here on Ancient that there's nothing else really available. But Ships needs to get activated. There we go. We're talking about entries. He's picked one up. Just what they were looking for. Tons of damage to Oxygen, but Tabson is going to be able to hold the line a little bit longer with the utility that's been placed into position.
Yeah, JDC had been doing so well on mid up until that point, but that is an area of the map where Ships should have freedom to try and take those fights. And now the question is, with another AK recovered, how do 500 try to convert this man advantage? Because we haven't really seen them in this position so far. They're going for that boost again. Cirque spots nothing. And they have just enough utility to execute onto this site. And if they do, I'm not really sure what Big could do about it. With just Tabson in Cave, they've taken a gamble elsewhere. It might be the wrong read right here from Big. The longer this goes on, though, Big could figure this out.
Yeah, exactly. Like QB is already moving over, so it looks like they may have overthought this one a little bit too long. And now QB sprays down, lands nothing, but at least now they're alerted to his presence. Tabson can make moves through on Cave. He shut down Oxygen, the weakened player coming around from the backside. And there is a dink onto QB, but as long as he stays alive, that's always going to be a problem they have to contend with. Downside, though, for Big is they have lost that Cave control. Tabson goes down. And now on this 3-on-3 retake, considering the position of Crimbo way out on the other side of the map, it's going to take quite some time before they can realistically get back onto the site. And now Ships has cut off their reinforcements. Also, in doing so, it's kind of cut off their retreat if they want to try and save. But QB, with these 7 rounds, decides, no, I've got to pressure forward. Hyped with the AWP now and a 1-on-2, going to be really struggling on this one. 16 seconds left to detonation. Needs this first kill right here, right now. Tries his best for the quick shot. But Ship says no, and finally 500 are on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's the sort of wild play that I talk about from Ships, where the bomb is planted pretty safe on that B site, and yet he sprints into top mid. Crimbo can hear him the whole time, and yet he just wins that fight. And that puts all the pressure on those big players. Ships can even run all the way back to B ramp. Got this opening as well this time round that got them into the round in the first place. It was also important for 500 here, realizing they had to take some control. They couldn't just sit and allow Cave to be lost. So that double swing and trade really helps them. They're finally on the board. Can they keep it up though? Because they need more.
They've kicked this round off with not too many issues, and it's that man once again, JDC. Oh, nice boost up. Haven't seen that yet from 500, and Oxygen make sure he seals in for a second one. Hype though, last man standing on the site, is going to deliver one before the reinforcements start to come on over in the form of JDC.
Molly eventually lands in position. Cirque is just holding him right now. But no peek from Hyped. He doubles back to his teammate. In the meantime, Crimbo is making his move through A. So he's got the information. He could be on the flank as well if Big could delay. But look at 500. They're sneaking back through mid. And this is the only area of the map that's open. And they can get to A.
You've heard those Molotovs go down. Now the rotation comes in from the CT side. JDC thinks better of that one. It's also going to be the fact that Crimbo's managed to push all the way through onto A main side, looking towards T spawn. So he may catch them off guard if they're not aware of this push. May just have one set of eyes like looking over to Crimbo's position right now, but the timing for Spellin is going to spell his demise. Oh, that's a laboured spray, and Crimbo nearly gets punished for it, but he does get the player, and that's all that really matters. That lack of HP could come back to haunt him, but it's a Molotov on the back of the site that Rainwaker is able to subside and sidestep. Gets one. Try and hide in the smoke as well, but the full diffuse is coming in. Hyped is going for the full diffuse, and it's not planted for Rainwaker! And although he takes down everybody in the process, it's yet another time the Big have diffused under the nose of 500.
Yeah, just planted in a slightly different spot. And honestly, if Rainwaker knew that, I feel like he can just keep on swinging because he's got the cover of the box. There isn't really much else he has to be scared about. But he was concerned about Crimbo there on the other side, took that kill first. And just those split seconds are going to make all the difference. A devastating round loss for 500. It felt like one that they could have won, and they maybe could have caused issues for that CT economy, which is still brittle. They may still have AKs here, but there aren't that many rounds left in the half at this point.
Yeah, they're running out of time, really. I mean, would 4 even be enough going through into that CT side, Hawker? Do we think that would give them maybe a glimmer of hope, a best case scenario?
Yeah, you're still clutching at straws, but it at least gives you a bit of a buffer. They're not going to be happy either way, but they need at least a couple.
Let's see if they can pick that one up. Oh, such an important kill. Tabson typically been playing in cave, pushes down ramp, and Oxygen had no idea. It's kind of the reverse of what happened last round. A flank in. And although the flash is through, it does not affect Hyped. He did see the player jump across from the right to the left from his perspective. Oh, but he goes in a bit too far, overextends, misses his shot, and will be punished. 500 after conceding the first couple of kills, looking like they could just hang in here. But JDC, a man on form, 16 kills, is keeping this round alive.
Still options open for 500. With 35 seconds remaining, they've got to go back for that bomb anyway. And Big have decided to split up here, playing one on either site. So that gives 500 that chance to at least trade onto a site, but QB's position could be really annoying. He's pushed into B ramp, and these angles are not easy to clear, Vince.
Nice bit of an off angle as well. He gets the first kill and the second for QB. He's had a couple of rough sprays, but this time he makes amends. And you absolutely nailed it. 2 separate 1v1s is always going to give 500 an opportunity, hence the off angle and the success that Big have picked up once again. And I think it's safe to say if the alarm bells weren't ringing before, the sirens have definitely started shooting off now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Big, these rounds are now coming a little closer, but they're also showing in these late round scenarios that they're able to have the edge over 500 here. Earlier in this game, it was really just the early round success that put them in good positions. Now they're having to bounce back at times in these rounds. And to be honest, they're still finding the early round success with some of that aggression, which Tabson's going to go for again. He goes through the smoke, they trade places, and Tabson goes back for the frag.
It's just uncontained. Like, you can't shackle this guy. Aggression on both sides of the site. SMG, rifles, it doesn't matter. And then just as they're trying to set up, QB comes in for 3. No one watching towards the ramp, assuming that the smoke would stop the push. And it's another clear-cut round for Big. If you were worried about these guys after the last performance, well, you can put them to the back of your mind. This looks like a rejuvenated side right now.
Yeah, 500 just looking shook. They are not ready for these moves from Big right now. QB catching players in the back. They were maybe a little too scared of Tabson. They forgot about the aggression option from the other side. But credit to Big, they have just gone from strength to strength throughout this map. A 10-1 lead. I mean, this could be an even more brutal loss for 500, but they finally found something on mid.
Better late than never. But we've seen them get the first pick, and nothing really materialized. Different angle for Crimbo. Almost the same story, though. The same ending to that chapter. And although 500 are making moves, they're getting in the right positions. They're taking a lot of damage on ships and Cirque. Smoke should fare well for them, though, on the approach. With the Molotov down, Cirque's going to burn. No, it's the HE, but he gets the bomb planted just in time. Ships down to 46, though. And Tabson on the long con. The wraparound from the catwalk area into main. And Ships is making moves of his own. He's going to try and rotate through onto the CT spawn. Both of Big are moving into main. They're going to find a site bereft of any T's. Spellin in the temple. Oh, he's dead. He's a dead man. The Shadow's given his position away. And Tabson's going to devour him all day, every day. Now, the rotation that Ships was going for may get him the advantage. Only 7 seconds left. HG up and over. Needs to try and shut down the diffuser when he's done his job. They will at least get 2 in this half.
Yeah, both teams trying to play positionally there, but credit to Ships at the end. Dropping that nade onto the smoke makes it so difficult for the player defending the diffuser to do anything, because he's got to be scared of the swing from both sides. So Ships, solid work from him there to make a proactive play in that post plant. But again, it feels a little like it's too little too late for 500. Just 2 rounds total from their T side. You know, Ships had a few nice moments, but it's got to be so much more for them in this second half.
There'll be a half of a lot of rude opportunities, you know, like so many times they were in positions where they had a player advantage, or they were in like pretty forward positioning through on main, pushing onto the B site, and then things just went awry. When it came to those heads-up plays of like the 3v3, 2v2s, Big were just so far ahead of them, but it felt like as the map went on here, Hawker, that Big just got stronger and stronger. Like, I feel like they were very weak and vulnerable at the start of the game. We were even discussing this. When it was 3-0, their economy basically was hanging by a thread, and I feel like that's when 500 really needed to strike.
Yeah, there were moments where if 500 win a couple of key rounds, they can maybe break through, really make that CT economy just get put in a difficult position where Big might just have to concede some rounds or at least take lower buys. But instead, Big just really went on the front foot towards the end of that half. And again, just the way they played just looked like they were pretty well prepared for a lot of 500's moves. You know, they were doubling up on positions at the right times. They were making aggressive plays at good moments where it would catch 500 out. And now this is pretty much a must-win pistol here for 500. They'll pick up a kit and Kevlar on the other players. Meanwhile, Big with a couple of smokes up their sleeve for this pistol.
Well, it goes without saying that 500 simply have to get some success to kick things off here. As we see a bit of a recap of the first half. I think the pistol is going on at the same time, however. We can hear some USPs in the background. Try and cast from audio, like full-on radio casting.
I can still see it, mate. I don't know what's going on for you.
It's my... All right, 1 sec. I'll have to restart, Hawker. Can you take over, please?
Yeah, we got this stack on the A site from 500. But meanwhile, Big are actually just sending the bomb over to B. This was simply a skirmish to try and get information. And so with an open B bomb site, Big now have a 4v5 post plant to play. And JDC, he's been so good in this game, but this time he's traded. But look at this angle from Crimbo. He can cut off the rotation. This is a hard angle to clear, and he'll take 2. Hyped alongside him. Crimbo and Hyped get all the kills combined. And 500 absolutely denied any chance of even attempting that retake. And now 11-2 for Big. 500's pistol goes against them. I mean, that's the first shot from Ships, but Big here, just having this double stack, it works so nicely. It can be a risk to play this far forward, but you know you're catching them in a choke point. Every single 500 player retaking from that same angle. And, well, 500, they'll try and force, because what else can they do at this point? They need the rounds. But this could be a convincing win for Big now.
Just got back in time to see that lovely shutdown at the end. And, yeah, I mean, that pretty much feels like it's the job's done. You know, you can't take your eyes off this, of course. I mean, we've seen crazy things happen in CS, but the way that 500 have been just comprehensively outplayed at every given turn, it's hard to see. That being said, though, the smoke doesn't clear anywhere near as much as tabseN was hoping for, and they effectively both just walk into a guillotine, chopped down in the cave. 500 now able to just retreat a little bit, strength in numbers, pack mentality with those SMGs. Hype, though, is going to keep them honest. JDC's position has been spotted over on the red room, so the CTs have to tread lightly, but while he is here, he is cutting off the reinforcements again. Even though there's 4 players left on the surface for the CTs, it's only Oxygen here by himself, but he's going to do a valiant job with a Deagle for 1, and that's going to cut away. Now the reinforcements can spill in, but although Crimbo's gone in for 1, the HE is significant damage. Smoke also put down with a flashbang as Crimbo going to try and activate with the Galil. Hyped also has a flash. You can try and go for a pop into a peek with the Mac 10. As the CTs are getting close, he's hearing the footsteps. The shot's coming across from Crimbo. He's doing his job. He's just acting as an interference player. And Big lock it down. A 2v4, and they pick it up.
Oh, there's just so many moments that round feels like it's swinging in either direction. I was so scared for Oxygen on that B site when Ships had to smoke himself off, and he allows that flank to come in from JDC. And then Oxygen hit that Deagle shot. Suddenly you think the 5v3 is going to be converted with this kill here. It looked great. But then Big, they just combine on this angle. They get the fights their favor. There's Hyped with the 1. Crimbo swings off the back, and they get all the info they need to combine on the site. It's that Hyped Crimbo combo again, and it could be Big about to take this over the line.
I respect the aggression. It's something that you discussed as well. It's like Bulgarian CS. Hold W, click heads, and jobs are good. And I remember back in the Mortal Kombat days, Bulgarian CS like really came to the forefront. Some of these players actually took part in that team. So definitely an aggressive region, but unfortunately that aggression hasn't really had the fangs to back it up. It's been all bark and no bite here for 500, and now, well, simply put, there's 3 MP9s to try and save the day. Big looking up a dominant 13-2 success and victory. QB may be low, but it's looking like Big are going to dot their I's and cross their T's.
Easy clear. Which side? Not the right one for JDC. So an AK recovered from Cirque. And they're actually sneaking into this B site, but 500 have rotated here, so maybe a chance for them. Oh, his ship's ready for these players, though. They've snuck up. He's now just doubling back, but meanwhile, Cirque goes down. That's the AK dropped. And yeah, sure, Ships is sneaking in, but I don't think he can deny the bomb plant here.
He's trying to play with this food maybe a bit too much, and they get punished. Big secure the W with a 13-2 steamrolling 500, who are put now down into the 0-2 bracket. Maybe not the biggest of surprises, considering this org has been in so many majors over the years, and although it's been a bit of a treacherous few months, they do seal the deal and they keep themselves alive.
Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 scary moments or rounds, but I mean, when you win a game that convincingly, that's not a big deal, right? I think it was just important for Big to get this win back on the board. And early on, JDC just so integral in his positions, played a really solid game. I think it's great to see him being that star for this team, because that's what we've been looking for from this Big side. And everyone else just kind of doing their job. And I actually think tabseN on the calling, if he was telling them to double up at times and just play these different setups, if that's what he was calling for, it was working wonders in just denying 500 any of these early fights. And you saw it got to 7-0 by the time that 500 were finally getting rounds that kind of felt like they were actually going to have a chance in them. So a lot of credit to Big all round. I think they switched things up well. They stopped 500 early, and all you need to do at this point is just come back and get that win, and no complaints, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think, as you mentioned there, like Tabson's mid-round calling, especially on the CT side, because we, like, let's be honest, we didn't really see much of their T half here, was honestly so good. Like the amount of times he popped out of cave and shut down oxygen down on ramp or vice versa, and they also had, you know, like Crimbo having those moments, and then of course you're looking at the rock that was JDC, who. It allows you the luxury of playing aggressively down on the B side if your A anchor or donut player is just popping off and basically is this impenetrable fortress. Like, it helps you so much to have aggression on the other side. So overall, a solid performance by Big. There were definitely issues with it, and I'm sure Tabson will be thinking, all right, we've got to make a couple adjustments here and there, but they got the job done. And you can see now that puts them in the 1-1 side.
Yeah, and I think I assume most Counter-Strike fans will sit here and they'll want Big to be doing well, and they'll want Big to be making it through to the major, for example, because they've got a lot of likable players, you know, and it's been kind of a Big that haven't been at their best in the last even year or two, I think you'd say. But it's always a nice story with them being that all-German lineup, with Tabson doing what he can to try and develop the German scene. And so I think it's nice to see them get that bounce-back win here. And I still think it's just so open, but I still think they're a team that have a pretty solid chance, because once we get into those more intense matchups, they have got those experienced players, which maybe some of these other teams aren't always going to have. And I think that can actually make a big difference, having that level head like a Tabson in there. I think there's a good chance that that's why they've always been able to make it to these majors, because in these pressure games, oftentimes they can actually pull through.
No doubt. Plus, of course, we have to take into account that there will be BO3s once you're in that like 2 wins or 2 losses situation. That's where the BO3s come in, and that's where I think Big are actually going to level up a little bit as well. However, that's us done for our first map of the 0 and 1s. We have another one. We have 3 more actually today. We're going to take a quick break, and when you join us, we'll be live for our next game. Stay tuned.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have you covered for more 0-1 matchups here at the Austin Major European Qualifiers. Myself and Hawk are going to be guiding you through the next 3 best of ones. And again, we've discussed before, Hawker, the importance of getting yourself started off with at least 1 win. You get down into that 0-2 bracket, things look real grim, and that's the position that Saw and Bait also find themselves in.
Yeah, you've got to win like what 3 in a row, and then you get into a playoff thingy. It's a whole thing, okay? It's a whole mess that you do not want to be in. So both these teams will be looking for the win here, and I gotta say, for Saw, a 13-3 loss against BetBoom in their opening game in this one, and they're actually a team that have obviously recently played a couple of the big tournaments themselves, and actually had a good account for themselves. So I think they would have been coming into this one with fairly high expectations. They actually had about a month off leading into this. And I think that game was maybe a bit closer than the scoreline suggests. I think BetBoom had to win a couple of clutch rounds there, but it's still a pretty one-sided loss to take early.
Yeah, especially as you just highlighted, like they've actually been doing pretty decently since some of the roster changes came in. It's been a pretty, I think it's safe to say, turbulent roster over the last 6 months. You've obviously had, you know, Roman, Sher, Ujerks, Aras-Dose, the last 2 of them going across to NIP, of course, to start off that roster. And they brought in Azuru and Zijot, plus Agile as well, and they seem to be doing pretty good, like since February when these guys joined. So that was a surprise for me as well, I've got to be honest. I think BetBoom are definitely a team that's going under a lot of people's radars. They are a very solid team. Obviously got like Magnajez, etc. over there, but yeah, I'm right alongside with you, man. Like this is the roster you can see now from Saw. I thought these guys would have a pretty straightforward game in the opener.
Yeah, I do like the BetBoom roster as well. I'm with you. I think they could be a sneakily strong team here. So maybe it's not as bad as it might seem for Saw, but yeah, they've definitely got a solid lineup. I do always feel with Saw, I don't know if I ever see them having like 1 or 2 real standout players. It kind of always feels like a bit of a team effort for me. You know, they obviously had a win against Na'Vi actually at Pro League. And even there, I think their highest player in that had like +6 more kills than deaths. So they're all normally pretty balanced as a team, which maybe is something that can sometimes be a bit annoying in a best of 1 scenario, because we've already seen at this event, if Nico DOS has a really good map, for example, you kind of want those players in a best of 1 that can just pop off. And maybe I would say that Bay actually have a little more of that than Saw, even though it feels like Saw should be favorites to me in this one.
Yeah, and just to echo your sentiments on that one and put a stat in there, I completely agree with you, by the way, and I think it was even the same in some of their previous iterations as well, but their top-rated player, Cjot, is only on a 1.06. Everyone else is below a 1.00, and they're still winning games, like you just highlighted, against Na'Vi. They also beat Furia back at Pro League as well in the same tournament, so I completely 100% agree with you. It's a weird one, isn't it, Hawker, because we kind of live in this current stature in CS where it feels like firepower is king, and yet Saw are kind of like the adverse of that. But I tell you who isn't, that's Bait. They got a lot of strong players on their team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, Head Trick is one who has taken a step down to this level again, and I think it's working nicely for him. He's very stable as a player, but then you've got MPL, you've got Alex. I think the difference is even the sort of more middling players almost on Bait, you can absolutely see them just taking over maps on occasion, and that can sometimes be a little more of an inconsistent way to play, I guess. But I also feel like heading into this matchup, even though my head says that Saw should be the slightly better team, for some reason, it's almost got me leaning towards Bait because I could just see more of their players just stepping up and just carrying a map.
No, I think that's a fair assessment. And the other thing as well is we're looking at the head-to-head. Well, first off, I'll ask, why did you bring these two players up, Hawker? Because these were two players you wanted to highlight. Yeah,
I just wanted to look at the AWPers just a little bit because I feel like Head Trick's always been a bit of a weird one as an AWPer where he is also just so solid on the rifle that you don't actually always think that he has to be that AWPer. But I think he probably should have the edge here against Story. I think they play somewhat similar to me. I think they're both pretty stable AWPers for the most part. But you can see in terms of numbers, that is a big difference to have with your AWPer on the Head Trick side having a 1.16 rating. And as you pointed out, on Sour's side, actually only having Sedjot above a 1 rating and Story slightly below that.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of interesting points there as well. Is like Saw for the most part are playing its higher opposition. So I do also wonder if the ratings that we're seeing is maybe a little bit of a false narrative. Although I do agree anyway, because I think when they're playing against the top opposition, they're squeaking wins, but it's not necessarily off one player. One player may pop off on one map and then like literally drop 5 kills on the next one. So they're a very inconsistent team in that regard. But in the other part as well, which is very interesting for this particular matchup, Bait play pretty much everything. They don't have a perma ban, realistically. They play every single map, as we're about to have a quick look at the Veto. Whereas when you look across to Saw, they ban Mirage like instantly. Their best map is probably Ancient, even though they only have a 36% win rate, but they've got notable wins. And also they've lost like GamerLegion phase twice. And that's a map that Bait also love playing. So I do wonder if they're going to float the Ancient, knowing that it's one of Bait's best maps alongside Mirage, and obviously that's going to get permabans. So I'm very curious about the Veto when it comes in.
Yeah, I think that'll be interesting for sure. I think coming into this, you do have the really different trajectories of this teams, where like Bait have been winning a lot of online games recently, and as I said, Saw have had a big break ahead of this. We actually go to Anubis in the end. That's kind of a map I didn't expect because I feel like I don't know. I don't feel like either of these teams really love Anubis, interestingly.
No, and just to put it into context a bit more, like Saw have played it 3 times. They've lost 13-2 to 500 and 13-3 to BC game. Their only win was to Furia 13-11. So, I mean, they don't play it much. You're spot on. I'm very surprised at this as well. I'm also very surprised Ancient was like the first ban from Saw. So that's showing a lot of respect across the Bait, because this is a map they're actually quite good on themselves. So yeah, that's very interesting for me. It's gone to Anubis.
Yeah, I guess it could be one of those scenarios where if you are Saw, their last official before this was 5 weeks ago. It was back at Pro League, like back in the 10th of March. So maybe they've had a bit of time to work on some different maps, try and catch people out coming into this all-important qualifier. We've got to hope that's the case because we don't have much to go off of. But as you said, it's not like it's a map that Bait necessarily love either. And in fact, Bait haven't played this since February themselves. So yeah, I think a surprising map. It's almost like maybe they were playing chicken a little bit. And it seems like Saw have called that bluff. They're actually happy with the Anubis here.
Yeah, I guess we'll just have to see if they've been cooking up something interesting behind the scenes, because I think both of us are in the same boat. We're like, I don't really know what to expect on this map. And that's one of the, I suppose, depending which way you look at it, like, it's one of the beautiful or terrifying things about these best of ones in like the major format is like, sometimes you just get a wacky map and it's just, okay, well, I guess we'll just see what happens then.
Yeah, I always love it when like a Carrigan back in the day would just like float his permaban, and then you'd play that and you just have no clue what to expect for the game. It might make absolutely no sense in the meta. They might just do all sorts of ridiculous plays that you've never seen before, and it can just get scrappy sometimes. So yeah, sometimes it can go like that. Sometimes, who knows, we'll maybe actually see that Saw are able to put some sneaky things into practice here potentially, or maybe Bait themselves have been sneakily perfecting themselves on this map. But the obvious interesting part is that even if you have been playing it in scrims, we always hear teams say that once it gets to playing it in officials, it can be a completely different ballgame. It can be a completely different story. So even if they have done that secret work behind the scenes, I wouldn't be surprised if there's maybe a little sloppiness here. And maybe that's something we just have to expect coming into this. You know, if it's not a map that either team are too comfortable on, if they do make a few mistakes, I'm not going to assume that's because they're, you know, struggling as a team. Maybe the map is going to have something to do with that.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair assessment. You know, like the pressure's off when you're in scrims. The pressure's very much on, especially in a Europe qualifier for the major itself. So this is really, you know, where things get dialed up multiple notches. The other thing I guess you could also say is like with this SOAR team, as we're just waiting to jump into the map, of course, this SOAR team hasn't been together for that long. Like when you think about the fact that CJOT and Azuru came in back in February, I believe it was, and so they've only been a team really for like a couple of months. So you would have to also assume with them not playing that much recently as well, on top of that, they have had time to really like thrive and get better as each day, each week goes on. So they may have been cooking this up for the qualifiers itself, you know, like as you said, like there's the possibility that they've been sat back, they've been thinking, right, okay, this is the weaknesses in our map pool. We're very one-sided in terms of getting rid of Mirage, which is always in best of one's going to be floated. It's a map that a lot of teams love playing. And so having like an Anubis, if Ancient is banned by yourself because you're against a team like Bait who are so good on it, I guess that does kind of make a sort of semblance of sense. But now we have to see, you know, we can theorize all we want, Hawker. We have to see on the server if it's actually going to come through.
Yeah, and I think those roster moves were interesting for SOAR as well, because even back at Cluj, they were getting wins against like 3D Max before they changed their roster. So it was a bold decision there, but we're just about ready to get underway here.
All right, we are on to Anubis. SOAR starting on the CT side, and Bait will be occupying on the T half. Have a little bit of utility in the hands of Alex, a smoke, and a Molotov, but for the time being, sitting back and just having a quick look as to what unfolds.
Oof, early dink on Story. He's still wanting this fight, though, still hungry for it. Always got to be careful in case there's a P250 looking for the long-range fight on the other side, but we can see just the Glocks right now for Bait in this one. The mid-control looking good for them, though. They can split up this defense. Muterus just got dragged out of position. Now it's going to be hard for him to plug this gap.
Has to fall back, yeah. Flashbang out as well, trying to pop in for a repeat, or at least stall the T's from coming in. It's the bomb carrier out first. That could have got sketchy real quick, but instead Muterus is just overpowered, overwhelmed by 4 players charging him down. CJOT now with the Julies. The pole is unable to really muster any kind of a defense. And although Story is stuck down in the con, there's not much you can do to deny this bomb plant right now. So he's going to run out with his teammates, but it's mostly the same outcome. Bait just locking it out, shutting down SOAR. As clean a pistol round as he could really ask for.
Yeah, and this is maybe what we were a little scared of in the pregame. We were saying that these teams probably have a pretty different path to victory here, right? We think that on the Bait side, we're looking for those individuals to pop off. We're looking for potentially quick and aggressive moves. Whereas for SOAR, they've got to be able to rely on timings and team play a lot of the time, and maybe not having the individuals necessarily carry them throughout. But that's a round that plays out exactly as Bait want. They get those early fights. They get to just overwhelm their opponents. And now for SOAR, not much to work with in this round, just going for a heavy save here.
Yeah, full-on eco. Try and play together. If you can get a kill or two, that really is mission accomplished. There's not much else you can do here. The problem is, though, that the MAC-10 from NPL is up close. And he could be in amongst the frags and just stacking up the cash. Kenzai saw the newest player to this roster, joined back at the end of December. He is the only player to fall down, and Bait secure the Quickfire 2-0.
Yeah, not much to write home about in that round for SOAR. Just saving so they can get the rifles as soon as possible. I like the attempt at the jump through the doors. Never really going to work, though. A couple of MAC-10 kills in the mix as well. We get to see what SOAR have been cooking up on Anubis then, because we're not really having too much in terms of officials to work off of. Smoke coming out of spawn, a couple of players leaning B. Looks like a pretty standard start to a round. Meanwhile, for Bait, they are looking for fights here on this B site. Haven't been gifted them early, but with this smoke down, this could be a little awkward for SOAR here.
Oh, good shot as well from CJOT, who doubles up. Molotov not fully extending. So he can hide behind the pillar, but Kenzai Zor from range is going to put down the weakened C-Jot. However, he has done his job. Kenzai Zor also down to 12. And they're looking to try and have a quick poke over on the A side of the map. The bomb still needs to traverse through the map, though. So it's going to take some serious time. And because they've got the weakened bomb carrier alongside it, they've got to tread very lightly here.
Yeah, you see already Bait just trying to rely heavily on those straight-up duels early in the round, but look at the counter-aggression from Saw, pushing all the way through. This is often how you have to play this CT side of Anubis. Even a man up, they could get into good position. Azuu looks back in time for the first, makes it a second in the back, and now Alex has so much to do here.
He does. Does he realize there's a player up on his tight right? I don't think so, the way he's playing this. Yeah, no idea. Never stood a chance, and that will be Bait finally climbing into a casket and Saw getting some success early doors.
Yeah, pretty good timing there on that counter-aggression after seeing that initial exchange towards B. Azuu there could have got in an uncomfortable spot if he was looking back towards mid, if he was looking back towards the window. You see the timing just working out for those 2 kills. Amelia set up oh so nicely after not following his teammate, after watching the back instead. Here comes Saw's turn for some aggression this time out through B main. And they won't spot anyone there early.
Exactly, information is so valuable this early in the round. It's one of those maps where you can feel very claustrophobic and get choked out slowly but surely if you're not proactive on the CT side. We discussed this about Ancient earlier as well. And so Saw getting that early intel is worth its weight in gold. And they've already managed to move up, though. Bait are already in mid-control with the MAC-10 taking charge.
Saw having to play around mid now. Those rotations will be much more difficult for them. That means Azuu really needs to make sure he can lock down this position or maybe get some more info, but there are plenty of players coming back his way. He might have snuck through, but he might look the wrong way here. The players coming from the other side, and now that B site is wide open.
And C-Jot, he's still too concerned about mid. This is where Kenzai Zor with the MAC-10 is just so huge. He made noise. And now C-Jot's about to realize that he is the filling of a sandwich. Meanwhile, our Essential comes down onto the staircase and finds one. Treads lightly, doesn't want to overstay his welcome and give back an advantage across the Saw. So just stands up on the staircase. There's not much that Saw can do about this either. Like, hot off the back of finally getting some success, you're now eyeing up the possibility that your economy is going to be shattered again. You're going to try and save, but there are players that are kind of in amongst them. Agile will get the drop onto Essential, though, and that'll be an upgrade to the Galil. But it does seem as though Saw have tapped out of this round, and it will be 3-1 in favor of Bait.
Yeah, we might have to keep tabs on that mid control as this map goes on, because it looks like it's been an early focus here for Bait in both the pistol and in this round. And you saw there that on the Saw side, it's hard to deal with once you lose mid. Those rotations become tricky. You maybe feel like you need to make an info play on one of the bomb sites early, because those rotations you know are going to be so hard. And once Azuu gets caught out there, it just ends up being a comfortable take towards that B site. So we'll see if Saw decide to switch it up at any point and really heavily contest mid, because so far they seem pretty happy giving it up, and they are really using that to their advantage here.
Yeah, time will tell on that one, won't it? How much they want to get aggressive. I mean, this round they do have, I believe that's Muterus that is occupying middle, trying to dance between the smokes. Agile needs to be careful. Molotov was down. Smoke now going to be also blocking off the inroads for Bait, but they're not going to necessarily respect this. There's a flash in first. They're going to charge straight through. The Galil spraying down for 2 and a lot of damage. Also onto Alex. Great damage now just being collected on, and Saw put an end to this round before it can even get rolling.
Again, you see the advanced positions from Saw, which can be so important. And that's the upside of the way they're playing around mid. They're really quick to react because they're playing a little more closer to the bomb sites instead. So you see just how fast the rotation is from Saw. Having a couple of players on that angle in towards A main makes it a really comfortable cleanup. And now they've done enough work here to put Bait back down to a, well, basically a nothing buy in this one.
Yeah, an assortment of pistols, Deagles, P250s thrown in, but like you mentioned, effectively nothing really to write home about. There have to be some pretty categorical mistakes from Saw, peeking too many times, and MPL's not far off. Maybe just nailing a headshot there onto the Orpus story. Good news for Saw, though. they did repel the onslaught in the previous round, but mid was not contested. And CJOT just backing away into a separate angle as Bait looked to try and push into Con, but it looks like it probably will be a massacre.
Yeah, you'd think so. Couple of players actually leaning away from B. There's only 2 CTs here, so they need to do work, which they will. Looking comfortable there for Sejot. As you pointed out, the highest rated player for Saw. Getting a couple of nice kills early there to boost that confidence. So Saw have managed to bounce back here, tying things up. They'll be up against the buy now. Not too much really for Bait to get going here unless they landed a quick trade kill, which wasn't really going to happen. And we have now got that CT AWP out for Story, so we'll see if that changes things. Sometimes AWPers like to go for that pick on mid, but looks like he's leaning towards B early.
Yeah, I think he had a pretty decent spawn for it, but maybe not good enough to fully justify going for that peak. Plus, I believe it was Azuu in a previous round pushed out of there, so they may not want to telegraph this one. If Bait are waiting and you lose that AWP early doors, it's a complete nightmare. Kenzai's though takes a grenade straight to the face on the stairs, so he's down to 60 to kick this round off.
Oh, another nade, just shy of the mark this time. Alex actually able to force Story off that angle, so they worked kind of hard to get that AWP into position there. Quickly forced off. And Story will have to see if he can get going elsewhere. That's a great nade. Kenzasaw down to 10 health. I do not envy him right now.
He's just chilling. Shrapnel on his knees and his teeth. Hasn't seen a player really, and he's down to 10. It's rough times. We've all been there. But he'll be leading the charge, throwing himself to the gods of CS, hoping that the sacrifice pays out and around, but the Molotov well placed. 45 seconds now coming up on the clock, and smoke's about to start to fade. 3 players strong on the B side with a decent amount of utility left. They can still Molotov down onto Con, and this is keeping Bait in a bit of a staggered push. Good smoke put into play, though. Azulu's going to give his position away, and in the meanwhile, they're getting aggressive, but it's Kenzai's with 10 HP that opens up with 2 huge entry frags and gives the bomb site across to Bait.
Yeah, that's a real shock. I mean, not only because he's so low, but also because we saw that Agile had just pushed through A main, so they should have had that info there. They should have been ready on that B site. Didn't exactly get to see how those crossfires were dismantled so easily, but there was even that smoke on the right side of site where you think that should be pretty favorable for the Sword players. They should be able to just at least get that first kill and try and set the trades off on the right foot, but never happens. And so Bait, well, again, it's that individual ability really getting them into the round and getting them back into the lead.
Shut down as many of the CTs as possible, and it will be successful. So sure, they're going to have funds, but they're going to have to spend most of them now. There's a couple of players around $3,000. Not ideal here for Saw. But yeah, that double entry is 10 HP. Right, here we go. Just the timing maybe. Cedric getting in the way of his teammate.
Yeah, it looked like they didn't actually have anyone who could fully get that line of sight there, which is unfortunate. Really makes it a little too easy for Bait to come out into the site, but either way, it looked like they should have had a solid setup there. Not the case. At least they still have the money for the buy into this one. And again, in that previous round, mid was wide open. It was a good call that time to have the stack on the site. Just didn't work out in practice. Much more of a default stance this time round.
Question for you, Hawker. I'm curious to pick your brains on this one. We saw the statistics come out after PGL Bucharest about the pretty much every map still leaning it more towards the T side. In terms of rounds and success. How do you feel about that personally? Like, are you happy with that? And is like the current sort of meta and state of the game?
Yeah, it feels rough to me. It kind of feels like the game has been flipped in a weird way, and the CTs always have to be doing something to try and get the upper hand, which it's just kind of jarring. Like, it's never really felt like that in the past. So I'd like to see something change there, but I feel like there's a lot of work to make that happen. There is that advantage though for Muterus.
Oh, Kenzai's trying to run it back through on Con. This time, no success. And Saw doing a great job of holding on to the B site. He just got that little bit sweeter head trick. The AWPer of Bait, their top fragger, top on the stats sheet for the most part, alongside NPL, has his work cut out for him, and he's being flanked. Multiple angles. Muteris is going to be peeking from the main side, but it's more Story in mid, who got aggressive out with the AWP that's going to close the gap. And it is now tied up at 4 apiece.
Yeah, reinforcements that time on the B site successful. And Bait are the ones having the issues keeping these buys going. They're taking a timeout ahead of this one. Yeah, it definitely does feel like, I think I prefer it when it really feels like you've got to work for those T-round wins. You know, they feel oh so sweeter when it's harder to come by. But pretty much every map feels, you know, somewhat balanced at this point. If anything, as you said, leaning towards T side perhaps, which is, it's just a weird spot to be in. I feel like just even instinctually for the game, it feels like the Ts are the ones that should be having to like work hard and accomplish something.
Yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from. I've heard kind of like both sides of it as well, though. Some people saying it's exciting when it's kind of a coin flip of which team is going to win the specific round, rather than having these, for the most part, expecting the CTs to just take, you know, 4, 5, 6 rounds in a row. But I do see where you're coming from. Like, it's classic Counter-Strike, isn't it? Like, CT side. Obviously, we don't really want the old school super CT-sided nukes, because that kind of sucked to watch.
Yeah. Well, we've got the default again. They've actually gone for the force buy here on the Bait side, which I'm not sure I was expecting coming into this one. Only the 1 AK to show for it, prioritizing some utility as well. And that smoke down hopefully allow them to take a main control, something they struggled with previously. This time they've mollied that close angle. The nade will do work again. Saw timing some of these nicely. And Bait have had to work really hard here just to get that A main control. Now getting the site might still be tricky here with the lack of utility remaining.
Have backed off though, so they've given Bait a chance to take a running start into the round. And although Kenzai's all put down by Muteris, they have closed the gap with the SMG and the Tech 9. Head Trick putting his AK to use though. And there is a smoke down as well, so Agile can't go too aggressive. He's going to get double swung. And although Azuru gets one in return, this is getting way too close for comfort. Bait basically came into this round with nothing. A couple of AKs and a couple of pistols. And now on the brink of upsetting Saw. 25 seconds left on the clock. And although NPL and Essential are both low, it's Sage shot round the back that shuts down 2. Leaving it on Head Trick. He has already opened up this site once, but it will be no more business allowed towards him as Saw take the lead.
Wow, Sejot just taking his time on that flank, and that seems to make the difference because Bait end up overlooking it. One man with his back turned, just didn't expect him to come so late there. 20 seconds still remaining. Maybe a small oversight there from Bait. And you saw, it seemed like as soon as they realized we'd lost A main control, they really sat back. They were willing to play pretty passive on that A site, give up a lot of space. And honestly, it nearly went wrong for them there. With the smoke coming in towards Heaven, it cut down the angles that Bait had to be scared of. But fair play to Sejot, just coming in, finding good timing. And now Bait, well, the full investment from the previous means that they've got little to work with in this one. Story ready for this.
Oh, that's a good shot from Story. Close range, you have no room for error. That Tech 9 will gobble you up and devour. There was a second player in Con, but Story is doing it all alone. And by the way, this is the first time that Saw have had a lead. They've been trailing throughout this entire map, so starting to get ahead. And again, considering this is considered one of the more T-sided maps in the active pool, to have 5 already, Hawker potentially 6, kind of huge for the Portuguese team.
Yeah, it's working out really nicely for them here. Felt like they might struggle at the start of this half, but they've just hung on in there, again, grinded their way into it. Really feels like that's the Saw way at times. Story just still going. Not missing with the AWP. He wants the ace. Oh, he's out of ammo, but the P250 will do it. Sure, it's against the pistols, but you're never going to complain about an ace.
He's happy about that. He's loving life right now. Of course, I say the Portuguese team, you have the Polish contingent of Sejot and Azuru hailing from the United Kingdom. We have a tech issue, unfortunately. Hopefully that's going to be remedied shortly, but you can see the pretty glorious shot. And by the way, like, it's against an eco. But a lot of those shots would have been at the kind of range where you'd be playing against AKs, especially down the canals. And with armor or not, it doesn't make a difference. So I guess like when it comes to shutting down ecos and that kind of stature, from an ops perspective, it is going to give you the world of confidence. Because if an AK peeks you the same way, it's going to be the same outcome.
Yeah, for sure. Good consistency from Story. I feel like he's normally a pretty consistent AWPer. That's, I think, his style to me. He's pretty reliable on that. And you kind of see in the way he played that round, a lot of those are just fights that they should be favored, but it's hard to just consistently hit those shots, which is what Story has managed to do there. I've got to say, I am happy that Azuwu made it out of the UK grind that you have to try and go through to get to an international team, because he's been one of the UK prospects that I know for a while people have been excited about. Obviously, coming through Endpoint, such a strong, I guess, just team for talent to come from. I almost feel like at this point, you know, you get onto Endpoint and, well, Sejot as well, people start looking at you as soon as you're on Endpoint because they've just got such a good track record of finding these players.
That's very true. And I was actually looking at his previous teams. You know, you're talking about the grind of the UK scene. You're not joking. Like,
yeah.
I wonder if how many people would have recognized these teams. Disconnect to DZ, Disconnect, Recognized Talent, Ace5, Ava Esports, X Heaven and Hell, One Pin, Coalesce, and then Endpoint. So, yeah, he's been through the grinder for sure.
Yeah. I think by the time you get to Coalesce, that's when it's like, okay, that's actually a reasonably good UK team where people might actually start looking at you seriously. But up until that point, there's just, you know, so many of the UK lands you've got to work your way up through. I'll always remember Mezzy. Oh, I don't even understand how he was on UK teams and they'd show up to every event and they'd have Mezzy, who was clearly the best player, and then they'd somehow just mess it up. And it was so frustrating every time. The amount of times I've seen Mezzy just depressed after a tournament, just sitting there with his UK team, like sitting there, clearly too good for this and still losing. I'm happy he's doing well now.
Well, I guess that, you know, kind of builds character
That's
as
true.
well, right? Like you're losing at like, you know, UK lands and let's be honest, like you said, he's by far like too big to be playing at those at the time. Like he's just such a good player. Finally gets picked up, finally starts to get momentum, and now he is in the best team in the world, it's safe to say. I think Vitality have kind of taken that for themselves, that mantra for themselves, tons of success. Like, yeah, it just goes to show, man, you hang in there and great things can happen.
Yeah, it was also always so interesting with Mezzy because I've always felt like he was just personality-wise more suited to be a more supportive player, but I think it kind of forced him to be a little more versatile because he would literally have to just AWP on the team sometimes because he was clearly the best player. He'd basically have to do a bit of everything. So I think it probably helps in that aspect as well. So hopefully we get a similar path for Azuwu going forwards. So far it's going nicely for him here on Source. 6-4 up against Bait in this all-important matchup. As you said, 6 CT rounds, that's already great. If they can get 1 or 2 more, this could be an exceptional CT half of Anubis.
Oh yeah, the pressure is definitely on Bait now. Saw will want to manage to reach that mountainous 8-4 half, and Bait know the importance of drawing this back 6-6. I still wouldn't be ideal, but considering how strong they started this half as well, Hawk, I think it's going to be extra sort of fuel for the fire. But it damage done to Story, goes back up for seconds. There's the confidence that we see after his ace that he picked up. Didn't quite work out. Mid-control again has been hotly contested. And Sora sending over Story to try and deal with it.
Yeah, this is where maybe the AWP can make the difference in this position, but no, Kenzazor again on that angle with some key kills, and Azuwu can't find anything either. It is Bait finally showing that firepower that they have.
Muterus though, I was going to say, if he can get the kill onto a Sential, he can hold on to the A main side and allows Sejot to rummage together through on the cams, but instead, realistically, even though Saw have the finances to go for this, surely you just want to hold on to the AK-47 if possible. But Sejot, he's getting aggressive. I respect the hell out of it, but I'm not sure this is going to work out the way he was hoping. And down he will fall to the hands of MPL.
Again, we're seeing that mid-position really be where Bait are finding the majority of their success, and Saw haven't always been fighting it, but this time try and come back in time. And you see Story, it's hard to know exactly what angle to peek when you've left mid open for that long. You maybe just want to peek straight into those doors, but players are already a little wider than you expect, and boom, quick headshot. Zulu tries to clean up the mess, but There are just so many players stringing into position. Nothing that Saw could do there, and now it's Headtrick's turn to get on the angle and get an opener.
Oh, Kenzai also neutralizing Muteris. And although Sedrop may come out, he's been traded. Bait pick this pace back up again and start to rummage together towards that 6-6 we were talking about. Kind of lost for words at how quick those frags were just appearing, and now trying to get up close is Agile, but Story in no real position to help him out. Maybe he can get a pick here. Has spotted a player, I think maybe just caught a glimpse of a pixel moving down into the cons. Now he definitely knows from the trajectory of that grenade where it came from. Peering over onto Jadal, but he's been put down, and that probably is the round that's going to follow suit. Even if Story can get the first pick, they now know exactly where he is. There's a flashbang out, just about darting into safety. Surely Bait don't throw this round away. Another smoke into play. HG comes down and a ton of damage through there from the AK. There's not enough time to get onto the site, and he will fall prey to Essential. 6 apiece going into the second half.
Yeah, Bait salvaging a little at the end there, but honestly, if you look at just the team Counter-Strike that Saw were playing, it feels like that they were the more solid and reliable team throughout the half. And when Bait were winning rounds, it really was just coming down to just getting a couple of those early kills and just finding those early openers. I don't know how reliable that will be, switching sides. We're going to have to hope for their sake that it can be. 6-6 on the scoreline, but Saw will probably be the happier team at the half. Again, though, getting glimpses of those Bait players. Kenzazor especially, with a couple of rounds. Headtrick at the end there. Just able to find that early pick onto Azuu, who wasn't quite ready for the AWP on that angle. Essential coming in with a couple of kills towards the end. We know that they've got the players that are capable on the Bait side. They just weren't fully unleashed throughout the entirety of that first half.
We'll see if their fortunes change now coming into the second half here. Again, if you are just joining us, this is a 0-1 matchup between Bait and Saw. They both lost their opening fixture, which was a bit of a surprise. Saw losing to a Betboot and Bait losing to Metisport. I know you personally had a bit of faith in Metisport, Hawker, with some of your Fantasy League picks.
I did. I don't know why. I just had the feeling that I don't know if there was too much logic behind it. They've been doing decently well recently, but I just feel like, you know, Hampus, I'm a big Hampus believer, I must say.
Understandable. Grizzled veteran. We'll see if he can continue it going forward. But for the here and now, Bait now occupying the CT side, and a flurry of Saw now making moves onto that side of the map, but from different angles. Looking to try and get through the canals into Con is Muteris with his Molotov out to join him, and Kenzai Saw with a Julie's. Uncontested kill. Muteris caught napping, but now he has to focus his attention over onto the main side as they have lost a player, and those Julies are ripping and tearing through 3. Essential will also help out, and our Story, who's already taken a bit of damage, already got himself on the kill board, is last man standing against 4, and he has no control over the bomb. Best of luck to you, sir.
Yeah, 1v4 ace required. He might actually get a fair fight. Well, it is a fair fight, but Headtrick is able to win it either way. Bait coming out with that all-important CT pistol. And that was really just some A-main aggression from Bait, getting them some good early info. And then that decision here from Kenzazor, realizing we push through A. I don't think there's going to be too many players in sewers. I'm just going to swing and clear out this side. That allows him to go back and get up close. And it really just disrupts Saw's plan. I think you can see Saw were hoping they were going to be given some time to sit back and set things up. But they've got to be aware that Bait are going to be willing to play aggressively. They're going to be willing to disrupt them. And so Saw's plan gets completely foiled, and now they've got basically nothing in this round. Oh my.
$300 well spent.
Oh no.
Sejot and Azuu were not enjoying themselves, and it's another one, the double dunk. And Alex could be in for more francs. He could just straight up get an ace. He's also getting tons of cash with the SMG. MP9 replenishing the magazine, and in comes Headtrick. It doesn't get much better than that from Bait.
Yeah, allow Headtrick an SMG kill as well. Always want your AWPer to get a bit of extra money if possible. But that is honestly why sometimes when I'm playing matchmaking, I'm like, I'm glad I don't have to play against pros, because the nades would just be so annoying. Constant nades, constant utility. And that's how to do it. Bait makes sure that they don't lose anyone in the process, so they'll keep the SMGs. Let's see how they approach it with these MP9s. Do they want to get aggressive, or do they just want to sit back on these close angles?
It's a very good question. It effectively is a bonus round. You've got tons of cash still in the collective bank balance. Accountant's very happy at this point. So it gives you the opportunity to get aggressive, as you just highlighted there, opening the smoke. But be careful what you wish for, Essential, because it goes both ways. And now, although there's a ton of damage from grenades as well, the flashes and molotovs are good. Saw able to get themselves into a 2-on-4. And it's those two SMGs that remain in play. MPL in the con. And his teammate in Temple of Alex has already been dished out a fair ton of damage on that side, so he's got to be very careful. Down now just to 15. First kill does go the way of Bait in this encounter, and they've now brought it back to a 2-on-2. This is where things start to get a little bit scary, and although Azuwu takes loads of damage himself, as does Agile, they are able to just about hold on and secure their 7th.
Yeah, the post plant wasn't actually that comfortable for Saw. They didn't actually have too much map control there, and it seemed like they didn't fully realize that that E-box, that composition was entirely open, or at least the communication as to who's watching that wasn't exactly on point. And that means that second player is also just caught out in the open. It's a terrible place to be after Azuwu did so much work early on. That's what allows MPL a couple of these kills in from below, and suddenly it got scary. Just about able to hold on thanks to those superior weaponry, but sort of got to make sure that those post plants are a little more dialed in the future. As for Bait, as you said, they do now have 4 M4s into this round. Still one SMG in there, but still an opportunity for them into this one.
And with the economic pain and suffering that they imposed upon Saw in that previous round, like, Saw don't have too much cash of their own. Only 2 players over $1,000. So this could effectively become a 2-for-1 round. They can get their hands on this one. The flash is out, and it is baiting Sejok to change his angle, to look away for a split second. Ooh. Agile, though, clean on the approach with 2 exquisite entries, eviscerating the site and plundering it alongside. And with the economy in the current standing is, they have to save. We're tied back up again. First map we casted, super one-sided. This one, anything but.
Yeah, Saw themselves being quite explosive on this T side. I don't think I was fully expecting that here. I feel like they're normally a little more of a slower paced team, but maybe that's just what's catching Bait off guard right now. I also wonder if that's a reaction, because there was a lot going on from the CT side towards A main. They were using utility there to take that control. I'm not sure if Saw, were aware of that entirely, but they obviously were aware of the flash that Headtrick threw to help the player towards mid. So maybe that just made them realize, okay, there's at least a couple of players around mid here. Let's just try and pounce on the B site. There might only be a maximum of 2 players here. That was exactly the case. You see, they beat the utility. The second shot from Agile. Perfect crosshair placement after getting that initial kill. I mean, you basically couldn't draw up the entry round better than that from Agile. Some brilliant shots. And now Bait, well, they've saved the 2 guns, but this CT half could be falling apart for them here.
There's a lot of pressure to put on these 2 players, and they've already lost one of their rifles. A perfectly positioned grenade stalled the push, and the AK was more than up to the challenge. Headtrick's utilizing his AK, does get the hit and run, just removing Sejok in middle. That is one of many hurdles they have to navigate over. And this is a Saw team as well that many people thought would just be cooked. Once they lost Ujerks and Arazdose, hold on a second though, Kensai Saw, how has he got away with that one? That's just got away with murder in front of the eyes of Azuwu.
That's a god flash, if I've ever seen one. Oh, and the trade down below, this is actually getting doable. AK's recovered and put to use. It's only Azuwu remaining. What the hell is happening here, Vince?
Oh, and the grenade chunks him down to 22. 54 damage from that HE, picked up off the corpses of his teammates. And although he may get one, doesn't even manage to clear that hurdle. This is a round with 2 rifles and 3 USPs where they lose one of the M4s to kick the round off, and they still win. I even started a different narrative point, Hawker, because I'm thinking this round's over. What the hell just happened?
The smoke actually works so nicely on the CT side to allow him to get in. That's the initial kill with the flash, and then those players down below, they just do a good enough job at peeking on different angles. making it difficult for Saw, who are now a little spread out, a little split apart. Oh, for Saw, that is such a frustrating round loss because, as you said, I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if in their heads they're already starting to think, okay, we've got a good position now. We're in control of this map. That's the sort of round that can change everything. Now you've got to spend all your money in this one. You haven't even got full AKs anymore. At least you've got that AWP out for Story, but if Saw lose this one off the back of the previous round, this would be a devastating way for this map to turn around because Bait could break them here.
It's a really nice boon to Bait's economy as well because they effectively invested nothing into that last one. Now you got players with $4,000 left. It's very interesting to me as well, Hawker. Like so many teams currently in the current styling of CS2, when you think of like Zywoo, when you're even thinking of likes of Munacy, for example, they will go for rifles on this T side. And if Story decided to dip down to a rifle, he could have actually dropped one across to a Zywoo as well. But they're really putting all their eggs in this AWP basket for Story. He's very much an AWP player in the purest sense of the term. And he is trying to get some picks in middle, but so far nothing is forthcoming. Oh no. Nice bodyguard from Sajot. Huge.
Yeah, that opens things up tremendously again. Both teams really liking mid control on this T side, and you can see why as now Story scoped in on the angle. The kills keep coming, and Headtrick is completely isolated right now. He's got to get multiple kills here to give his team a chance. He's trying to stall. It's an annoying angle to clear. They're taking time. There's one, but no more. Muteris gets the trade, and now Story can lock in the rotation and Saw make up for their previous demons in that prior round.
I suppose that's what they've got to focus on, you know? Like, they're kind of their own worst enemy. They should be in a position now where they're sort of like 11-8 in the lead and just clear of Bait at this stage. So, great for the confidence. Great to just shake it off and go like, listen, guys, we screwed up that last round. It is what it is. Doesn't really matter. We've broken them back down again. But this is where that boon to the economy I was talking about before kind of comes full circle, where you're not playing against an ecoed up Bait. You're not playing against the Force Spy with 5.7s. They've got their own AWP in play. They've got their own M4s in play. And we've already seen what Bait could do with even less than this.
Yeah, definitely still dangerous into this upcoming round. I like how Saw put that AWP to use in that round, though. Story's never fully going for the opening pick, but they got so much space for him that he's really just able to establish himself on angles and honestly make the kills come to him, make it a little easier with a couple of those shots. Eventually, towards the end there, just being in position to cut off the rotation. Works out very nicely. We'll see if that's the approach that Saw continue to use, just getting him on those angles early. So we have that head-trick AWP as well, positioned towards mid. This time, Bait want to stop that mid control from going against them early.
I'm calling it right now from what I've seen, Hawker. I think this has OT written all over it. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It has that kind of vibe to it. Like, neither team is looking clinical right now, but we're seeing glimpses of brilliance off both squads. So, wouldn't be surprised. Headtrick, though, did have a quick peek down middle. Nothing in his vision, so he just starts to back away. But in the meanwhile, Saw, they're starting to congregate just outside of the A main side. They have the bomb here as well. But tons of utility for the execution.
Listen, I'd take it overtime because we haven't had many close games so far. The closest match has been a 13-9 win for Heroic against Paravision. So I'd love a close one here, and it looks like we might be getting that. There is that early utility towards A, but Bait have got multiple players in position. They're going to be questioning whether or not they really need to get off of this right now. Agile will be the first man in. The swing makes it awkward. Fight's going down. Can MPL get more, or does he just back away? Well, Saw might have to back away themselves. Are they going to second guess this?
Oh, they're tripping over each other, but MPL can't fully punish it. And that should be the floodgates opening. Looking to try and ransack on the site, displacing multiple defenders, I should say, on the CT side. So we're wrapping around through middle, trying to get around the back of the A main side, but Headtrick is just staying alive. He wants to try and funnel in, wait for the cavalry to get into position in the form of Kenzai Saw, but it's just the 5-7. He has picked up the secondary AWP, though. It's going to be a close one, but Azuwu does get him on the wide swing. And with that kill, they have to hold on to their remaining weapons. Their money is straight up broken, and they have an AWP and M4 to save. So Saw hit double digits first. Their T side is just looking that little bit sharper right now, and they're making the most of it. But there were a couple of very awkward moments, like that Agile opening spray on the two players. That was pretty grim. Like, that could have backfired horribly.
Yeah, I thought that Saw might just get stalled out a little too long in A main there, with Bait already having players towards that A side. But really, it was important that Saw still had another smoke, because if Hedrick doesn't get smoked off from heaven, he can just start to take favorable fights from above. He can really be a nuisance. But he got smoked off again, and he wasn't really able to play with his teammates who were aggressive towards A main. So Saw able to make sure they can just get onto that bomb site. Saw here these initial fights. So important. Muteris just able to trade out MPL. And then Zulu getting back, just getting onto that angle as Kenzazor changed weapons. And now Bait 10-9 down with, again, just 2 guns in this round. It definitely feels like Saw have the edge here in this second half.
Are we going to see them fumble it again, however? Because Bait's in that same position. They got 2 weapons. If anything, they've actually got a better assortment of weaponry this time with the AWP as opposed to the AK. But Saw deciding to take the middle route instead of trying to play on the periphery of the main sides.
Story again getting posted on mid. This time the swing with no util to deny him. And Story makes it a double, denying one of the rifles at the same time. In fact, both the big weapons dropped here.
Kenzazor's trying to hide in this smoke. He can hear the footsteps, hearing the nades as well. He knows he's in amongst it. The cat amongst the pigeons, perhaps. But in this case, the pigeons just peck his eyes out. Down he will go. He pulled the knife out for a second. He was trying some shenanigans, but decided better of it. And MPL, there's not much in terms of options for him, realistically. Try and hold on to the A1S. This will give Saw the 11-9 lead, though. And the way that they've been looking, like, yeah, they had that horrible round that we've talked about a couple of times. Apart from that, though, to be fair, Hawker, their T-side has been looking pretty solid overall.
Oh, MPL's getting stuck up well. Timing goes against him. Muteris denies the save. And yeah, I'm with you. I think Saw are just doing a pretty good job at getting some map control and then really just waiting to see if Bait are going to have a response. And yeah, they're occasionally grouping up, but you're seeing again just the power of Story's AWP here on mid. In a couple of rounds now, he's been able to just consistently land those shots. And they're making sure that they're shots that he's always ready for, he's always prepared for. And now Bait have got to figure out a solution here. A couple of weaker weapons in the mix, but 3 M4s in play. It really could be now or never for Bait's CT side.
Eyeing up a possibility of a 0-2 to kick off their EU qualifiers. And there's that grenade again. We saw Kenzazor getting hit by this a couple of times on his T side, giving Saw a dose of their own medicine. Meanwhile, though, getting behind that smoke up close is Bait. They haven't really played this aggressively early on the round. Typically been playing defensively on the backside of Heaven on A site. So see if they can get out and maybe catch Saw unaware, because proactivity hasn't really been on the cards for Bait. Saw were way more proactive on their CT side.
Nade not on the money this time. And now that might prompt Muteris to move into that position when they just hit. There's Story with the opener. The MP9 can't do anything from that sort of distance. Story, again, just getting fights that come to him. And surely there's nothing that Bait can do now.
They're doing their due diligence, making sure there's no pesky players up on the graffiti, the hieroglyphics, I should say, and in the temple side. So they're really taking their time, and I like this from Saw. Maybe scarred a little bit from, you know, that round from a few rounds prior. Making sure they don't leave any stone unturned, and it will give them a 12-9 lead. The question now is, can Bait save any of these guns? The money is more than justifiable on the side of Saw to just push in here and try and get a bunch of frags, but I suppose they're also cognizant of not wanting to give away too many AKs, because that would be a big boon, a big bonus to Bait's CT side. But really in that last round, Hawker, I'm curious why you think Bait aren't playing proactive here, because you've got 2 SMGs, your back's against the wall. Is it just fear that's stopping them from kind of opening their wings and trying to take flight here? Because playing this deep defensive style is just not working.
Yeah, it's tough because I don't know if they're trying to go for more mid-round aggressions or if they're just kind of scarred from this Story AWP on mid, getting them in a couple of times at that position. But you're right, I feel like they've got to find some sort of answer. maybe it was that they were just going to go for something a little later in the round, and then that timing as they run back is just so poor. They get picked off. But with the way they're doing it right now, it just feels like so many rounds. Story has just been able to post up on angles, wait for fights to come to him, and that Sword don't have to do too much in terms of aggressively taking the site control. Let's see if Bait can find their answer now, because 12-9 down. There is no more room for error for them here in this 0-1 matchup. Again, Saw happy to take this mid control. Bait heavily stacked towards A, and they're going to be smoked off. They'll fight through this.
Yeah, pushing straight through, Sajot takes a stray bullet to the head, and MPL will finish him off. There's the aggression we were talking about. Double stack peek into the smoke with a flashbang alongside it, and that allows Alex to absorb the damage a little bit more and absorb the punishment, knowing he has two players in cams to help him out for a crossfire. So this is much better from Bait. I was right alongside with you. That previous round, we have two MP9s peeking at range from the backside of B into B main. That is where the assault rifles thrive, not the SMGs. It feels like they weren't playing their weapons to their sort of prime peak positions. But this round is a whole lot better. Kenzazor, he's going to be overwhelmed. He does get swarmed. It's a kill for Saw, and it does give them an opportunity. 40 seconds left. Mollies and Smokes now coming in with some flashbangs. Essential, though, was blind, but he's going to clear out just in time for Headtrick to pick up two. And Story now, with his back to the wall, needs to deliver. He's had a couple of great rounds on this map, but he needs to go one step beyond, switching to the AK to give him the mobility. Then decides better off that decision. Good flick, showing us why he's going to prioritize the AWP. MPL low HP, but he's able to stand and deliver with the FAMAS.
Yeah, important this time for Bait that they get a little bit of early info that seems to allow them to stall Saw out and just get that rotation in, because you see the difference that Headtrick makes once he gets into position. Even here, making sure together that they fight aggressively into mid. That was good timing from Alex, but overall, getting that first player falling, sure, it was scary, but you see Headtrick just confidently able to swing back into the site. Story tried his best, but too tough of a task that time. So two more for Bait to win, and look at this aggression. Just as Story goes off the angle, this is Bait now getting aggressive a little earlier in the round. And it might work so nicely. I don't think they have any idea of this.
Yeah, I think they've been conditioned to so many passive, like, default CT halve. This is going to catch them off guard for sure. And Kenzo saw he's hearing all the information. Does he hold fire? There's one. Second spray is good as well. And then Alex just comes around from the A main side and punishes and stabs them in the back with the FAMAS. That's so much better from Bait. Not seen those kind of rounds, but the impact has been felt by Saw.
Muta is desperately looking for a kill to get back into the round, but the smoke in his face obscures his vision. Timing not quite right on that spam through. Look at Headtrick. Well, he had them locked in. Now it's Essential's turn to try and lock them in, but they're going to go up through Rugs instead. Still a question of whether Saw are actually going to go for this or not. They have a fair bit of money in the bank. I feel like they might as well. I think they'll have enough money either way. And Essential could actually be very vulnerable here. He's not clearing it at all. Oh no, and that could open. What? How does that not get the kill?
Oh, jeez, that is rough to watch, isn't it? That's a round that Sajot wants to forget in a hurry. 14 seconds left, though. Can Muterus do any more damage? Molly down on Temple's going to keep the FAMAS at bay, but it's Headtrick he has to contend with, who's missed his shot. The cavalry's not there yet to help him out. And Muterus going to sideswipe in for the frag. Even though they lose the round, that is pretty considerable damage across. They can obviously pick the ult back up again. But how does Sajot not nail the shot? Because if Essential goes down there, instead of the one player having to do everything by himself, you've got a bodyguard system in play. The two of them could have got it done.
Yeah, and they probably would have been able to just sprint so much quicker to B, because I think they'd realize with that aggression through, let's just take that risk and assume the B site is open. Let's assume that that's the only player that was there. Oh, what a disaster that is. It really could have been a round win for Saw. Instead, they able to hold on. It still might have been a tricky round to win, but it really would have opened the door. Instead, we get into the last round of regulation, and it's aggression out from Bait early. Again, they're going for these early moves. This time they've been denied, though.
Sora have read this script one too many times for Bait to get the drop on them again. They'll be probably checking in the canals as well, I'd imagine. Yeah, they've got players now looking in there. Deal with that pesky Kenzai Zor flank. Oh, Story, though, there's no smoke up here. He's getting a lot of information. He can just hold position here right now. Eventually, someone's going to peek to have a look. The way he's been playing, he's been landing a lot of flick shots. Wouldn't put it against him to get the opener here. Smoke is down, but it's not really affecting his visual whatsoever, and Muterus is able to move in amongst all of it. This is getting a little bit scary for Bait.
You could see they were dumping utility to try and counter. I think they were scared, but Sora not really going towards this side of the map right now. Story is still just posted. He still sees nothing. He figures they might be scared of this site, but look at MPL. Opening kill found. That could force Sora away.
30 seconds on the clock as well. Story's missed. Oh, that was a huge opportunity because Essential is all alone. That would have opened up the floodgates, and now the rest of the team is starting to rotate through, and that's strength in numbers. Kenzazor neutralizes the push. Sajot, last man standing. Spray is good. 15 seconds, but there is Headtrick with the op, and we do head to OT.
Yeah, it felt like Saw were hoping they could go back to A, but they weren't actually working together there to get into that A main control. Maybe not ready for the aggressive angle. And then you see pure panic towards the end. They realize, oh, we can't get back towards A. I guess we've got to go towards B. But it's a little too late for them. This was the angle from MPL after they just got the kill prior. But I think you could see the mid-round discussions going down there. And as you said, missed AWP shot also making a big difference, making sure that Fate can hold on to this bomb site. Well, you called it, Vince. The Oracle, you called the overtime, and we get it.
It just had that vibe about it, you know, like, even though I think Saw's T-side was actually overall better than Bait's, which seems weird because we've headed into OT, it's the way they were winning rounds and the fact that they fumbled so hard in rounds that they should never have lost that felt to me at least like Saw were going to get it done. At one point, they had 6 out of 7 rounds at the start of this half went the way of Saw as well. But give Bait all the credit, man. Like, we were calling it. It's easy for us with the benefit of all the information we have from watching from, like, an outsider's viewpoint. We were saying, like, they need to be proactive. They've got to be aggressive. This isn't working. Soaking up this pressure is killing them. They did make that adjustment. They made the change, and they got the success out of it. They won the last 3 rounds in a row as a result of the aggression that they put into play.
Yeah, worked out really nicely for them. And as you said, not always easy to make those adjustments in the moment. But that's what you've got to do if you want to play at that top level and make it through to the Blast Austin Major. Well, now Bait have to decide if they want to keep playing that way into overtime, because they will certainly know that Saw have everything available to them. Headtrick himself will obviously pick up the AWP on that CT side. They have had different ways of going aggressive as well. Sometimes just going for the silent push through the sewers, sometimes having early utility to try and really take away areas of the map. This time it looks like it's that play again where Headtrick will hold for aggression from Kenzazor into sewers, but Kenzazor caught out this time.
That's a beautiful drive-by from Muterus. It has been counteracted, though, from Headtrick's AWP, and now the team spill into the site. It looks like Essential is able to plug the gap. Molotov down. 1 player advantage still in favor of Bait as they're looking to try and get up close and personal to the sense of Muterus, but he's made noise. And Essential proactively just spams through the smoke to make sure he's not up close. Muterus, though, changes his angle, goes back into Con and deals with the rotating NPL. And there's still a minute left on the clock. They could even pull the plug and go to A from this point.
Molly's definitely trying to make it seem like that's the case, but Muterus, he was still here, but it's not going to matter. Essential wins the fight either way. And now Story just has to see if he can get the right read. He only knows exactly where one of those players is, but Alex is already on A. That's going to be so hard to clear.
He's divided this into 2 separate 1v1s, though. If he can get this shot off onto Heaven, this round is winnable. The timing, though, oh, it's so brutal, but he still nails Alex. He had no right to get that kill. Alex barely even scratched him. And now all the pressure, all the momentum shifts away from Story. Yes, he's not sure as to where Essential currently resides, But Essential has to cover all these angles. He has no idea. He knows that Story has the AWP. It stands to reason. Probably Heaven or Cams is a position he's going to be sat in. But so much time is getting dwindled away. There is a kit in his hands, but only a HE. No smoke to put on the site. No incendiary to cordon off one of these angles. And so he's just going to stick the full defuse. Story coming through. Needs to hit the snapshot. And he does just that once again. Source, steal this round away.
What a flick from Story. Has so many angles to clear on that A side, but he gets the right idea. He gets the right read that if there is a player on A, he'll probably want to play in a position where he can fall back to safety. He'll probably want to play around Heaven and not just committed to the site where he's forced to fight. But he still had to land a flick shot, and then he counted perfectly at the end there. The 5-second diffuse, he peeks just before it can come off. Story has been oh so important to this Sortie side. But this time, it's not in opening kills, it's in the clutch.
Timed to perfection, but he needed to still land that shot. And man, did he land it ever. And you highlighted Story kicking off this game. You were interested. How's he going to do? You put him head-to-head with Headtrick, and so far, you've nailed it in terms of the comparisons, because Headtrick's been a bit quieter than Story, I'd say. He's not had as many like impactful moments like that clutch, but he's been chugging on 16 kills. He's doing just fine.
Yeah, we were wondering if that was going to be in favor of Bait, if that could be a difference for them, but Story's just been, I think, put in so many good positions by his team, but also now, he's just got the ball rolling so much, and look at this, they've snuck through mid.
Oh, Sajot's putting them down. NPL with a jump scare. And now Alex, oh, he had a chance again. He doesn't deliver on it, though. He had the drop. Story puts him out of his misery and suddenly soar into a 2-round lead. There is no way that Bait go in for this. You can see their finances are straight up just wrecked. No dollars left for Kenzas, or 200 left for Headtrick, and not much better for Essential. So they've got to save here. Saw will have the 2-round advantage. But again, you look at Alex. I don't like singling players out, but he had the drop on the player from Pillar. It should have been a kill all day, every day. And if he gets the frag, he can just hold behind Pillar, and Saw have to get rid of him. And in doing so, in all that chaos, Kenzai, Saw, and Headtrick can get activated.
Yeah, and you already had all the information there to be able to try and at least make it somewhat doable. But if you lose 2 players on the other side of the map like that, there's simply nothing your teammates can do. And Bait knew that immediately. They had to call for the save. And I think Bait, it seemed like they just got caught in switching their CT setup there. It seemed like Headtrick was just slipping away. And those A players, maybe not entirely ready for mid to be open so soon. Maybe the communication and the timings just ever so slightly off. They end up being asleep at the wheel. Just allowing those Saw players to get way too close before they do anything about it. I think you can see Bait taking a timeout, maybe realizing communication needs to be a little bit better going forward because, well, they've worked so hard to bring it to overtime, but as soon as we've got here, Saw are now putting the pressure on. This would be such a grind of a win for Bait if they could find a way.
Oh, absolutely. Because they've been behind multiple times in this game, but I can't help but feel that that clutch that Story picked off, that 1v2, was the catalyst. That's the backbreaker if you're Bait. Like, how do you get over the fact you just let that one slip in OT in such an important, integral game? It's inconceivable if you're on their side right now. So after the tactical timeout has been called into action, we're going to have Saw just poising outside of the site, but the smoke spray is good from Essential. A 1-for-1, but Kenzai Saw is up close, and they're throwing some grenades to try and stall this push. Headtrick holding on with the AWP, and now they're going to be put into Kenzai Saw from jail, but it's him that's put into his immortal prison. Headtrick comes through with a double kill, AWP switching to his sidearm, making sure the clean sweep in this first half of OT does not come to pass. Saw still lead, but it's a narrow margin.
Yeah, finally getting that Headtrick impact we were hoping to see a little more of throughout this map. And they just had this B stack in play. That was a Saw smoke that they put down as a sort of lurk smoke out B to maybe try and see if they could cause any issues. But Bait started with 3 CTs on this B site. And because Headtrick has all that rifler support, it kind of keeps those Saw players at range and really allows that AWP to just be ready for the angles. You know, he's either peeking into that B main angle or into the angle down below that he's always ready for. So Bait just having that stack in the right side of the map with Saw trying that switch up. They haven't really gone for that initial B play too often, but it's one that Bait were ready for. And that at least keeps Bait in it coming into this second half of overtime.
Quick update for you as well, ladies and gentlemen, on the A stream is the 1-0 matches. Metisport, one of Hawker's favorites here. They just secured their 2-0 there, Hawker. They beat BC game 13-8.
Hampus supremacy is coming to be. Love to see it. Well, let's see what we get here, because it's been a long time since both of these teams played on these respective halves. Switching for this second half of overtime. First to 16, of course, at this point. A couple of utility pieces being exchanged early. Saw keeping their standard setup. They like having these two players towards A in quite a few of these rounds. They will do the same again to try and maintain this A main control, but the utility back will force them to retreat. In the meantime, Bait taking a slower approach here. I feel like we didn't see too much of this from them on their T side. And Story again getting going with that AWP. He's just been so integral in everything that Saw have done. And now he's got them off to a good start in this one.
Yeah, he really has had an astoundingly good game here. Without him, they would have already lost, to be blunt. Or if he wasn't having this kind of stature of performance, constantly keeping the enemy at the gates, not allowing the Vikings to pillage and plunder through on middle. This time it's Kenzai's all with one, does get counteracted by Agile, who was low from Uterus. The call would have came through, so the avenging frag is found, and Agile needs to change up his pace. But it's NPL with that aggressive onslaught that yields the frag. Story, for one of the first times in this match, has missed a shot. It wasn't an easy one, but it has afforded Bait the luxury of a 3v2 and a post plant on top of it. Looking bad for Sword to get their way through here, but Sajot's going to keep the dream alive for a couple more seconds. However, it will go the way of Bait. And once again, we are tied even up, 14-14.
Yeah, and Agile maybe has been struggling a little in this game, and as that A anchor there, you just want him to be able to sneak away with that one extra kill. If he can get that one more, give you a man advantage on the retake, it makes such a difference. But he wasn't able to as he repositioned. And then, as you said, hard shot for Story, but he misses it, and Azuu wasn't ready to trade in time, and at that point, Saw really on the back foot. And again, just when it feels like Saw might start to pull away, it's happened a couple of times where it feels like they're in a position where they might be able to really take control of this map and get into an extremely strong position. It feels like they always seem to have the answer. I'm telling you, if Saw go on to lose this game, they will be furious at themselves for a couple of rounds they've lost. But fair play to Bait for hanging on in there.
100%. I mean, I think Story especially has a right to feel pretty pissed off if they don't win this game. Walk away, he's played. Like, what else can I do, guys? I've just been teeing off with the AWP over and over and over again. But different position on middle. Typically went for that wide swing. This time he's holding the close angle. It is susceptible to being flashed out, so he has to be careful. At some point, may start to back off or call for a bit of help from that cam position, which would be Muterus. But this A aggression, not quite forthcoming. They decide to back away this time. Sajot is caught between two angles. It's very uncomfortable to play this position. You're always worried about a potential peek out from main, so Azuu has him covered.
I'm wondering if Saw have kind of just played a little too default here on this CT half now. This is the second round in a row they're playing a very similar way with this 2-1-2 setup, but Story had his chance. He can't take it. Now, do we see any adjustments for Saw mid-round? They might not need it because Story gets given that second chance, and he's not going to miss second time of asking.
That's a wild repeat from MPL, man. Like, you're feeding the hot hand at that point. Like, you're taking a real liberty with your life, and it's going to backfire massively here, I have to think. Because now Story can pull out of middle and start to try to get into Temple. Sajot shutting down Kenzai Zor. And suddenly, Headtrick and Essential with 35 seconds have got the opening pick in this 2v5. But there's going to be a lot more where that came from. They haven't cleared out these close angles just yet. They don't have the utility, the likes of the Incendiary or the HE to deal with the Eva. And they're baiting in Sajot. They weren't wanting him to peek out. And Saw get it done. But I've got to scratch my head at that one, Hawker. You know Story's missed. You know it's an AWP shot. why would you peek back in? Like, that to me is lunacy.
Yeah, it's such a big risk. Oh, I mean, it felt a little too easy. I think you are right. And it kind of feels like then Bait's hand is forced. They're a man down. They're already grouped up outside B. They kind of just have to commit here. And Saw were pretty well prepared for it. So, a shame for Bait, but for Saw, another opportunity to try and get this map over the line. They've had their chances. They haven't been able to take them. Maybe this is their time.
Nice Molotov, though, forcing Story away from that peak on middle. So that allows them to just edge a little bit further forward through on middle. The angles become a lot harder to hold on from, so Story now may have like a split second to take this shot. You'd expect a player to hop across, but he actually gets really aggressive again. This shows the confidence on Story, typically a more passive AWPer, but he could easily get a 2-for-1 here. The Collat nearly in position, and they're going to jump across, Bait out the shot, but there is Agile to help him out. Downside is he's fell down, and there's a player pushing out and through on A main side, make that 2 now. So Story is in such an awkward position himself, who finally gets finalized. In the grenade tossed in, loads of damage to Azulu and Sajot, and they've been smoked out, but Essential is the last man standing, gets sprayed through the smoke and the courtesy of Alex. Yeah, doesn't even have a bomb planted down just yet. There's not that much pressure for Saw to push together right now. They can just back off, recollect themselves, and then go in together as a united force. This is looking so grim for Essential. All of a sudden, could get the first pick though and does nail the landing. Both players similar health. Next bullet could seal the deal. Got Azulu, he's been spotted, and there is the spray for Essential. He takes us into second OT and somehow saves Bait.
Bait just hang on in there once again. There was so much that could have gone wrong in that round. The bomb getting dropped in this smoke was so uncomfortable for them. Story getting aggressive early. Petrick has to pull out the P250. And you see here, the bomb was in this smoke, so they end up getting sprayed as they try and get that back. Essential just about made it to the site, gets that bomb down. And then at the end there, Azuu will probably feel like he should have had the edge in that fight, but I think Essential tried to just play behind that headshot angle, tried to make himself as hard as possible to hit, and it didn't even have to be the headshot. It was the spray to the body to send us to another overtime. I mean, Saw are going to have to stay so strong mentally at this point. There's multiple chances just slipping by. The P250 having to come out there. It is just chaos in these mid-fights.
That shot from the AWP, man, I honestly thought that was going to be a double. It looked like they were lining up perfectly for Story, but it didn't quite work that way. But yeah, man, like, there were multiple opportunities there. It was really sloppy towards the end. Like you say, the bomb being dropped out, super uncomfortable for Bait, but I'm surprised that Saw didn't push together. Like, maybe because they were both low HP and they were worried about lining up for the AK spray, but effectively you're just giving them 2 separate 1v1s, and that's never an ideal position to be in. I think it was unconfirmed damage, though, onto him through the smoke, to be fair, so they probably thought he was healthy.
Yeah, maybe they were just a little too scared of him being able to reposition, and they wanted to keep him stuck somewhat on the site, but I don't know, I don't think there's that many strong spots on that A side to really play in the post plant. I think you're right, they maybe could have been better taking a little more time, but they're going to have to do it all over again here. Saw again, liking this 2-1-2 default on their CT side. Though Muteris has quickly moved away from mid. Story again having freedom with that AWP. This time he's going to back up this A bomb site, which has been a bit of an issue here. It's been a bit of a problem position. Agile this time steps up for one, but Story needs to get more and he can't find anything.
Post plant in. Muteris and Azuru are stuck behind this smoke. There's another one where that came from. MPL's going to toss it out now. They throw in their own counteractive smoke, but in doing so, as soon as they see the smoke coming through their own, they know there's a high % chance they're going to just straight up push and try and charge you down, so why not go for the preemptive spray? And this time, Bait, clean, clinical. You nailed it. The A site has been a little bit shaky, but the timing there could not have worked out worse on the side of Saw, as suddenly just multiple Ts stampede their way through the smoke and get straight in their face. Bait, for the first time in quite a while, I want to say, in the lead now. It feels like Saw have been leading towards the end of regulation, leading in the OT. So are Bait really going to turn this one back around and hit that massive disappointment that you just highlighted before? Because Saw really should have put this game to bed multiple times.
Yeah, they have had their chances. Can't say that they haven't. And I think for Saw there, Agile, again, just only able to get the one on the hold, but also he goes down a little quickly, which means that Story is basically having to play perfectly with the orb, and he's trapped in a committed position. Maybe if he could have got one, at least the retake would have been doable, but just too awkward of a position for him to play completely alone there. They close the distance so quickly. And so now, Saw will again just look to bounce back. Smoke down this time. They might have to take a little more time before setting their end goal on this round. Getting these A main nades being exchanged quite hotly. It does feel like they actually do want to group up fairly early here towards A main, but I wonder if that further smoke will slow them or not. No, they've got their own smoke down, so they're happy to move in. And again, Agile under pressure.
1-for-1, pretty decent, but Story's going to give them the advantage now. Oh, in a second, don't peek him one by one. You need to get some utility up there, but the downside is they've basically utilized all of it. They've only got one flash left, and it's in the hands of MPL. But with the post plant now coming to fruition, they can hold the line. The pressure kind of switches back on the hands of Saw. Spray needs to be on point from MPL. Gets one and also changes his position. So it's going to be harder to shut him down. Beautiful one tap onto Sagejot. And down goes Head Trick. It's a valiant attempt by Bait, all things considered. But Saw feels like they did the damage early enough in the round to reap the rewards.
Yeah, this time Story playing actually a little further back with that AWP. It was a similar idea of him being there to back up Agile and try and work off the back of him. And this time, with that lack of utility that you pointed out, it makes it so that he can have these angles. And these are shots he's happy to hit all day long. No smoke for Heaven. And MPL really tried his best there. I think he was trying to see if he could quickly jump up towards Heaven after Head Trick was holding that angle and maybe just get a good timing on that. And they never peeked from Heaven, so he had to just fight those other angles basically by himself. And then Head Trick actually changed the angle he was holding away from Heaven, so MPL had to look back there as well. It was very tricky for the rifler on the site. But unfortunately for Head Trick, he just never found the angle with the AWP that he was looking for, was never given the fight really. And again, just so many rounds where it's a Story multi-kill that really puts Saw in the better position. It's not only the fact that he's got the 30 kills, but the majority of those have been impactful. I think it's fair to say, as we keep on going here in this second overtime.
100%.
I mean, how many A plays can we have from Bait? That's the real question.
Yeah. Yeah, I think looking over to that side of the map again, and it's the same, Story. I was going to say it's the same outcome. The way he's been playing, you just expect he's going to nail the second shot, but Sagejot there to make sure his life is not lost in vain. And yeah, like speaking of Story, the amount of clutches, the amount of entry frags or opening picks he's got on the CT side has just been incredibly impactful. Like, without Story landing even half of these shots, this game could have been over in regulation. Like, could have been like a pretty, like, 13-6, 13-7 without Story, the way that this was looking at one point on Bait's regulation T-half. But now things have slowed down quite a bit. And the T's starting to make a move over onto the B side. Wally down. Azuru may have heard just a little lick of damage there. Flash and HE through, but he wants to try and stand in connector because he knows that the main side is not under control from his teammates. And so he's kind of forced into that position. And unfortunately, for Saw, he will go down wanting. The post plant is going to yield the rotations out from Bait, but they have a very low NPL on 9 HP. Flash is so good to Alex, but he can use the pillar as a sanctuary. And now the effects have cleared and dwindled away. Smoke down. MPL's position is going to be really important, but it's Alex that needs to take the brunt of this damage. 17 seconds left on the clock. Both players have kits. They're going to line up for Alex, but not for the first time. His spray lets him down, and there's more than enough time for the defuse. Saw will snatch this round away.
Yeah, and Alex made the right decisions there. He realized, I've just really got to play off my teammate's contact. With my teammate being so low, I might as well just try and catch these players in the back. It's just the execution, which unfortunately goes awry for him. Oh, it's a spray to the body that Agile's able to get away with. And again, these rounds coming incredibly close. And honestly, I thought that Saw had lost out there because they had the advantage initially, but they lose a couple of fights back towards B. Bait really using that firepower briefly to get back into the round, just using that individual ability to win fights that maybe they shouldn't have, as Azuu got caught out. But Saw into the lead for this second half of the second overtime again. Can they finally split the difference decisively between these two teams? Because it always seems to be Saw edging out into the lead, but not quite able to close it.
And I've got some stats for you here, Hawker, because we've been talking about Story, talking about his impact. He has 7 opening duels in his favor, 8 multi-kill rounds, and a clutch on top of it. So that is just astounding by anyone's metrics. He is by far and away leading in multi-kills, leading in opening frags.
So much impact from that AWP. And look at this from Saw. They're actually grouped up outside B. We haven't seen this play too often, but Bait again have 3 CTs stacked in position.
Down, he's gonna have to extinguish that one, and in doing so his finger's not on the trigger, looking towards the enemies. And they will capitalize on that. That momentary weakness has been fully exploited. Saw having no mercy, taking no prisoners in this round, but 2 players are low. Sejot and Azuu are struggling themselves. Span through the smoke. Decent damage inflicted once again onto Agile. 3 of the 4 players are low. Unconfirmed damage, though, onto the bulk of them. And they know where Alex is. So Sejot's going to be up close. They're actually blocking one another through the smoke. And there's the barrel of the gun. Oh, Alex has been executed. And try as he may, Head Trick can't do much from this position and may have to just tap out and surrender. 2 match points again will be forthcoming for Saw. Can they finally get this done?
I mean, you see how tight the margins can be. Those 2 Saw players getting funneled into the right side of sight, and the spray got close to taking both of them out, but it looked like the damage got sort of split between them. 2 Saw players go low, but don't get taken out of the round, and Head Trick is okay to save. Yeah, you see them just forcing their way in here. These 2 players, they almost lined up for MPL. But instead, it's that quick pop out onto the site that works wonders. And Saw now, finally, with more chances. 2 chances for them to take this. I'm sure there are Astralis fans and potentially Astralis players watching, waiting for this game to finish before they can start theirs. Well, Saw have had many chances to do just that. This time it feels like their round wins have been more convincing, though. Can they get the job done? It's a similar setup from Bait with 3 outside B, but it might just be that same play from Saw. They might look to run it back on this B site, Vince.
May feel like there's vulnerabilities, that there's chinks in the armor they can exploit, and they have multiple times already. Bit of an off angle, though. Essential hasn't played Prison for the most part, but Kenzai Zor is doing all of it himself. Oh, it seems that every time that Bait have their backs against the wall, they get this crazy buff. It's a complete and utter demolition job. Sword never had a chance in that round. Didn't see any kind of bloodshed that didn't go against them.
Yeah, you see the difference there in just these advanced angles, and especially here, Kenzazor, once the smoke is fading, he gets this nice little off angle. And winning that first fight always makes it so much harder, because then the Saw players are thinking, okay, do I need to run in and try and get that kill? Do I still need to just hold a separate angle? It's just going to make the CT crossfire so much more powerful. Kenzazor nearly down to half health early. Not ideal. Meanwhile, you see Saw again going for this lurk smoke. They have used this previously to pop out towards this B site. So you can see Essential very wary of that, just trying to span through. But it seems like this time Saw a little more spread early. They still might be running it back again, Vince. It looks like it could still be this B split. Or maybe they're just seeing if Story can find something.
There's the replenished smoke as well. Essential puts it down. Oh, significant damage to Story. That is a problem. The Kenzazor gets finished off. You highlighted he got weakened early on. The Molotov is perfectly placed as well. So Senthiel didn't have much health to really contend with. Couldn't stand in that molly for too long. But MPL is on point with his aim as he taps out Muteris, giving Bait another chance to save their own skin. The plant will be coming through from Agile Azuwu, cognizant of that connector peak. Oh, the flick is beautiful. On point for Headtrick, who tried to spoil that plant before it could get locked into place. And now Alex, who's had a bit of a rough series in multiple rounds, missing out on sprays, even though it was up to 19 frags, has his work cut out for him here. Has to come round the corner and clear out the pillar, but also jail at the same time. That smoke does allow him to divide into the first, but he will fall down. And finally, Saw have sealed the deal and given themselves a win.
I mean, they had enough chances where eventually you felt like they were going to get it over the line. But the way they had to do it at the end there, still uncomfortable for a brief moment. The credit to Azuwu, that flick was crazy. He had a couple of really big kills and really big entry rounds onto B, but that last one, I thought he was getting caught out for sure. I thought he was done for. But honestly, I think we have to say Saw deserved victors here. As much as Bait really tried to put up a fight, I don't think Bait were ever up to map point themselves, and Saw had so many.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, it was always Saw that were leading and just couldn't quite get across the finish line, with Bait like desperately chasing them. But Bait did start this game in a pretty significant lead on their the CT side, where Saw were on the CT side, and Bait were pulling ahead. They were like 6-2 in the lead at one point, I want to say, and then we saw this comeback fully like just jump into fruition. So yes, Bait are going to be disappointed. They weren't able to capitalize on their early success. You can see here that they're in the lead for the most part. It did get even back up again. It was a bit awkward at one point, but then they started to extend that lead. Saw made this great comeback, and then we had a couple of fumbled rounds in the second half, which I'm sure we'll see soon, where there's like 2 M4s in play, or an M4 and an AK. Somehow Bait get away with it. Then they return the favor onto Saw. It got really scrappy. But then once they extended fully, it looked as though Saw were just going to outright win before Bait made their adjustments to get way more aggressive on the CT side.
Yeah, and we were saying coming into this matchup that the map choice was one where it's one that both of these teams haven't played too often recently. So we were saying maybe there will be some scrappy rounds, and maybe both of these teams will have to fight through that. And I think that was definitely the case for Saw in a couple of moments where you felt like they were about to run away with it and they just get caught out. As you said, though, big adjustment there from Bait to start getting their aggression going, and then their players started to spring to life. See a couple of these rounds where they're able to adjust at the end, but all in all, I think Saw certainly felt like the better team on the whole. I mean, Story definitely felt like the best player on the server by some distance with the amount of multi-kills, the amount of early frags he was getting. And I also really liked the way that Saw were setting up the AWP of Story, because he wasn't really having to always pick his own number. There were a lot of rounds where it felt like they'd work with him to get him map control and just get him into a good position where they could work off the back of that. So I think overall, I'm pretty happy with what I saw from Saw here. And they were one of those teams where coming into this, we were saying, I'd like to see them do well because we've seen them compete and win against some of the top teams. So I think it's so nice to see them bounce back and not have to go down to the doldrums of the 0-2 section, which is going to be a long road for those teams.
Oh, it is. There's tons of very good teams that are going to be down around that 0-2, 1-2 sort of bracket. So getting that early win, I think, is going to make the world a difference. And, you know, speaking of Story, that 1v2 clutch he picked off kind of just turned the entire tide of this game, it felt like. That was the moment where Saw really established themselves as, like, the favorites to take this game. But that is game 2 now done and in the books. We have 2 more best of ones coming at you. First off, though, we're going to cut to a quick break. And when we join us, we'll be live with our third. And some people are going to be very excited about this one because it's Astralis coming up next.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. intuitive interface, and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts.
It is time to see if Astralis are potentially going to miss out on another major, or if they can try and just somehow stabilize this very rough start. They are 0-1, ladies and gentlemen, and they're about to play against Paravision. So this is by no means an easy game either. As you can see on your screens, Paravision, of course, is the team now with Jame after leaving VP or being removed, whichever way you want to spin it. You also have Belchanok on this squad as well. So, I mean, this is not going to be an easy best of one by any stretch, Hawker. There is, feasibly a world in which Astralis goes 0-2 down here.
I think you could make the argument that the Paravision match here is a harder match than the OG match. I think you could definitely make that argument if you wanted to, especially with some of these the Eastern European teams sometimes just being so strong in these qualifiers and just swinging with their individuals. And with Astralis having had their cohesion issues recently, I don't think it's out of the question whatsoever. And for this Astralis lineup, it's kind of hard to know why the cohesion has looked so off. I've been trying to figure this out, Vince, because you've got Cadian alongside a couple of his old players in Stown and Yabi. Stas seems like he's someone who's very willing to listen and play for the team. And sure, maybe there's that clash with Device, but they do at times just look like they're not all on the same page. And that is so scary because that's meant to be the strength of Cadian's calling.
No, I echo everything you've just said. It is a real head scratcher. I don't know if there's some remnants of, obviously, like in the previous team you mentioned, Cadian with Yabi and Stown, if there is some like remnants of some bitterness. I'm really stretching here for like hypotheticals. I don't know this at all as fact, but it's so hard to see because like you look at this team on paper, they have so much talent. Like Device is one of the goats of CSGO. Like he's one of the most successful AWPers out there that's still playing the game. And yet, even though he is posting some pretty good numbers, if you look at his stats, he's also had his problems, like health problems, not being able to attend events. Obviously, the whole NIP thing also happened. So I don't know, man. Like they're a very tough team to read as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, it is, again, instantly into the high-pressure scenario we were saying, though, because we've been saying throughout, to be clear, if Astralis goes 0-2 off the back of this game, they will have to be perfect for about 5 or so games in a row. They'll have to keep on winning and winning and winning just to keep themselves in it. So this is so unbelievably important for an organization that haven't been able to make majors. And for Device, I was looking it up. Device's last major he played was Stockholm 2021. For someone who is so great, if you have only watched the majors for the last few years, you don't know who Device is. How crazy is that? That's not right, man. That's not right.
Well, of course, there's 2 teams to be talked about, so let's hop across to Paravision. As we just mentioned before, we have Jame as their, obviously, their IGL. You also have some really solid names. Obviously, you would have heard of Kicker in the past, Travis as well. In fact, the whole roster. But Belchanok, for me, at least, Hawker is the player to watch out for here.
Definitely, and I also think, in specifically here, this matchup against Astralis, where in Astralis' opening game, it was only Device who posted a positive rating. You look at the rifler matchup, Stown should be that star rifler on Astralis. We haven't really seen it to the level that we would want, whereas Belchanok, I'd say he's a slightly different style of rifler. He's probably a bit more active, a little more aggressive than a Stown. But looking at this matchup, I'd actually not be surprised at all if Belchanok ended up having more impact in this match, which is kind of weird to say, but Stown has not been at his best lately. And maybe that's an area where Paravision can have a strength in a sense with some of these star riflers on this squad.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of like an epitome of Astralis as a whole. Like, their ceiling in the past as individuals, even as a team, has been extremely high. But right now, they're not at that level. They're not at their prime levels right now. And that's why you look at a game like this, and I completely agree with you. Like, Paravision probably stylistically as well is maybe a tougher game, I think, for Astralis than the opener was against OG. It's just that Nikodos decided, actually, screw you guys. Like, I want to be the best Danish AWPer out there. And he just took over and basically solo carried. So these things do happen in best of ones. That's always the slippy and slidey part of these kind of like tournaments. It can go in any direction. But if you're Astralis, the simple fact of the matter is you've got to just establish some kind of form, because if you go 0-2, like you said, it's not as if it's completely over, but your chances of progressing get so much less.
Yeah, we should have the Veto ready now, and well, I guess one nice thing for Astralis is that Nuke gets taken out of there immediately, which is what they lost against OG on. And it was also that T side that was really the issue, and I think Astralis have had some issues with that T side, so we'll see on that going forwards. Willing to play the Mirage. Okay, it's kind of a map that I would say Paravision themselves aren't really like that great on, but yeah, I think for Astralis, you are in this position where I'm not sure what maps I really am fully confident with them on, and so maybe going to your opponent's weakness isn't an awful idea, but I don't feel confident in Astralis' Mirage either, I'll be honest.
No, I agree with that. I definitely agree with that assessment. And even though the percentages there kind of paint a pretty solid picture, it's the nature and how they've lost recently that's a bit more of a pause for alarm. When you're talking about like map pools between the two teams as well, like Anubis is always going to get banned. That's Astralis' permaban. Nuke is Paravision's permaban. And then they have like kind of similar map pools. I was thinking that maybe we'd see Ancient here as well because Astralis and Paravision are both solid on this. But I think you saw a respect ban coming out from Paravision there because statistically at least, it is Astralis' best map. It's where they typically do their best work. So I think that was more of a respect ban.
I honestly do feel coming into this, you're going on to Mirage. If these Astralis players are at the level you want them to be, like really, surely they should be able to loosen up a bit. And even someone like Astound, for example, maybe just take a bit of responsibility and just have some of those more early fights. I don't think it's necessarily the way he always wants to play, but you should be really going into this confident that as individuals, you are the better players as well, and that you can just like, I don't want to say style on Paravision, but you look at the caliber of the names and you should feel very, very confident in all the fights you take here. And obviously Mirage is super open for that.
What is quite interesting as well is I was looking through Belchanok's stats, and you typically think a player, like I agree, he's more of an aggressive, like almost an entry fragger at times. You'd think a map like Mirage would be tailor-made to him personally. It's actually one of his weakest maps, statistically speaking. He's done it at 1.07, which of course is still perfectly fine. But when you consider that he's in the 1.2s and maybe even the 1.25s on some of the other maps, it is a map he struggles just a little bit more on. So that also kind of feeds into that narrative of the head-to-head that you brought up earlier with Stown. Maybe that's like a small saving grace, but I'm not going to take anything for granted here. I think he can absolutely pop off in this map regardless.
Yeah, for sure. And I also think coming into this, we'll be watching out for the different trajectories these teams are on, in a sense where Astralis, we know recently, you just look at the recent results, and it's not even that long ago that they were losing against Apogee, against 3D Max. You know, 3D Max have been solid recently, but a team like Apogee, that's the level of team that are at this qualifier. If anything, you would argue a lot of these teams are better than that. Whereas for Paravision, they've had a couple of good wins lately, so they're kind of the ones in form themselves.
They are, but enough yapping from us because we're ready to jump straight into the game, guys. And there we have it. We're met with a technical timeout, but it's all good because we can just wax lyrical a little bit more about these two squads. We've put a lot of our emphasis on sort of like Belchanok and obviously Stown. We've kind of mentioned Device as well. What are your feelings about the rest of this Paravision squad, though? Like the likes of Kicker, Travis, Nota. Are these players that you think could maybe go toe-to-toe with like Yabi and Stare? You did mention him earlier as being a really solid role player.
Yeah, I think that Stare has just been so solid, and he got signed to a pretty long contract now in Astralis, which I think is actually a good call for them, because I feel like he's always just good at what he does and just fills his role on the team. But yeah, it is mainly just in that Star Rifler aspect, in someone like a Belchanok. I think the rest of the Paravision players, I think they're solid. And normally, I would say they probably can't quite match up to the Astralis players, but it's just with the form of Astralis in comparison to Paravision, who have had a couple of, you know, somewhat nice wins lately against a Fnatic, against a Big, against an Ents, against the sort of teams at this event. And it's also interesting, Jame, I think just on the AWP now, right, with Kicker calling for this team, to my knowledge. So that maybe is going to allow Jame to just focus a little more on that AWPing. He's been solid on this team. We'll see if that can continue. He's got a P250 in hand. Meanwhile, Astralis, double dualies. See if they're stacked on that B site, ready for this pistol.
You are correct, yes. Jame is just AWPing now. So I'll be curious to see how he can take leadership now being in the opposite seat. But those Julies from Device. Oh, that's going to be tantalizing. As soon as this smoke comes over, He's going to alert them to his presence. And now the spray comes down, but it's not actually Device. It's going to be Stair that comes in with 2. And Device cleans up the rest. The Julie's doing work. And Jame, last man standing against a full 5-fledged Astralis lineup. Not many opportunities. Also doesn't have control over the bomb. This is going to be a 1-0. The only question is, who takes the kill? And the answer is Stout.
I mean, that's so important for Astralis. I think if there were any signs of nerves early that could come through if you start losing rounds, that is the perfect way to counter that. Because they'll all know how important this game is. Stair, I mean, those players are not easy to hit there, but the spray away with the dualies working out. And honestly, I feel like if you're an Astralis fan, as soon as you saw Stair and Device there on the B site, you're probably pretty happy. You're probably pretty comfortable. I feel like they're the ever-reliable ones right now on Astralis. See what it means for Paravision. And those odds, by the way, I mean, I knew they'd be close, but they are incredibly close.
Yeah, I think that just kind of builds into the idea of just how rocky Astralis have been lately. And like, Paravision are a legit team as well, so yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I would have probably had it slightly more in favor of Astralis, but not much more.
Yeah.
And so there's some aggression down as well. It is against the full eco, of course. No plant in for Paravision means not many options. They do have a couple of upgraded pistols, but this looks like it is going to be a massacre unless Device gets caught, which he does. It is a dink to kick things off. Ooh,
okay.
Actually gone down. Okay, they've got an MP9 in play now. And Stair, he decides better off the decision to keep pushing through, but the rest of Astralis are now tightening the noose. 2 players up on middle, and they've also taken B apps control. So this should still go in favor of Astralis pretty handedly. And Cadian is going to line them up and spray them down if they continue to push into his crosshair. So crisis averted, it would seem. But are they able to at least get one more frag? That would be pretty solid, all things considered. And the answer is a yes. Plus, it's an SMG kill. So all, well, you can factor in, Paravision had basically nothing into this round. 2 kills is pretty solid.
Yeah, chucks that M4 out of the map as well. I don't think Astralis were going to get there anyway. But just make sure that Yabi has to save the MP9 instead. You know, there was a second there where I was just scared, just a little scared, because I know that the Cadian rifling has been a talking point, but he handled that pretty well. No qualms that time round. I do think coming into a Mirage here, we won't get that AWP out for Device yet. It's not maybe a map that you always think of Device on immediately, but I'm sure he'll have the freedom here to do as he pleases. He was so good for them in their opening game, even though they lost that against OG. You can already see Device trying to be a little pesky in and around mid. Just a bit of damage done early.
I know to taking the brunt of that one, down to 57. Utility has been expended, and there's not a huge amount left for Astralis, considering, yes, they've got like flashes and HEs here and there, but they only have 2 smokes to play with and 1 incendiary. At least it's currently in their hands. Maybe some have been dropped around the map. Cadian, given the arduous task once again of holding the line by himself with the MP9. He just has to try and stall as much as he can. And although there's a kill, it's through the smoke from Device, so it's going to do nothing to stop this plant from coming to fruition.
Yeah, it looks like Paravision is still taking a little bit of time, and there is still utility here for Astralis. That could maybe be the only saving grace, but we know how hard that B site is to get back into, especially with smoke still up, and Astralis themselves have cooled this off quite quickly.
Yeah, understandable when you look at their money. I completely agree with you. Even if there's low players on Paravision, the B site offers the T's so many luxuries on, like, once the plant is down to get crossfires into play. There's so many angles you have to be cognizant and aware of. It's very, very difficult. I think one of the things you realistically need for a retake is someone pushing catwalk or pushing through B apps. Single file through marketplace is pretty much just a death sentence. So I'm completely understanding that from Astralis. The one thing I will say, though, is I'm surprised that Cadian is playing himself with the weakest weapon alone on B. That, for me, is a bit of a head scratcher. I assume he made some kind of read about Paravision, and he got it completely wrong.
Yeah, we know that Cadian is willing to live and die by his reads and by his calls. I would not be surprised if, as this half goes on, though, if Device can get that out eventually, I think it probably will be him up in B apps every now and then, just to try and reinforce that B site. Because I'm sure Cadian himself knows that at times he may be targeted. You've got to make sure you work around that. Here's the early mid control then for Paravision. Still no AWPs on the server as of yet. Down playing in and around connector. Meanwhile, You can see, we always talk about this KD and Reeds. He's briefly leaving the B bomb site right now. He is... Oh, where is KD going? I don't even know if he knows. He's thinking about it.
He's lining a smoke up for Palace, I believe. I think he just threw that out from the window side, and I was going to start backing away. But, I mean, obviously, he doesn't know this, but he actually made the completely spot-on call. Having this many players over on A2 and now going out on Connector, though, because they want to have a quick peek onto middle. In the meanwhile, though, Paravision, they'll be lining up for an execute here. Smoke going to be coming down, but as far as I can see, there's only one smoke for them to play with, and that's in the hands of Jane. That's going to be a real issue. They can't fend off the CT boxes. They can't deal with jungle. They're just coming out straight away. Just a raw push. And so far, it's not going too well. Kickert's been bested by Yabi. Smoke now has landed onto Connector, but they have to deal with his CT presence. And it seems like they have no idea about this one because they're Molotoving deep. And now Device is showing his hand. The T's are stuck behind Firebox, and they are being picked off one by one. Surely James has nothing else to say in this round. The only saving grace is he has control over the bomb. And they may think that he hasn't fully committed to this. His reputation may precede him, but now he's given his position away. 15 seconds left, going to try and force this bomb, or at least tickle it to get Device into the open, but they're not falling for this one. Any further kills will be decent damage, but it will not be afforded, and Astralis will take the 3-1 lead.
Yeah, it almost felt like Paravision were hoping that the pace would be on their side, but Astralis just stay composed and controlled there, and they realize, okay, this utility actually isn't that good. It's pretty hard for them to actually get this bomb down right now. A Device anchoring CT was a really big part of that. As you said, actually a little gap on the backside of that smoke. Really works nicely for Astralis there, being able to lock down that A-bomb site. So coming right back with a third round, Astralis. Looking pretty good here. There is the buy for Paravision with a little weakness. Kicker just on the P250. But again, Paravision just working on that mid-control early, which it looks like will be given over to them.
Issue here, of course, though, is they've lost the first couple of players, and because they've prioritized the firepower of the weaponry over the utility, they basically had nothing to play with once they took mid. Getting mid, always useful for the T's, but what can you do with it is always the question in retaliation to that. Jane gets picked off, and, I mean, Paravision, they're just looking dazed and confused. Astralis having no chill, putting the sword to them, and Belchanok may be a real talent, but there's not much you can do in a 1-on-5 with no smokes or flashes to play with. So a quick fire 4-1, and Paravision down to a half buy at best.
Yeah, I mean, none of these fights feel hard for Astralis, do they? Like, look at how all these kills are coming in. Pretty much favored fights across the board. The P250 of Kicker was leading the way in Connector. It seemed like they were hoping that the distraction of mid would allow them to walk out of the Palace smoke, but Device is not going to be fooled by that. And honestly, Device has had a good start just on the rifles so far, 8-1. So maybe won't even need that AWP for the time being. Speaking of Device, he is having that freedom I was talking about, this time pushing the B apartments. Only against the pistols here, so might not want to go too far and risk giving away that AK. But yeah, just look at the kill count for Paravision. It shows how, I'm going to say, unconvincing their rounds have been. They haven't really been making them competitive outside of their round wins so far.
Yeah, 5 frags collectively, and the lion's share of those are in the hands of Nota. I like that setup as well, by the way. They had Device going aggressive, and then Yabi was watching from the backside in case he got overwhelmed and overran. So they knew the economic position of Paravision and were positioning accordingly on that one, and they got the kill they were looking for and back off. And now taking mid-control, getting information in the form of KD and taking point, wrapping around the back of them. But it is that man, Mr. Reliable himself, Device. Whatever you say about Astralis, this guy has been a monster for so long. And although he goes down, a lot of damage inflicted. And of course, there's no chance they can get their hands on that fallen AK without going through Yabi first. Going to go and try and force that plant down. HE is good for the kill, but it will not be good enough to stop the bomb plant. So Paravision at least can escalate their economy going forward alongside their round loss bonus that has accrued. But it will not make any difference in terms of the scoreline, which continues to favor Astralis.
Yeah, Paravision will take sneaking a plant as a win in and of itself, just for the extra money, but they've got to start competing in these rounds soon. It was actually, I think the fact that Cadian kind of took that risk and pushed top mid, which meant the Device was maybe a little alone, not completely alone. He had Gabby somewhat close, but without the players on the site, they had to concede the plant. I think Astralis fairly comfortable with that. Not a big deal at the end of the day. And now for Paravision, I think we need to see something that looks a little more convincing, in all honesty. We've had the A play where it didn't really look like they had the utility to back them up. Prior round where the mid play just gets denied. They're walking out through a palace smoke. Let's hope they can actually get some fair fights here, because it has felt like Astralis have had the edge so far.
Oh, the spray from Yabi is on point. Belchonot gets one in return. And James there to dish death onto Yabi, not allowing him to extend any more frags and stop that killing streak. Good shot from James. Device caught out in the open. And Paravision now with a real chance to double their tally on this T side. They'll still have to get through Stair and Cadian. But they've already dealt the fatal blow to Device, who's up on 10 frags. They need to retrieve the bomb. That's going to take some time. What do Astralis do about this, though?
Yeah, I like this decision from Stair. Double up with Katie and see if you can maybe catch just one or two of those players. You know that Jame was mid earlier. Oh, Stair's got out into the open. Jame has not spotted that right now. This could be Jame in trouble, but does Stair clear this? Oh, Jame gets the timing right. Stair will jump up on top, but now the information is there. The bomb's actually dropped right now. Stair may not know that, though. He gives up on the angle, so now Paravision can get that bomb back in hand. And they have a decent amount of info to work with, and most importantly, Travis and Kickout will try and work together to get their first kill on the board between them.
I don't overthink this Paravision 2v1. Time is starting to run dry on the clock, but it seems like they're going to go through Catwalk. And their final destination will be the B site. Stair is keeping his options open. He's hoping and praying that they go back to A. They last saw him in mid, so it is a possibility as far as he's concerned that he could have backed out onto Catwalk and be playing on the B site, but now he's hearing the distant, crispy sounds of Molotovs. He knows that the B site is plundered, and the clamp will come through. Question now is, does he want to go for this? Because there is tons of money. He does also have the kit in his hands and a smoke. Because of how one-sided this game has been, lots of surplus cash, easy rebuys for a couple of rounds at least, so why not go in for it? Instead, though, fair play. He picks up the AWP for Device and backs out of there and saves.
Yeah, I think leaving his options open there as he came in from short, knowing I can just save the AWP if I don't really think it's doable. I don't think that's a bad shout either. For Paravision, though, yeah, Jame just catching Device out. That was really important in that round. It looked like Device was just wanting to hang around and give his team that advantage after those initial mid-trades. Looked like they were going to be good, but Jabby got two before being shut down. Yeah, you almost wonder whether it's Jame realizing the last thing I'd want to have to happen to me if I was AWPing short is this timing of this swing. It was timed really nicely. I don't think Device was quite ready for it. So Paravision, they get a second round on the board, but that mainly comes from them handling the Astralis aggression and getting into an advantage early. We'll see if they can consistently win rounds, because Astralis probably won't be running that aggressive play again, at least not in this one.
Yeah, and it can also condition Paravision as well to worry about those kind of pushes. So it's not the end of the world for Astralis. You just got to make sure that you don't let this vast amount of economy slip away. And of course, on the CT side, it can so quickly get out of control. So they've got to keep themselves in this, hence the save in that previous round. Stay down to $900 now. But Travis making moves back outside of Palace. 3-player stack still on the A side, but they're keeping Yabi over with Cadian for the time being. There could be a fight that kicks off momentarily here, because Yabi is up close.
Katie's put that smoke down in B apartments, realizing, okay, if we've got this stack on A, I'm going to need to try and buy a bit more time early and not just lose this B site so soon. Yabi's committed into ladder room, so if he doesn't get the fights early here, it might be hard for him to help. Device has got the kill elsewhere, and now Cadian will be tested.
Oh, spray's rough. And he's going to get punished for it. Realistically, needed to get a kill there for his teammates. But they do have Yabi posted up on Catwalk, and he's starting to drop the hammer onto 2 players. The executioner's call comes through, and suddenly Jame, who's still not got the plant down, is against the world. First player out is Device, and he has just not been missing this game so far. It may have been a bloodbath of a first map for Astralis, but they are bouncing back with authority here. And I think Cadian can probably look across to his teammates and say, thanks a lot, boys, because that was nearly horrible.
Yeah, you can still see the jitters there at times. And I was concerned because with Yabi in ladder room, I was worried he was just not going to be able to help out on the site. But he got back onto short in time. And Device, I'm sure, will be happy to see some of his teammates joining him because he was the only positive player for Astralis in that opening matchup against OG. And even he couldn't hold a candle to Nicodos, who went 28 and 14. It was an incredible showing from Nicodos on the rifles to take down Astralis in that opener. That's why they're here. But they're looking to bounce back, and they're looking like they're going to do a good job at that so far. 6-2 up. And again, been a little disappointed with Paravision, in all honesty. I feel like the rounds they've won, they've been fine, but it doesn't feel like they've really put Astralis into too many uncomfortable situations so far. I think Astralis have been pretty happy with how the game's been going, and there haven't really been that many moments where it feels like Astralis have been put in tough spots, in all honesty.
Yeah, I agree entirely. So many opening picks in favor of Astralis here, and it's for me, it's like the rounds that Paravision are winning, they're barely winning, and the rounds they're losing, they're just getting straight up steamrolled. Like multiple times, 4 players alive, 5 players alive for Astralis, which is why their economy is still in pretty good shape, even though they've lost like fairly recently. And Paravision back onto 2 rifles, losing their first player, Jane, courtesy of a Molotov, an incendiary from Cadian's hands, which was over on the B-app side. So this push kind of comes to a standstill. They're going to try and utilize all their time, maybe draw out some of extra utility from Astralis. It all adds up on the CT side. So Paravision don't need to push in just yet, throwing their smokes down for middle control. But once again, it's like you've got mid control, but you have no more grenades to play with, and you're trying to fight at range against players that you don't really know their current positions. It's so rough for Paravision. Like, this feels so claustrophobic if you're on the T side.
Yeah, and especially when you know that AWP in the hands of Device is somewhere on the map, but you can't pinpoint its position. Without utility, you could be screwed at any moment. Now they know where the AWP is, but they still feel they have to come into it because the time is so low. This could be a cleanup here. Stown in position. The rifle's doing everything that's needed. They all collapse in on Connector. Paravision just making it a little too obvious at the end there where they're going. And Astralis absolutely happy with that round.
And as we move into this next round, again, we'll bring some stats up here because we've been talking about how one-sided this game has been. As we move into round 10, there's only been one opening duel in favor of Paravision over this map, and that was for Nota. The rest of it has gone the way of Astralis. They've got the opening pick, and they have converted more often than not. And it's really factoring into what we're saying, right, Hawker? Like, it always feels like Paravision are playing from behind, like they have one of their hands tied behind their back, and they can't really fully get themselves activated.
Yeah, and I mean, how many times do you see with 9 rounds played, 2 players on one team still stuck on 0 kills? That kind of is an indication as to how this has been going. And to be honest, with the quality of players that we were talking about, you kind of hope that this is how Astralis would be dealing with a team like Paravision. So I'm glad to see it from the Astralis side. But I also think just tactically from Paravision, it would be nice if they were forcing some more rotations and just seeing if they could be a nuisance and make those Astralis players make decisions, because it feels like that's where sometimes the Astralis cohesion can fall apart. But that just hasn't happened. They haven't been able to get into the rounds in the first place. And so Astralis just win the early fights. And then when you're not under pressure, you're not having the comms go crazy, you're not really going to be in a problem position. Is Jame again. He's been able to do some work on mid in prior rounds. This time Astralis had that early aggressive A stance, but Stair will drop back. The molly ready to delay.
And this really has been
like... Paravision used all their utility?
That is a good question. They only have 1 smoke left on Jame, and it's a couple of flashes and a couple of Molotovs. But that's kind of been a reoccurring theme as well. Like, I feel like so many times we've been talking about this very problem. Stair, though, with a double. There's just no flashes over. There's nothing that can really stop him from standing his ground and just punishing. Like, Paravision just look like they're playing in different squads. They've been lumped together. It's like when you get thrown into a premier matchmaking game. What is going on here? They're going to get the plant down. Device doesn't want to peek because he wants to wait for that smoke on connector to fade so Stown can get himself involved. But Yabi says, screw it, just runs out and picks up 2 kills by himself. James on low HP is not long for this world, and it's Stown that will deal the fatal blow and get Astralis across to the 8 round mark, I should say. I mean, it's just looking so flat for Paravision, man. Like, I don't know what else to say about this T side.
Yeah, it's tough. It is tough. I was just genuinely confused where the nades were. I think they actually dropped a couple of smokes and flashes back to, I think it was James throwing them. So they actually did at least have a couple of smokes left. Because I was genuinely like, there's no way you've used like 4 smokes on mid, surely, guys. But they had a couple. They threw there in towards jungle, in towards connector. It was just Stare, solid on the initial hold that time round. And again, even if Paravision get onto the site, Astralis are just in control of it. I mean, credit to Astralis. They're never over-fighting. They're just holding back. They're doing what they need to do. And they're basically saying, Paravision, you've got to prove that you can cause more issues in these rounds. And they haven't been able to do so far. Here comes the mid utility. Stown considering a fight. There's a smoke up, though. Looks like they will just sit. Meanwhile, I was saying earlier, I think we might see Device go into the B apartments occasionally. And he's done that here. He's been boosted up early. So that's going to allow Cadium the freedom to play elsewhere. It looks like Paravision, after getting the initial mid control, they'll drop back. And again, they're focused on this A side of the map. It didn't go well for them previously, but this time Astralis are at least a little more passive on this A side.
Yeah, playing the CT boxes, and Stown seems like he's preoccupied trying to get the flashbang out into middle. Could get caught from Palace if he's not careful, because Stare is watching ramp. Now with the hopping up, he does spot multiple players pushing his position. Molotov down to the jungle. Stare is going to rip in for one. Or pardon me, it's actually Cadian that gets the one. Stare is still in the CT boxes. He has finally struck. But one of the best opportunities for Paravision. They still yet to get the bomb plant down. It's been delayed multiple times, but now will get finalized. 2 of the 3 of the CTs making inroads over onto CT side on the boxes. And the third ace up the sleeve is Yabi in Con, but he's now been spotted. Nota is between a rock and a hard place, and there's some explosives being tossed in for good measure. A demolition from Device. And now James, stuck on Tetris, needs to do most of the heavy lifting here because Travis down on ramp is cognizant of a rotation through. James passes with flying colors on the first test, but Cadian now, with his primary weapon, with a weapon he's way more comfortable with, will drill home the kill onto James and needs to stand tall and deliver onto Travis, and he does just that with 2 seconds left on the fuse. Astralis dial in a 9th.
Yeah, Cadian takes that AWP because he's low on health, and he reminds us what he can do with it. Ends with a triple on the round. He opened things up with that M4 as well, but that's a round where I feel like Astralis did have some tough choices to make, and they managed it really well. I think the patience shown there was the most impressive thing. They spotted that player towards CT, and they just slowly converge on him, like a boa constrictor, just slowly making sure that Nota is in trouble. And then Cadian, with that AWP, puts it to use. And, well, Cadian's clearly feeling it with the AWP now. He's picked up a second for the CT side.
He's like, you see what I just did there, Device? I'm taking a second AWP, bro, and you can't stop. Well, he literally can't stop him. He's the IGL. What he says goes. Yeah. Oh, James, he's had a rough start to this round, down to 4. And I think most of that was from HEs. Although he's way back on the B app side. Maybe he got hit in middle. I didn't quite catch it from his viewpoint. But Cadian using that second AWP over on the B app side. This is a much better weapon to hold primarily by yourself. He has taken a shot, though, falls back, but there's going to be a HE there. In fact, he decides better of it. He just wants to pull the plug and get out, survive, allow the rest of the team to thrive. But that HE is a nuke. It goes off in apps and does so much damage to 4 players, all of which are now weakened. Travis on 0 and 9 may finish this half without getting a single kill to his name. And the plant still hasn't come through. Cadian and Stown just delivering from range. And although the barrel is spotted round the corner from Nota, it's really not going to help him whatsoever. Down to 3, make that 0, and James is the last man standing before Stare decides it's your time to get dropped on the ground. Astralis 10-2. Travis, 0 kills in the first half, and Kickut with just 1. This was an absolute bodying performance.
Yeah, just so one-sided. I was scared for a second that Cadian was going to stick around too long, but he made the right decision. Drop that smoke, get back, and that supportive utility from Yabi making a massive difference, as you said. Big damage done. And just so many times, Astralis would do exactly that. They would figure out what Paravision were doing early enough, they would drop back, and they would just say, okay, you can get onto the site, but what are you going to do with that? If we're just sat back, if we've got a heavy rotation in play, and there's not been any tomfoolery, well, Astralis are absolutely happy to just sit back and relax and work together. And that's exactly what we were hoping to see from them here. A 10-2 half, everyone performing. No issues for Astralis, really. It's hard to imagine this going wrong now, Vince.
Well, we'll test the caster curse, because you've thrown it out there now. So we'll see, Astralis fans. You know where to go if this goes pear-shaped now. But no, I agree with you, man. Like, it's hard to go against that kind of assumption. And I mean, you finish the first half, and Travis and Kicker, it's not just 0 kills, man. It's the fact that they're both around like 10 ADR as well. It's one thing if you come out of the half with 0 kills, but you have like 5 or 6 assists. Neither of them have shown up on the server yet.
Simply have not been that. That's got to change right here, right now for Paravision. They've got 3 CTs towards A early. A good amount of utility as well for them here. They're actually going to smoke Palace. But in the meantime, Astralis with this P250 in the hands of Cadian, they've taken control of ladder room. They'll see that there's no one here towards mid. I don't know if that'll change their plans, though. They still seem pretty set on this A site.
Yeah, smoke's going to fade momentarily up in the Palace side. Once it does, it's going to be a flash into a peak. Oh, it's just epitomizes this entire map. They get the flash. It's on point. Flashed up plays, but they cannot deliver. And it backfires spectacularly as Nota goes down. He's been one of the only bright lights. James also been shut off. Everyone's just getting smacked up around the map, and everyone's dipping in for frags as well. Belchanok tries he may from range, has secured the 1 frag, but it will do nothing in terms of how this round is going to come down. The plant's already in. He's down to 3 HP. And he's being swarmed by Ts who are hungry to get this map done as fast as possible.
Yeah, and that round again just shows the difference in player quality. And I think we were kind of saying before this map that in theory, you look at the names on Astralis and they should just be able to be confident in every fight and say, hey, we're the better players. That's honestly going to make most of the difference in this map, in this match. And I feel like we've seen that here. And I'm glad for that. And to be honest, this is how it should be for an organization like Astralis and for players like this. Maybe not this one-sided against Paravision, but they should be convincingly beating teams of this stature. So I'm happy to see it from Astralis. Paravision going for the force buy. I do want to see Travis get 1 kill. I'm sure he will.
Hey, there you go. Okay. Oh. Could be around. Could even be around here, Hawk. I was quite alongside. You never want to see a player come out of a map with 0 frags. Like, that's just from the human element. That's a real feels bad. But Yabi and Stown, they're still healthy. Yeah, sure, Paravision have a good position right now in terms of their stature, but they weren't able to secure any upgraded weapons. Keep that in mind. So the AKs, the Galils are still on the deck, and the bomb is retrievable. So as far as 2v4s go, this is a very winnable round still for Astralis. Don't count them out just yet.
Stown just using that utility. Concerned that players could be hanging around on mid. The options may open up for them now. Paravision have decided to spread massively across the map here. And with the weapons that they have, if the fights are given over, then you could quickly see Astralis turn this. As you said, Belchanok not really wanting to play too aggressively for the fight here. It definitely feels like Paravision is just sitting back and saying, Astralis, you have to come to us. That scout in CT from James could be quite difficult to deal with. He's got the first kill, and now that should be the information gathered. Jabi in trouble. Oh, the jumping MP9 will do it. I think Belchanok wanted to get some kills on the board, wanted a chance to show his worth. He's got a triple kill there, and Paravision with a 3rd round.
But therein lies the problem with playing so deep and passive, like you said, across the map. They only trade up to one rifle from the dropped rifles that was littered around the top of middle. I think they picked up the one Galil at the end, or maybe it was an AK. It was an AK-47, but you can see that's the only weapon they picked up. So it could have been a lot better, but securing the round is the priority. That is the most important thing. And with the money being in the bin for Astralis, they are just going to straight up force this one. You're already seeing Tech9's picked up with some Kevlar thrown in the mix, but... Okay, Paravision, you've passed the first test, you've navigated over the first hurdle, but there's a hell of a lot more where that came from.
I also think just from a viewing perspective, it'll be nice if Paravision can get a little going, just because Astralis struggled massively on their T side against OG. They only got one T round total on Nuke in that second half. And there were a few rounds where the timings and the cohesion just weren't quite there. Or a few rounds where maybe they were in an advantageous position and they just let it slip with maybe letting a player get into an unexpected position. So I'd like to see Astralis put to work a bit on their T side to show that that was just a one-off against OG, that they can win some solid rounds. Of course, Astralis would love if they could just win this one with the investment. But it is mainly just some digs and some utility to work with. Back to A it is. And Paravision, as many teams like to do, pretty happy to play for retake, it seems, on this A site. I'm sure they will look for a couple of kills on the cross, but if a smoke lands at stairs and jungle, Kicker may just have to concede the bomb plant. But as long as they stay in control of the numbers, that will be fine for them. Here come the smokes, 4 smokes in fact, out from Astralis.
On execute. Kicker, though, solid shot through the smoke onto Stair. No HEs or Molotovs, of course, in this round for Astralis, so he's given free reins to have that peak, but it will be the post plant, and it will be Paravision on that retake, as you highlighted, which for some people may seem foolish, but you want to make sure that you're keeping your weapons and player advantage in tow as long as possible. Travis with the MP9. Kicker also in, and this round going about as expected. Of course, Cadians, I guess you could say, career highlight clutch on this very map, but history will not repeat itself, and Paravision pick up a 4th.
Yeah, no way for that to happen this time. Even with the bomb plant, though, it was that full investment from Astralis, so they really were hoping they could get the round win there, because that extra money only allows them to maybe buy a few pistols here, I think. And you could see Astralis, after the smokes were down, they really didn't have too much left, but they just had that one flash for CT. They were really hoping that that would allow them to get into CT. Maybe if there's only 1 or 2 opponents there, you can take them down and get their rifles, and that would allow you to be in a good post-plant position. But Paravision won those CT fights, and that was always going to be what the round hinged on. So good, composed play there from Paravision, knowing what they needed to do. And Astralis will have to wait a little longer to get their buy on board.
Arcadians snaked his way into the top of the middle boxes, but Paravision haven't really attempted mid-control, so they're very aware of this being a possibility. What it really boils down to here is trying to test Travis as much as possible. He had a very rough first half, as we know, and I'm sure that Astralis want to try and exploit that vulnerability. Yabby with a quick, clean deagle shot is putting Travis in an awkward spot here. He's already depleted his magazine with the M4, so using that USP instead, he's desperately trying to just stay alive as long as he can. And now the rest of the troops have arrived. They dig him out of that ditch, and they've given themselves a 5th round. But this is where Astralis kick it up a notch and get into a new gear, because they have a buy coming up.
Yeah, lovely decision from Travis there. Upon realizing this dig shot had landed, just tuck in behind that smoke. If they push it, it's going to be really hard for them to actually take you down, even with the sidearm. As always, so important for that B anchor to stay alive as long as possible. Make sure there's no bomb plant available. Cadian goes for a Mac-10 in the end. As we get the AKs out for Astralis, they've gone for the quick mid-control. Meanwhile, Jane boosted up early, can't hit the shots. But that might make Astralis think twice about hitting that B-bomb site.
It seems that's exactly what's happened. They've backed away. They had 3 players here. Suddenly now just Cadian close, but he's mainly looking into underpass. So it seems that shot was enough, the warning shot it ended up being, but they have heeded that warning. And now Astralis moving 4 of their 5 over onto A. Cadian can now wrap himself through on Connector and try and get aggressive with the MAC-10 into Con and wrap around the back of the CTs, but James may very well be called into action and close him down from the back with his AWP. Astralis about to push the go button. And our Paravision up to the task. Got 2 players up close on the ramp side. 1 on the side, but no one is watching Palace. Oh, Paravision have fumbled this so hard. And as soon as Kicker goes down, the rest should be there to follow. Nota may get the 1, but his position now is compromised. He is a known quantity, and they're already wrapping players into the window. Device trying to cut off the rotations, but the timing is going to work against him, and Jane will oblige in kind. And suddenly this round is back open for debate once more. Just shy of 30 seconds on the clock, an important trade. Travis will snatch the life away of Yabi. But there's still players up on the side. Cadian, Stound looking to try and thrive. That connector rotation, the flank, is really fruitless. And at this kind of a range, the MP9 or the MAC-10 is going to do barely any damage whatsoever. Grenade tossed in, they're going to have to try and clean up the kill to Nota. And even though they've got it, they've run out of time, and Travis knows it. Oh, well, they may have just got there. This is going to be a millisecond away, and Astralis, by the skin of their teeth, get the plant down. And now the round shifts back on its head in favor of the Danes. But Travis needs to try and make amends for that rough first half. The kill is good, but he only had 5 bullets. And Astralis will take the round somehow, some way.
Oh man, that comes so close. Paravision just having Nota survive in ramp for so long, it made it incredibly awkward. As you said though, the initial hold looked really strange, not having a player watching Palace when they're pushed into ramp. The Device getting caught on the rotate meant the bomb plant was so difficult. That shot from Stound, a stunner. And then they realized with such little time, we've just got to push ramp. We've got to get this bomb down. As you said, they got there on the last possible second. Travis just out of ammo at the end. Oh, they were made to work for it, Astralis. Every single second of the clock required. That mid-lurk from Cadian never really coming into play because the rotate came through CT. But at the end of it all, they get the round win that they needed and get themselves 1 away from bouncing back here in the Blast Austin Major Qualifier.
Indeed, 7 opportunities to knock Paravision down to that devastating 0-2 bracket and Astralis to get back on track. A team that many would assume would make it fairly comfortably, and this map has been comfortable thus far. Stare already into ladder room. He just walked straight in there, no fear at all. This is a crazy position to have this early on. Meanwhile, the rest of his team are pressing on A, but he's been closed down from the back. So crisis averted. Astralis trailing by a player out of nowhere. Make that 2. Down to Device, had a phenomenal first half. But this is asking a lot of the star player.
Yeah, Astralis getting really eager to close there. I like the position Stare got, but the other player's not always ready. How does Device get the bomb planted? Oh, he's going to try and fake it out. Doesn't fake the peek in, but the double peek, maybe too much, or maybe he'll have the chance. I thought for a second he was going to take both players down, but Nota does enough. Paravision pick up a 6th round, and again, Astralis, the money isn't there right now. It's not too close yet, but Paravision are at least starting to find some success here.
They are, yeah. I don't think Astralis will be pushing any sort of like panic button or the self-destruct button until... If Paravision get to 9 or 10 rounds, that's where things really start to change. But for the time being, you can see there, they could have forced out a buy. They decided against it, just go for like a bit of a half buy with pistols. They're going to charge it down onto the B site, test Travis once more. Not like this, Paravision. Do not lose against pistols, and Travis is now padding those stats. Had a horrible start, but credit to him, man. He's got back up to 11 and 13. That's kind of crazy considering at one stage he was, what, 0-11, I think, or 0-10?
Yeah, that's crazy. He's top fragging for his team now. That is mental. What a turnaround from Travis. Fair play to him. I think you're right, 0 and 11 at one point, if I can remember correctly. Yeah, I do feel that previous round from Astralis kind of just felt like they were just willing to really go for quick plays all across the map, trying to catch Paravision out. It's down there, or sorry, Yabi even, threw that molly into jungle and just peeked a little too soon ahead of it. So I wouldn't be surprised if Astralis are a little more disciplined in this one. Not actually committing to the mid control early. Maybe a little concerned that they know that Paravision probably have an AWP on that CT side. Does mean that Paravision are pretty aware they've not really lost too much map control right now. Got Cadian currently on the lurk while the rest of Astralis stack outside A. And again, this similar setup where Paravision focus their players towards the stairs and jungle side. That means similar to that previous round, they may just have to play retake here, but plenty of nades to do so if that's how they want to play this. Cadian's lurk is going to be so long, by the way.
Yeah, he's taking his sweet time, isn't he? It's putting a bit more pressure, though, on this spearhead of the A attack. I mean, if this backfires, Cadian's in no position to have really any kind of impact whatsoever. So Kicker's gone down first regardless. So you can put that to the back of your minds. And now Cadian, in the meanwhile, could get the backstab onto Jame. Yabi shutting this one down. Jame knows it, though. But it's not about the death itself. It's how much time he's taken away from this rotation to get into position. And they're not even sure where the rest of the T's are. No one has their eyes on CT spawn. No one knows about CT boxes. These are very important positions. And there's no saving here, Paravision. They've got to go for this one. Travis does secure the first in this re-engage, but Jame taking damage from range. They know all about his position now, and Jame is living on borrowed time. Who will collect his soul and put Astralis into the 1-1 bracket? And the answer is Device. Astralis may have started this tournament rough, but they're bouncing back with authority now.
Yeah, another good game from Device, but importantly, everyone stepping up alongside him. A win that was never really in doubt for Astralis after that strong start, and they will be delighted to get back on track because a loss there would have been devastating for their major chances. Instead, they will be back into that 1-1 bracket for tomorrow, and all in all, no real complaints on the Astralis side. A solid win for them, and as we were saying, the main thing was Device showed up in that first map, the others didn't. Everyone showed up here.
Exactly. Yes, this was a real team effort. It did look like it was going to be the Device show again in the first 5 or 6 rounds. He was up to like 14 frags. Everyone else was pretty low, but then the rest of the team got involved. So I think, like, if you're an Astralis fan, you're looking at this game and you're like, okay, I'm okay with that outcome because I'm alongside with you, Hawker. I came into this game thinking there was a real possibility that Astralis could be 0-2 because Paravision, they didn't look great, especially in that first half, but they are capable of way higher feats than that. So yeah, I definitely don't think they're out just yet, but Astralis, they can breathe a big sigh of relief.
Yeah, certainly. And it normally is just about getting the win over the line in these best of ones, however that may be. And you know, Paravision, I wouldn't say played at their best today, but Astralis just beating who's ahead of them, and that's all you can ask for them, really. I think, again, really nice just to see how consistently Device is playing, how consistently towards the top he is being in some of these recent games. And I also just think getting off to that really good start was so helpful for Astralis, because it wasn't even just the lead that they had, it was the way they were winning all those early rounds. It's really just a nice, comfortable way to get into a game. It's like, okay, I can sit back, I can feel pretty comfortable, I can relax, because this feels very convincing so early on.
Yeah, it's kind of a double-edged sword, though, for me, because on the one hand, Astralis can breathe a sigh of relief, but the work is far from over. And if they start to let their kind of guard down a little bit and they're like, okay, that was comfortable, that was convincing, guys, you know, and take their eyes off it, we can be in a very similar position because we opened the show today, Hawker, saying this is a stacked tournament. I don't think there's any team that is an obvious 0-3 candidate actually in this event. I think everyone has the ability to beat other teams, pretty much everyone else. So if you're Astralis going into that 1-1, there's going to be some heavy-hitting teams there, man. Like, we have GamerLegion and Fnatic up next, for example. Those are both solid squads as well.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be looking at the calculators and everything to see who they've got a chance of playing in the future. But you're right, there's so many good teams at this entire tournament. I think it's nice just how even it is overall. And it also means that the teams that make it to the major, they're really going to have earned it. And also, as we've been saying, for a lot of these teams, like look at some of these teams right now in the 2-0 section, teams like Metisport, OG, they don't really get to play against the top teams at the top tournaments a lot of the time. So for these guys, you know how important it is for them as well. Hopefully Astralis are, of course, aware of that and they're putting in the work themselves. But yeah, I think this is really, it feels like that opportunity for one of these teams to really break out of having to have that online grind and hopefully get themselves into these top events more consistently.
100% agreed with you, man. And it goes to show that tier 2 right now in CS is very, very strong. You cannot overlook any of these teams. And some of the teams that we thought would make it through pretty easily, they're already down in multiple losses, some of them. So we'll only have to wait and see. What we do know is we have another really good game coming up on the horizon. It is GamerLegion versus Fnatic. We're going to cut to a break, and when you rejoin us, we'll be live with that game. You don't want to miss this one.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
We started the day with a couple of shock results. One was that Astralis lost their opening game, and the other was that GamerLegion got beat by Nemiga. And now we see if GamerLegion can do what Astralis did and get back on track. But it's not going to be an easy game. They face off against Fnatic. I'm Vince, joined by Hawker once again, and we're about to get live and underway in our final best of one of today's proceedings here on the B stream. And I know you in particular, Hawker, as many people out there I'm sure, had a lot of faith in GamerLegion, and we're a bit stunned to see that they got beaten. Not just beat, but like pretty comprehensively beaten.
Yeah, I think they were the team that a lot of people had as the most consistent, the most reliable. They've been going to a lot of events and just looking pretty good throughout. But I guess the one thing that was maybe a little concerning for them was they had a pretty quick turnaround from their previous event over in Bucharest, only a couple of days before this. Maybe not the full preparation time. And I would also say I was watching their game against Nemiga, which they lost 13-7. I do feel like Nemiga actually did a really good job at being disruptive and just making all these annoying plays that I think threw the game into a bit of chaos at times. So I think for that reason, I'm not too concerned about the GamerLegion loss. I actually think Nemiga did a lot of things right to throw GamerLegion off their game. And going up against Fnatic, well, it's kind of a completely different story because not only are Fnatic playing with a stand-in, but also their opening game was even worse than GamerLegion's.
Yeah, they got trounced. It was difficult to watch, I'm not going to lie. And what was even more surprising, and you highlighted this earlier on, Blame F was their lowest performing player, and at one point was the lowest rated player in the entire tournament. This is the same guy that has been carrying Fnatic, kicking and screaming for the most part since he joined the team. To see him have that kind of a drop-off in this game was honestly just stunning for me.
Yeah, I think someone showed me a stat where it was basically saying it was like his second worst match ever in his whole career, which kind of makes sense because he's normally so consistent. But he ended 4-14, a 0.31 rating. Not something you expect to see ever from Blame F. And I remember at previous RMRs, this guy literally having to solo carry this Fnatic team because it felt like he was the only one that could do anything for them. And he actually pulled them to that previous major. So yeah, I don't expect that to continue whatsoever. It needs to change for Fnatic, but also, you know, they have these other circumstances coming into the tournament, which I think already put them as a bit of a question mark. And now after that game, oh man, I mean, the question mark is maybe becoming an even bigger question mark, I guess, or maybe just a full stop because the tournament could be over for them if they're not careful.
Yeah, maybe a few exclamation marks and question marks, and yeah, the kind of list goes on. But they are facing off against GamerLegion, of course, who you can see on your screen right now. Two players at the top of the sort of scoreboard for these guys. Typically, Rez in the center of your screen, the veteran of this roster, and then the Czech guy himself, PR, this young gun that Ash said is going to be this phenomenal talent. And so far, I think it's safe to say he's lived up to that mantle.
Yeah, PR's a very fun player to watch. I feel like he's quite snappy with his aim, which is always fun to see. And then ZTR getting his chance to in-game lead with a really solid coach behind him, of course. And I think that's really helped him just continue to grow in confidence. And this team, they're clearly just very well run because, as we always say, it's not like they have the massive budget or even necessarily the big names on this team outside of Arez, but they just consistently overperform and over-deliver what we would expect from them. They kind of remind me of, there are some teams in the Premier League, if you watch football, where their budget is never massive, and they just find the new players every time, and you're like, okay, that's just what they're going to keep doing. And it seems like that's what GamerLegion keep doing.
They remind me a bit of Brighton, if that's the team that you were talking about. Like a lot of this, the scouting's obviously on point for GamerLegion. They always seem to pick up these gems and then sell them off at mad profit. Look at like Flamus and other players beforehand. But this is a team they're going up against. And, you know, we were discussing about Blame F and having a massive drop-off, but they do have a lot of talent alongside him. Yambo and Matis in particular. Yambo, of course, previously at Passion UA alongside Fear, so they have now reunited. He only joined a matter of, I think, like a few weeks ago, maybe a couple of weeks. It's been very recent that he joined the team, and obviously they had a pretty shocking and stunning major run back at, I think it was Copenhagen, where they turned a lot of heads and surprised a lot of people. So the fact that he's now back playing with Fear, I think, is a huge boon to this Fnatic team. But man, I have to say, it feels sad and kind of like oddly empty to see Fnatic without Crims. It's like he's just been synonymous with that team.
Yeah, and it was the timing of everything was so strange. It was a couple of days ago, I think they announced that, well, the official announcement was that Crims won't be playing for personal reasons, and they're getting Borup as a stand-in. But I think there have been some rumblings that maybe we're not sure if Crims will continue on the lineup. We kind of don't know at this point. For now, all we know is we've got Borup here, and it's just unfortunate timing for a lot of things on Fnatic, because also, as you said, making that roster move, it's a bold move to make so soon ahead of a qualifier, but it kind of shows, I guess, where Fnatic feel like they were at. And I know that Jambo, big signing, big money signing as well, and he's got a lot of pressure on him to perform on this team. But you can see here highlighting Rez and Blame F, because they were actually both bottom of the board for their teams in their opening match. That is something we would not expect to continue. Normally, Rez has been ever reliable. Even when that NIP roster were terrible, he was always at least decent. And then Blame F is normally the sort of player you'd expect to carry maps at this stage. So looking for bounce-back games from both of these guys here.
Especially considering that, like, Rez was a spearhead and instrumental in some of their results they got at Bucharest. You know, you just mentioned it before. They got through to the quarterfinals. They got beat by the Falcons, who ended up winning the whole thing. So, like, fair enough. And remember, they slaughtered the Falcons in their first game. Absolutely destroyed them. It was like 13-2, 13-3 or something like that. Like, just manhandled them. And he was a big part of that. So I think it's a really good point to raise. Like, both their star players are, like, kind of coming into this one in a bit of a downtrend. Whereas, let's have a look at the Veto. Both teams instantly banned Dust 2, by the way, so that was never going to get played in this. Could go to an Anubis. That's where I'm kind of leaning with this one. There we go.
There we go. Nailed it. Yeah, okay. I think that's fair enough. Again, we're getting all these middle maps in general, but I feel like coming into this one, you've got to just say that GamerLegion are going to be too good. Like, that's my gut instinct, especially with Fnatic having the stand-in situation. Like, I really like this lineup in theory. I like Fear as an in-game leader. I like, you know, Blame F and Matis and Jambo. I like all these guys, but it just feels like you've got to stand in. You've had to make a move recently. That just feels like a lot of things going against Fnatic here in this one.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I think on paper, you look at GamerLegion and it's like, well, this has to be... This is a gimme, but I have to say I felt the same way about their game against Namiga, and we saw how that one went down. So when best of ones are involved, you never quite know. Maybe it's been a shock to the system, you know, that they can't take anything for granted, they can't overlook or, you know, assume that they're going to get victories. You got to work for it, you got to dig deep, and it's going to be another tough one here because I think, yeah, Fnatic totally agreed with you. Like they're in a tumultuous sort of like turbulent period right now in the roster, but when you look at the actual players they have, like we didn't get a chance to talk much about Matis. He at one point was was their heavy hitter before Blame F joined the team. He was the guy that they leaned on a lot to do like crazy plays with the rifles, especially on Ancient. He's super aggressive. He's just naturally an entry fragger type player, so he's very fun to watch. But now he's kind of like the third best player, statistically speaking, on the team. So individually speaking, Fnatic are very powerful. And I think Burrup, no disrespect to Crims, his position has changed. He is probably an upgrade in that terms. But we're ready to jump into Anubis here, guys. Let's get it started. So, Fnatic, GamerLegion on Anubis. It's going to be Fnatic starting off on the CT side, and GamerLegion occupying the T half. Already picking up quite a bit of utility here, though, Hawker. 2 smokes, a flash, and a Molotov.
Yeah, we'll see what they have in mind for this pistol. Again, Fnatic with those dualies, I'm sure we'll be having some fun. Always like to see the dualies in the pistol rounds, but ooh, I was a little concerned for a second there. ZTR alone outside B with that bomb, but they're not pushing in his direction. Pushing elsewhere, and this could still work, but it's being spotted for. Now Matis's position will be compromised, so they're aware of where he is. Question is, what do they want to do about this GamerLegion? Do they feel they need to take back that map control?
Matis has the off angle right now, so they did pick up a third smoke as well, by the way, just at the end of the buy time, so they got plenty of utility once they decide to make a go. Now, unbeknownst to them, the site would be open if they just pressed right forward right now, but Matis is going to throw a wrench in the works from the back. ZTR sent packing, and that's going to force GamerLegion's hand to just press forward. They're not sure how many of the CTs are behind them, and they're going to find the site is completely open and available for business.
Quick retake coming in from A main, though. That player on the site could be compromised if he's not careful. Rez still here. He wants support from his teammates. Oh my god, the fights are going to go all over the bomb site here. It is sloppy, it is chaotic, but it looks like it's Fnatic who are getting the better of this right now. GamerLegion have to fight back. Towson's got one, but look at the flank from Blame F. He's turned on, and there's still 20 seconds left on that bomb, so Slem will try and buy time as much as he can. Now he hears that tap. He has to move in, and Jambo knows it, and Jambo's going to let him in before swinging a little later and securing that retake for Fnatic.
It's such an odd decision, though, isn't it, from Fnatic? Like, they give up the bomb site with having no kits and a lack of utility because they went for so many dualies in play. So that nearly backfired horribly, but GamerLegion will come out of the round with the plant coming in, so they at least do have a bit of money to play with here for the force buy. But Matt is doing a lot of the heavy lifting in this one. 2 hugely important kills, not allowing GamerLegion to fully plunder the bomb site and just swarm over it, and keeping them honest in the process. So 1-0, AKs do come through with a couple of Deegs and a Tech 9.
Yeah, GamerLegion getting real saucy early on here, wanting to put the pressure on as soon as possible. You can see Phil holding that tight angle on B, while Rez was looking for an opener, but it is that M4 of Fear that comes out on top. So PR, that man we were talking about, not able to be the star man in this round because Matt is swinging back in for 2 of his own. That is devastating for GamerLegion.
He's not known. His position's not known. Oh, the spray's rough for the first, so he can't capitalize on the second. But that play from Matt is fully encapsulates what I was talking about in the pre-game show there, that he is an aggressive rifler. He wants to get in your face on CT or T sides, and showing there with that double just how potent he can be.
Yeah, good timing for it. And it was really looking like GamerLegion were trying to rely on just getting that kill early, but it never happens for them. And counter aggression, Mathis just loves the whole W. He loves to take fights. He loves to come at you. I think it's sometimes a question of making sure that he can temper that. But that round, definitely a good decision to get involved in the nitty-gritty. Eventually forced back down to the pistols. So this is that strong start for Fnatic. And I guess this is maybe how we will see them play. I think they might just have to rely a little bit more on individuals just having moments and having feelings when they just need to make a play. With the standing situation, with the recent addition of Jambo. But I think Matis is the perfect player for that, as we just saw. If he can win you a couple of rounds like that, could really make the difference here.
Yambo getting up hand onto PR, just overextends a little bit. Understandably so. I mean, he's got Deagle. You kind of have to make plays. You have to be a bit more audacious with these peaks. But I think you raised a really good point about Matis there, and it's often the trap that a lot of entry fragger, aggressive style players often fall into is when is enough enough? When is the overextension coming into play? Nice spray down from Blame F to get 3. Will do the world of good to his confidence here as Fnatic looking to move to a pretty convincing, comfortable 3-0 score. But it is something that Matis sometimes falls prey to, especially on a map like Ancient. I've noticed a lot of times he will often run into like the catwalk position from Cave on CT or mid, and he'll just push by himself and get caught. So they have to temper that. They have to kind of pull the leash back on him sometimes. But man, he can be a difference maker for sure.
Absolutely. And it's also even just about knowing what sorts of rounds it makes sense to go for the aggression, and they need a risk taken. Whereas sometimes you might not want that to be the case. If you're against a low buy, especially, you do not want him potentially giving away an AK. I do think Anubis should be pretty well suited, though, with the options for the CT aggression that he can hopefully go for. You can see this setup from Fnatic. A-centric to try and get all this information early. The flash comes in, but not quick enough. Towson, despite being blind, gets a pretty easy spray.
Onto the new recruit, the stand-in of Burrow. Nice shot from Yambo, though. Very aggressive AWPer in his own right. This Fnatic team, if nothing else, should be very entertaining to watch once they start getting on the same page. Burp, of course, previously, some of you may remember, did play for Astralis at one point. I think he was playing for Sashi just before this pickup as well. So a pretty tenured and experienced player in his own right as GamerLegion start to move over onto B. And this site is completely clear. No one's even close.
Yeah, I wonder if this is Fnatic just taking some risks in these early rounds because they realize they're going to have to basically throw GamerLegion for a loop at times. If they just play standard CS, GamerLegion will probably outdo them. But unfortunately, on this occasion, they've got the gamble wrong. Now, could this retake still work with 3 from main? Because ZTR is just turning. He's got there in time. Slend able to find 1, and now ZTR will know there's more players coming.
Oh, awkward angle, though. Fear, his opposite number, the opposite IGL, is going to put him down. And if GamerLegion want to pick up their first round, it's going to be off the back of PR pulling off a pretty special 1-on-3 from this stage. He's got the first frag going in his favor, but the spray, the taps let him down in the end, and it's going to be a defuse with enough time left on the clock. Fnatic kicking open with a 4-0 lead on Anubis.
Yeah, listen, I guess that's the upside of if you take a gamble stack elsewhere, you can at least have big numbers working together on the retake. I still did not expect that to be so successful. With Slend and ZTR arriving here, I thought maybe they could combine and just lock this down. ZTR ended up tucking in. He got taken out of the equation. And BlameF having a much better game already here against GamerLegion on Anubis. And now GamerLegion, they are the ones that are going to start to potentially get a little shook here. They're taking the time out in this round. They're realizing just how important this upcoming gun round will be because Fnatic already with 4 CT rounds. As we were saying in our earlier Anubis game today, you don't need too many rounds on this CT side to be happy with the half. And they've already got 4.
Oh, exactly. And one of the issues that a lot of, I've noticed T-side squads often struggle with on Anubis is having a lack of aggressive players. And Fnatic have no shortness in terms of that. Like, even players like Fear, as an IGL, has no issue going in first, sacrificing himself. And, oh, Yambo wanted to get aggro down in con. And Tauson just removes his head so effortlessly. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, it feels like a fight you never want to shy away from as an AWPer, peeking down into sewer. You feel like the range will favor you. But this time the AK comes out on top, and now Matis having to fight in close quarters. This could be awkward. 2 different angles, but he's got a teammate to help him. That is 2 kills in quick succession, and this crossfire is deadly on the bomb site. GamerLegion picked to pieces over on B.
They even got the first pick, as we were highlighting, and it still just collapsed. It's down to Rez, may have the benefit of surprise and rotating round on middle, but with this much time elapsing, it stands to reason that Fnatic would be aware of this possibility. And even if Rez does get the drop onto Fear, who's up close around the temple side with the AWP, you then have 2 completely separate angles to contend with, the Pillar and Gel respectively, and they have now just shoulder peeked and found the intel they were looking for. money is dire. But they do have max round loss bonus around the corner, so maybe Rez just wants to tap out here and save. But that is such a bitter pill to swallow, Hawker. You've got the opening pick, you've got up close and personal with Fnatic, and then this 1-2 combo in Con is the killer blow.
Yeah, you could see they were trying to do the right thing in having two different angles as that smoke faded so that Matis would have a tough time. But yeah, having that second player there actually means it works perfectly for Fnatic. They just get the 2 1v1 fights that they want. Those players are just in the smoke as it ends up fading. And from there, the Sting is really taken out of that approach because GamerLegion only have the one angle they're really coming in from. What a start for Fnatic then. 5-0 up. Something I will say about Fear as an in-game leader, I actually watched him calling for like a mixed team on Smooya's stream. So he was having to call with Smooya on the team, which is already a hard task in and of itself. But he was always so vocal. He always had ideas, even on that sort of team where they haven't really practiced. He strikes me as a true leader type. I think you're seeing that. Fnatic, they're giving a lot of different looks here. I think that's a really good sign going forward.
Yeah, not telegraphed whatsoever. Very hard to keep on top of all of the angles and all of the plays that they have up their sleeve. And that's the freest of picks for Yambo. And he is alone, though. He is susceptible to getting overwhelmed and swarmed. And he realizes he's better to stand his ground, plant his feet in the deck, and try and kill as many as possible. Allow Blaine F to get up close. And although Yambo will fall down and pray to the P250 of Slend, there's not too much more that GamerLegion have in store for this one. It would take something special from PR. Labid spray from Borup doesn't get punished, and Torsen goes down, leaving PR all alone. But he has now picked up the AWP. Typically not his primary weapon, of course. He's a rifler through and through. Missing out on the shot. 50 seconds. He doesn't have control over too many things, and Matis is going to make sure that his life is deemed forfeit. 6-0. ZTR yet to get off the mark. And also, you mentioned coming into this game that Rez had a stinker in his first game. He's only 1-5 thus far, Walker. Like, his woes are continuing.
A little disappointing for sure on the GamerLegion side of things. I do wonder whether we will see GamerLegion start to try and make the most of that stand-in. I think Borup has generally played towards A, but the problem is Fnatic, they've had rounds where they've had 3 towards A and they've gone aggressive. They've made it quite hard to really read and try and exploit that. And you can see again here, they're reinforcing that A side pretty heavily on the Fnatic side. So I wonder if that is an idea to help Borup, knowing he's the stand-in. He might not always be on the same page as his teammates. Make sure that he doesn't get exploited on this A side. And also, it just always gives you that option to go aggressive and try and take that space when you're going for something different early. So that's what Fnatic are going for again here. This time, mollying this angle. Some nades through. Meanwhile, GamerLegion will respond towards mid.
Response pretty decent as well. Smoke down onto Cam is going to allow them to start to traverse their way up mid if they should choose. But, of course, they don't have the information of knowing if any players have pushed out a temple into middle itself. So they have seemingly dialed in the idea that they're going to finish this on A. Going to try and wrap through that smoke and cams with 3 players and then push on A main. But there are 3 players here in an unorthodox position. No one's playing Heaven. 2 players pit, 1 player up close as well in the form of Borup, and he gets the drop on Torsen. That's going to alleviate a bit of the pressure, and they're not going to anticipate this kind of a stack in these kind of positions. It's totally backfired. GamerLegion walk into the trap head first.
Oh, Borup just gets so deep through A main, and actually completely pre-aiming that angle. It's just perfect. And suddenly GamerLegion feel, okay, well, if Borup's pushed that far and he's the A player, maybe we need to quickly collapse. And well, they end up collapsing quickly themselves instead because there's just 2 players there waiting for them. Flame F having a much, much better game here. This is exactly what we'd expect from him, leading the Fnatic lineup with 10 kills. Yeah, on the GamerLegion side, a couple of players really short on frags, and just the different setups that Fnatic are throwing at GamerLegion. I feel like GamerLegion are constantly not really fully aware what's going on. So they're calling for these plays and they're like, oh man, suddenly we've run into a different setup. It's just relentless and they can't seem to figure that out right now.
I'm loving the different looks. I mean, you mentioned this before, like no 2 rounds have looked the same on the side of Fnatic, and you can't help but feel that is just playing chaos with GamerLegion. Like ZTR individually is not having a great game in terms of his fragging, but they're just being outcalled, outmaneuvered, outplayed, and fear against PR. Yes, it's against pistols, it's against a rough purchase, but still will deliver, losing 50% of his HP. The Galil was picked up, the flashbang could not have been sweeter from Yambo, and Fear will pick up the rest.
There's that Yambo-Fear combination back on the server and working wonders. Flame F will try to collapse in from the back. That is a nice shot from Rez, though, considering that's the Galil, but I don't think it's going to lead to a whole lot because Borup has had that freedom to take over the A side of the map entirely. That's a little more like it from Rez. There are still 3 more players to find. AK recovered for a split second before Matis, the ever-aggressive man, is in his face. 8-0 now. 8-0. I don't think even the biggest Fnatic fanboy would have called this, Vince.
Oh, so
on the CT side.
Especially, yeah, that's what I was about to say. 8-0 on the CT side. It just gets even worse. Oh, man.
Well, we'll keep an eye on these different looks again. There's smokes out of spawn from Fnatic. Wow, Matis dropping down so early. I'm sure he'll love this strat call for him. And it is complete control of this A side of the map. But again, GamerLegion, they're constantly having to adjust and try and respond to these plays.
Yeah, isn't that wild that you're on the T side and you feel like you're being reactive rather than proactive for most of these rounds? Like, that has to just be so confusing. Because oftentimes it's, of course, the complete reverse of that, the way that CS just operates on the attack. And this is maybe where Fnatic start to over-egg it just a little bit, but an important counter-frag from Borup will keep the odds even and allow Fnatic to, although they have spread themselves a little bit thin, they at least have 2 players over on A, make that 3. It looks like a bit of a gamble stack here, and having a little bit more confidence in Borup's positioning. He has picked up the AWP, and he's now using that on the B side.
Yeah, they're really relying and hoping that this AWP can do something solo on the other side of the map, but if there's any utility used, he's going to basically be completely snuffed out. They've now pushed through A, so Fnatic have the info, and GamerLegion decide to go contact into the site, so Borup does exactly what he needed to do. Here's that lurk from Towson, though. Gets one back, and surely this is a bomb plant and a good chance for GamerLegion. Maybe slipping away, though, because Fnatic are man up.
Oh, that's got to be a shot that Slen hits. He's going to be bitterly disappointed he didn't nail that one, and it changes everything for this round. From a player advantage to a deficit, and the 2 Ts are spread across the site. Reds, though, is going to nail Borup in amongst the smoke, using it as a bit of a sanctuary. Momentary reprieve before Matis can start to make moves in. 15 seconds left on the clock. They need this kill quickly, and Rez is now using that smoke as a sanctuary, but it's not going to last much longer. Molotov tossed in. Is there a smoke to deal with that one? It doesn't look like it, and so they're going to be forced off the site, but it didn't fully extend. He has done enough, though, to deny the plant defuse, and therefore GamerLegion will take their first round by the skin of their teeth. They get it done.
Yeah, that volley, I was so scared. I was wondering if he was actually going to swing behind it, but finally realizes there's no reason not to, in case that molly hasn't spread far enough. And again, fair play to Rez, making that proactive play there, finally getting some impact on the board in a round win for GamerLegion. Because he buys a lot of time on the site as well, making sure that they have to just try and stick that defuse, sets up Towson to be able to deny. And ZTR, still 0 kills, stuck on a UMP in this round, sadly. Again, though, Fnatic, this time they've got that B info early, and it's so early that they can rotate back and they can stack this A site.
Oh, smoke is well timed, though. They want to push through this for GamerLegion. There's flashes and nades being tossed in for good measure. They're doing everything they can to make this as unwelcome as possible. And although the map was laid down, it's been ripped bare by Borup with 3 weakened players. That UMP that you highlighted is the last weapon that they can use. And ZTR finally picking up some kills. He was living up to his name with 0 T rounds for quite a long time on this half. But picking up rounds and kills, but it will not be good enough. That is going to be a 9-1 score, barring a miracle for ZTR. Now, he does have control over the bomb, but the UMP spray is going to let him down. Moving into Yambo, may have connected the headshot, but it's just the Glock as opposed to the Deagle. And Fnatic continue to just run away with this game.
The lineup for Borup is absolutely perfect. But the problem for GamerLegion again was just Fnatic, they get that info so early outside B that you see everyone getting a move on, sprinting over to that A side of the map. By the time GamerLegion commit, and they committed fairly early, but because Fnatic had the info so early, it's actually like 4 CTs just waiting on that A site. And so Borup, in his angle, you can't really deal with all those angles at the same time. He's just overlooked ever so slightly, able to spray down 3. This would be such a shock loss for GamerLegion. If they go down to 2 losses this early, I mean, I know it's best of 3s to come, but it still is just such a tough mountain to climb at that point. They've got to figure out solutions soon here. And again, all credit to Fnatic. I said earlier, I think Fear is always good at coming up with ideas and being vocal. I mean, clearly that has been the case here with how many different setups they've run. And again, they try and go for something different, but this time, Towson handles it.
He's low. Mattis gets ones. He has no right to get more than 1 kill here. Torson was so busy looking up into mid that he couldn't get the avenging frag. So although Mattis is dropped down to 19, he's still alive, which means an extra pair of eyes and more importantly, an extra weapon for a crossfire set up on B. I am amazed he got that hit and run and managed to live to tell the tale.
Oh no, how does he get away with even more? Torson was trying to reposition. He goes back through the smoke. Figured, screw it, I'm low on health. I'm just going to take a risk, try and get the drop on someone. It might still not matter because GamerLegion have figured it out this time, assuming they walk A, which I think they will. With all that noise on B earlier. And indeed, they are going to walk into the empty A bomb site, but at least for Fnatic, they still have nades and they still have kits here. This retake is not out of the question here for Fnatic.
Certainly not, and they absolutely will go for it. I mean, you've got 1 round coming up after this one. You've got tons of cash and surplus. There's no reason not to dip your toe in the pool and see what happens. It might just be the right temperature. Mattis on 19 typically wants to go in first. He is the entry component, and he may very well sacrifice himself for the greater good. That is a ridiculous shot round the corner, but they did double stack it and triple stack it actually with PR up there. GamerLegion with their first success in what will feel like forever, but how the hell has Mattis stolen 3 lives away in this round?
You're seeing just how sharp he is, and again, as you were saying earlier, just how fun he is to watch. I'm sure as more people watch Fnatic, they are more and more becoming fans of Mattis. It's the way I dream that I could play, just push everything and just win the fights. But he is just so quick with his headshots at times. We've actually got a secondary AWP there for Blame F on the B site. I don't really recall seeing the AWP in his hands too often, but I think it's pretty clear with the stand-in that Fnatic are loosening up a little.
Dare I say they're even starting to enjoy playing.
I know.
The way this has been going so far. Mattis nearly into a fiery grave, down to 30, but will once again refuse to go down. Second smoke has just been put into position on the main side. I agree, I haven't seen Blame F too often with the AWP.
I mean, I've been seeing Nico does rifle highlights all day, so maybe Blame F's gonna go for some AWP highlights. Just make everything crazy.
The shenanigans and random nature of best of ones to the forefront.
Yeah, not surprised not to see the repeak on this angle with Yambo's AWP firing off. And again, Fnatic, they're taking risks in every round. This time they're stacked A, and Yambo, that might be a risk too far. Rez able to snuff him out. And now can GamerLegion figure out the stack? That's the big question here.
Yeah, keeping their options open, splitting across the map, but that is going to be the call. And with 30 seconds, they need to make the decision soon. The fact that 2 players have managed to walk their way already onto the site will give them a pretty solid sense of what is happening right now. Slender, nice shot. good to see him start to connect some here as he doubles up and puts himself into 7 kills overall. It's looking good for GamerLegion to at least end the half in winning ways. On a 9-3 score more than likely. BlameF unable to connect with his AWP, but does on the second time of asking. But this is all just drops in the bucket. But the overall vibe check of this map is very much in favor of Fnatic. And we often say this, it is a cliche, Hawker, but it's pretty much win pistol or lose for GamerLegion at this stage.
It's getting to that point, isn't it? I did like this round from GamerLegion in that default. Couple of smokes into the B site just to test the waters. And as you said, once they walked in, they figured, okay, it's probably not a massive stack on B. We know that Fnatic have been taking risks. Let's just send it back over to this B bomb site. It worked out nicely for them on that occasion, but there were simply not enough rounds like that throughout the half for GamerLegion. I guess with a stand-in, sometimes you do see teams struggle on that T side. But honestly, with how Fnatic were playing, I don't even know if that could be the case here. As you were saying, when you've got players like Matis and Yambo that can just win rounds off their openers, it's not like you're going to need to overcomplicate things on the second half anyway if you're Fnatic. And it does feel like with the quality of players Fnatic have, a couple of round wins should come from their individuals, you'd think. And if that were to happen, I mean, they'll be too far gone.
Yeah, it's not like Borup has been outclassed either. Like, he's had some highlight moments. That triple kill on the A side, for example, was really nice, and he's bedding in nicely into this team. So you can have him as like a second or third player in, following the likes of Matis, and that could very well secure you some rounds. So I would say it's pretty straightforward that Fnatic are the massive favourites to close this map now and put GamerLegion into a horrible 0-2 bracket. But if they do manage to pick up this pistol, GamerLegion, then who knows? Things can get interesting very quickly indeed. In terms of the setup, it's 4 players on B and just the 1 on A. So GamerLegion completely opting out of middle control, as is often the case in pistol rounds, but Fnatic are taking their time.
Oh, Fnatic just outside this on site. PR will get the information briefly, but Matis puts him down. They're not even going to commit off the back of that. They're happy to just sit back because elsewhere, it's got a lurk over on A that they'd like to make the most of.
There's a player up close, though, in the form of Rez, I believe that is, and he could be the wrench in the works. He could be the player that can shut down a couple on the approach, and that could be good enough. He's going to get swarmed from T's. It is the 1 kill for Rez. Nearly a second, but now they have pivoted back again because they lost that flanking contingent, that springboard onto the site, and they instantly wrap around in combo. That's the bomb that's gone down. They double drop into Matis, a player on fire right now, and he douses them in flames.
Did they realize they had the bomb? Did they need to drop? Matis certainly happy that they did, because now the 2 final players can just stick together and try and trade their way to success. And Torsen, he's leaving the B site at the worst possible moment. This is so hard to win now.
Yeah, 100%, because there's going to be, I mean, both players are healthy. They've got flashes. It's going to take him so long to wrap back around onto the site. He's going to have no idea where the positions are. He saw one of those pop flashes in just to make sure that Matis was safe to rotate back through again. And Torsen, he's made so many footsteps, so much noise, that I'm sure here the player to his left, the former Matis, has heard him coming from a mile off. He's still watching into Temple, so Torsen's actually been able to get pretty far into this site, tickling the bomb out into the open. It's not technically planned for Matis, and that's allowed Torsen to get that 1 tap in, but Matis on point with a 4K, shuts down the round, and a massive lifeline just sails away into the sunset for GamerLegion.
Yeah, I mean, that's the advantage of playing the unexpected angle there from Matis, because, yeah, you're right, he can't really spot the bomb from that position, but because of that, he's just never being cleared at the end there, so he fully bait his teammate. And yeah, I wonder, I mean, I guess maybe they're scared at mids that they're going to get flanked and the players are going to push them from those mid angles, but bomb on the floor, dropping down like that, I think they may have heard those other players run by. They made that bold decision to drop down, and fair play to Matis. It was a fantastic flick between both players, which I'm sure they wouldn't have expected. But either way, GamerLegion, desperate times here. They'll force what they can. 5-7 there in their hands. Smoked down early. Fnatic moving in.
Jambo clearing the cobwebs off, and ZTR sprawled out. Just 2 kills to his name. Slen down at 66 HP. They've put all of their pennies into this round as well, so the importance of this round is so huge. GamerLegion knowing if they concede this, they're effectively going to go 12-3 down. And that just seems inconceivable that they could lose out from that position, Fnatic. They're on the brink. They're on the precipice of securing a map win here against GamerLegion and putting them down into a 0-2, which feels unthinkable considering what they've done recently, getting to playoffs of events, S-tier events, no doubt. And now Yambo comes in and takes more down alongside who else but Matis. Fnatic looking great in this game. A far cry from their steamrolling loss earlier on.
And as you said, for GamerLegion, this would dent their major chances, their major dreams so drastically. Sure, they're not out entirely if they lose this, but they're going to have a long, long road ahead of them. And for Fnatic, I mean, fair play to how they've played, because we said that there's the potential for players like Matis to show up. Blame F has had his moments, but just the way that they had so many looks in that first half, it genuinely did feel like a team that wasn't playing with the standard, that was so well drilled on this map, that they had so many different ideas that they just kept on throwing at their opponents. It was really impressive. They were able to pull that off and coordinate those rounds so well. At this point for GamerLegion, I don't even know what to say. 11-3 down. Do you even buy here? I mean, you don't even really want to ever have to plan for this position, Vince.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess they want the gun
This is
round.
like trying to figure out what to do after Armageddon has happened, you know? Like, there's, there's only a few scraps you can realistically go with, and so GamerLegion have opted out of buying. They've got the MP9 saved, of course, and have the 5-7 and Deagle. That grenade, though, serious damage. Rez, he has definitely picked up the pace from a very slow start on 8 kills now, but down to 15 HP and forced away, just bullied out by Blame F and the rest of the Fnatic crew, who have taken mid control and instantly pivot into the A side, where Slend is laid in wait, but just with a USP. And try as he may, the firepower, the sheer presence, the manpower is too much to contend with as Burp goes farming with the MAC-10. And this round is a done deal as well.
Clean-up crew about to be in play, you would think. Torsen able to take one out. Oh, the nade just landed on him, though. Borup doing what he needed to do. GamerLegion are looking shell-shocked right now. And I know that Coach Ash in the past has talked about how hard these online qualifiers and how hard the grind can be with these best of ones as well. Unfortunately for him, that's getting proven right now. Fnatic 12-3 up. I mean, GamerLegion, they're going to get that bye, but they have to be flawless for a long, long time. I wonder if they do just play with that freedom here, knowing they're so far down. They've got to win quite a few rounds to get back into this. Meanwhile, for Fnatic, plenty of players leaning towards A early. They might have something in mind from spawn here.
Yeah, they may just want to go out on their shield, you know, not have a slow death, but take the fight to their opposition. Torsen is going to do just that with a flash, perfectly positioned by Rez. And it's 2, make that 3 kills without retaliation. Decent damage inflicted to 2 players. Now the Molotov tossed in a way that kind of faked as if it was a flash, but Yambo, he wasn't falling for that. Smoke now down as well, and he decides to push straight through. And that's into the embracing arms of ZTR, who will be happy to double his kill tally up to 4. And now it's down to the Dane himself, the stand-in of Borup, to see what he can get done with his MAC-10.
I always hate this position when you're the one with the MAC-10. You wish you could have that AK in some way. But instead, just having to clear all these angles with the SMG. Really nice counter flash, though, as you said. Torsen, the one player in double digits now for GamerLegion. And, ooh, Borup actually wins that first fight. Not going to mean too much, though. Rez able to clean up. I think he deserved to kill that round as well because it was his flash that helped out over on that A side of the map. And that is nice, at least for GamerLegion. I think showing the counter utility is there. They're not going to allow these early executes out from spawn. And in the end, Yambo just feels like he's got to take a risk, which goes against him. Still a buy here for Fnatic, though, so still more work to be done for GamerLegion.
No doubt. I think Borup's mission there was like, I'm going to die. I'm going to take as many of you with me as possible.
Yeah.
Because he knows their money's also not ideal. Sure, if they win one more round, it doesn't matter. But if you can, like, get a CT player from an assault rifle down to an SMG or a couple of grenades missing, that can be the difference maker. That can be the thing that secures you the win. So, valiant attempt by him, but still, GamerLegion hanging on.
Slend will have some freedom to position himself where he wants with that AWP. Was leaning towards A. T-side smoke down. You would assume Fnatic won't want to pop through that themselves. Just using that to take A main control. So more willingness here for Fnatic to show a default stance early. After the previous call from Spawn clearly did not work. Again, would not be surprised to see Yambo look for these angles. He gets smoked off there. Just spotted a player over the smoke, and that alone is enough to draw a little attention from GamerLegion. Red's briefly looking away from mid, but there's still 2 CTs on A, including this AWP, and Fnatic need to make a decision soon here, and they walk into that AWP of Slend.
Misses second shot, though. A flashbang also well placed, so it allows Matis to get up close, and this is where he is going to thrive. But unfortunately, there's no one else there with him. They'd stalled off the rest of the pack long enough. They could divide him from them, but Slender's got him for a second. This time the flash does not deter his aim. Although Blame F is on the site, he's very aware that he's alone, and he's waiting for the contingent to come through on cam. Slend pushes through, and the bait works twice. They fall for the same trick twice in a row, and Blame F makes them both disappear. Oh, it's like that when you show a dog like a treat in one of your hands and you take it away, but it doesn't end up mattering. Because GamerLegion take the round anyway, purely off time.
Yeah, I love that GamerLegion realized, I guess we've just got to go through the smoke one by one and just make sure they run out of time. Because you're basically knowing that when you run through that, you're dead. You basically know that you're done for. Maybe the first player was hoping he hadn't faked it. The second player knew, I've got to go, and I'm probably going to die for it. But I've got to make sure they don't get this bomb down. They managed to just win by time, but not convincing by GamerLegion at the end there. They'll take what they can get at this point, but Trade's already going down, and Torsen caught on this angle. That A side could be opened up. No AWP for Slend this time. He comes in with a rifle, and the molly for Heaven, I think it missed. Oh, and that's going to be so devastating for Fnatic. They can't take the site quickly enough because of that.
Yeah, but this time, though, Blame have way too much time on the clock. So he is good to just pick up the bomb and try and reverse back in, but does he even realize that CTR is here? Ooh, his crosshair was in the right area. He had the right idea, but just not quite on point to deliver the headshot. And yeah, that previous round, the one thing that confused me a little bit, Hawker, is like Blamer felt like he was kind of out in the middle of nowhere for quite some time, waiting for his teammate to make moves through on cam. And it just took way too long for that player to activate themselves. So maybe a couple of shoddy and sort of dodgy moments from Fnatic starting to creep in here, as you'd expect from a team that effectively is playing with a stand-in. But can GamerLegion exploit that? Still 6 more rounds required. ZTR, Molotov down to stall the push.
Yeah, I think even in general in that prior round where Fnatic were defaulting, it was quite clear that they didn't have the end goal in mind all that quickly. As you said, it took a few players a while to get over to that A side. This time with the weak weapons, you would assume GamerLegion would be okay. That is definitely a favorable angle for Slend. He's actually only able to get one from it, but Prez will happily clean up the mess. And so it does look like Fnatic might struggle a little on this T side, which is something we said can be the case when you've had a recent roster move. You've got to stand in. T side can normally be a little trickier to keep up on. But at the same time, they had such a hefty lead that all it's going to take is one moment from one of their individuals, and they can still get this over the line. They're still in a very good position here, Fnatic.
No doubt. No doubt whatsoever. And we've already seen flashes of just individual brilliance from the likes of Matis, BlameF. I mean, Yambo's had a couple of good rounds as well, where they just craft 2 or 3 kills out of nowhere. I'm thinking of that round with Matis on, I think it was 10 HP, and he picks up 3 frags somehow. Like, that's the kind of ability that they possess, that X factor. So yeah, great effort so far from GamerLegion, you know, like drawing away the time, being annoying, sacrificing themselves, doing whatever it takes to get Ws. That's all well and good, but you don't have any room for error, and there are 5 more opportunities with a rifle round coming up around the corner, and Fnatic get to go again.
With those full rifles in play, get to see if they can find their final answer here on the Fnatic side. Again, heavily stacked towards A early. This time, not calling the strat straight out of spawn, but as they sneak into A main and there's no resistance here, that's going to help them get up close and personal and maybe be explosive onto this A site.
Oh, Torson caught with a nade out, but somehow survives. And Slend is there as his guardian angel. The two of them in tandem, putting down bodies to the deck. The damage inflicted to Slend has to be careful on that re-peek. Caught in the smoke, but he wants to try and break through there, wants to try and get in the face of the T's if possible. This time they can't draw away the plant for too much longer, but they have got another body to the deck, and that's BlameF. Fear now on low HP. Has a chance to seal this game up, but ZTR, with a resounding no, smacks him off the site, and GamerLegion continue to survive.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea for Fnatic, and as you said, that opening kill looked like it was about to be there from Borat. I think his spacing was just really awkward for GamerLegion because he was so far ahead of his teammates. He was in so quickly. I think you could see GamerLegion weren't entirely ready for that. For a brief moment, it looked like he was going to get that opener, and if he found that, I think it could have been a real game changer in that round. Instead, it's still not a bad scenario that Fnatic got into in that 3v3 post-plant. But you can already see the players, they were so low, they were having to try and reposition and get into better spots. So Fear gets left in a 1-on-2 that was tricky to win. Here's at least Fnatic getting onto a site and showing a little bit of improvement in that aspect, but it still felt like GamerLegion had the edge for pretty much that entire round. And now 12-8 Fnatic from the 12-3 lead that they had. Still a bye here, albeit with a MAC-10 on Borup. But they've gone for that A play a couple of times now. Hasn't worked out for them. Maybe they're going to need a different answer to well and truly get this over the line.
Oh, maybe they just keep ramming their head against the wall and hope the GamerLegion, like, basically reverse psychology themselves and go and stack on the other side. I mean, right now, there's only one player on A. Of course, there are smokes up, but it looks like Fnatic are going back to it again. They are stubborn right now. They're like, eventually we will win on A, guys. It's going to happen. I don't care how many bodies we have to throw into the fire. This is going to happen eventually. And they are setting up for the execute. They're going to do it again. They're running it back.
Torson just can't quite believe they come back to this bomb site again, but they have. It has to be a full-on retake from GamerLegion. And they're not even having players coming in from the flank right now. They're really going to have to rely on quick kills in their utility here. Because BlameF still has a smoke. He's about to re-smoke this mid-angle.
This is so tough to retake. And there's no one coming through from the A main side either. This is so one-dimensional, but ZTR with 2 entries back on the site. Wants to plant their flag back again. A labored spray from Yambo costs him his life. But now BlameF up close. Double spray is good. And once again, it comes down to Fear against Rez. And he's going to get the drop on Rez from behind. Fnatic finally get across the finish line and put GamerLegion down to the 0-2 bracket.
Brutal loss for GamerLegion, but Fnatic, they took their time, but they get it over the line. An exceptional first half from them, showing so many different looks, making themselves so hard to predict. And GamerLegion could never really adjust to that. They were so far down so early in this game. then even once they start to come back, all it takes is that one round at the end there, executing into A. GamerLegion were looking elsewhere, they focus elsewhere, and yeah, fair play. I can't believe, honestly, how this game started. Like, it was so one-sided for so long, and I think you saw at the end, GamerLegion, they finally get into the game, but it's just too late.
Yeah, exactly. They just didn't leave themselves enough wiggle room, really. At the end of the day, we even said, like, look, they can win 4 or 5 rounds in a row. It just takes one moment. And in this case, it was going back to the same bomb site. They just hit multiple times and had varying degrees of success or failure, depending which way you look at it. And it was that time that basically no one was home. As you said, they completely gave up the site. There was still tons of smokes available for Fnatic to basically reimburse smokes onto mid on cams. And GamerLegion nearly still brute forced their way on, but just sheer the number of players that were around Pillar caught them off guard, completely isolated them. And GamerLegion 0-2, I mean, that is shocking for me, that we're in a position where they could feasibly go out 0-3 after making all of these playoff runs, after getting all of these upset wins, and then not make the major.
Yeah, it is honestly a shame if that's how it pans out. Obviously, they are still in the tournament, but it's so tough to come back from this position. The mental strength they're going to have to show is crazy. And I think they're capable, but it's just, you never want to be in that position in the first place. And as you said, I would never expect them to go down to this position. And especially against a Fnatic team with a stand-in who struggled so heavily themselves in that opening game. But again, I really was impressed with all the different looks from Fnatic. Like, I think they deserve a lot of props for that. And I think GamerLegion as a team, they just generally strive and thrive when the games make a bit more sense and they're a bit more structured than that. And, well, that was not the case in this one because Fnatic wouldn't allow them to play that way.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. There's always two sides to a story, and it's easy for us to sit here and say, like, oh my god, GamerLegion 0-2, how disappointing. But you really have to look at how well Fnatic played for the bulk of this game, especially the first half. Like, Matis was a man possessed with how many kills he was getting, but it wasn't just him. Everyone was pulling their weight. There was some amazing calls on that CT side. Like, they were so fluid and adaptive and versatile. It was honestly a really cool CT side to watch with the aggression that was thrown in the mix. But at the end of the day, you can see there 4 teams now down to that 0-2 bracket, including Bait, GamerLegion, Paravision, and 500. That is wild. And then in the 2-0 side, you got some surprises. I don't think many people will be surprised at Heroic up there. They got a really good team, the likes of Sun Pius in that squad. But Metisport 2-0, Namiga in 2-0 as well, alongside OG.
Yeah, definitely some surprising names there. And I think for those 2-0 teams, real chance for them to just try and get straight through because, you know, some of the bigger names may be struggling. I think you're going to want to take that chance as soon as you can get it. So I'm excited going forward. I think we always knew that this was going to be such a scrappy and like intense qualifier with the quality of CS and the teams. And it just felt like there are all these teams that are around a similar level. And I mean, that's clearly being shown because one of the few teams that I think everyone would put through, GamerLegion, down 0-2 already. Yeah, again, that just shows how many of these teams are competitive here and how important every little moment can be.
I do feel like when the best of threes do roll around, though, that's where GamerLegion are going to have a notable shift in gear. Losing one map is obviously always a bit rough. We always talk about the BO1 system with major qualifiers, and the major itself is always a little bit tentative. But I think when the BO3s are around, I expect GamerLegion are going to step up like quite considerably. There's a couple of shocks today, obviously, but it is also it could just be a bad day. Like, it happens. Sometimes players aren't feeling it. Obviously, like you said, a fast turnaround from Bucharest to this event as well could have maybe harmed them a little bit. I don't want to throw too many excuses in, though, either, because they have been comprehensively beat twice now by 2 teams that absolutely deserve to win. And so they need to prove to us that they can get it done in the 0-2 bracket now, because I think the major would be a better place with GamerLegion taking part. Like, they've earned that at this stage. But this is Counter-Strike. You're entitled to absolutely nothing.
Yeah, for sure. And I do also agree with you because I know that GamerLegion, they are one of those teams that I know it's almost like cliche at this point, but they show up with like all the notes. They have so many notes. I feel like they were one of the first teams that actually printed off all these notes. And so I think it's way easier when you're going into like a best of 3, for example, and you kind of have a decent idea of the maps that are going to be played. You can prep for them a little better because in a best of 1, even if you know the opponent, which they obviously wouldn't have for this one, but even if you know the opponent, you can't always really predict exactly what the map will be. They might just throw a curveball at you, and suddenly all that prep can actually not really be worthwhile. So I'm sure that, I mean, Ash has got a long few days ahead of him. If they are able to grind back, he's going to have to keep on making sure they're 100% prepped for every opponent. But I do agree with you. I think they are the team that I would say should improve most from coming into best of threes. Again, though, they've got to show it to us coming into tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's basically going to do us for today, Hawker. We have gone through our best of ones. We are now a step closer to finding out which of these teams is going to get through to the next stage and obviously make the major, and which teams are going to have their dreams shattered and broken. That is the nature of the beast, unfortunately. So thank you very much for watching, guys. We'll be back again tomorrow with a ton more Counter-Strike that you won't want to miss. Until then, have a good night.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.